Well, I learned a lot yesterday.
So I've heard. Briefly, of course, they didn't really tell me much.
Yes, can I trust you with a secret?
She kind of just looks at you with the really look.
So, you know my family are witch hunters, right?
Right.
Turns out we're also witches.
She stops. I'm gonna need a moment to process that.
Believe me, I still am.
So, how does that work?
So, a long time ago, the first rhizostoma hunted his first witch. And our legends say that he killed her. But he didn't.
Hmm. And you think that means that you're part witch?
She gave him a gift. A book. And signed on it, "Forever yours, Aurelia."
But does that mean that you... I just maybe you're not. Maybe
Pridwen,
it's not that. Maybe you're overthinking this somehow.
Pridwen's going to unlatch his helmet
She
and
kind of
lift
leans
it up.
back a little bit. You're blue. That's not normal. Okay, first of all, are you cold? She looks
No,
very concerned.
this is the way that I was born. And my mother, and my sister, and my brother and other sister, and my grandfather. All of us look like this. Which is why I'm thinking... We used to believe it was a curse. But I'm beginning to think that it's just our blood. Her blood.
I see. And you're keeping that a secret, I would hope.
I think I need to talk to Death about this. But I would prefer to keep it a secret from everybody else.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna go process that. Um, good, good luck.
Thank you.
Oh, she stops looking over her shoulder at you.
Yes.
Word of advice. You might want to, find the wee one.
Oh, yes, where is she?
She was up early this morning.
And did you happen to see where she ran off to?
She kind of puts a hand on your shoulder. Word of advice. When she's very upset, she does things that are, a little unsettling.
Okay.
She took her bandages with her.
Oh. I will go find her. Pridwen scarfs up the rest of his eggs, latches his helmet back on, and heads out the door.
Sorry, Dylan messaged me.
Hmm.
So you head out the door. It's very early in the morning. In fact, it doesn't seem like you slept at all. Like, as far as time passing goes, which makes sense why you were still kind of really hungover. You
Yeah.
walk out onto the walkway. You see a lot of people like beginning to get up and around, people doing stuff in the yards of their cabins. It is the weekend, so people are just minding their business. There's some people setting hammocks up between the trees and giggling to themselves. You see some members of the Ladybirds a ways down doing some things together. A lot of like familiar faces and stuff like that.
Where could Cat have gone off to? Pridwen's going to head back towards the lake.
You start heading towards the lake. You see that Sadie is sitting on her usual bench.
Oh, Sadie. I wasn't expecting you to be here.
She jumps a bit. Oh.
Uh,
Hi, Pridwen.
Apologies. I'm looking for Katya.
She kind of makes a face.
You wouldn't happen to know where she ran off to, would you?
Well, normally it would be the gym, but since her dad's been gone and what with everything that happened with Aircross, I think she prefers to do it in the forest now.
Over by the crater?
Probably. Seems like a good bet. Or possibly that direction. She points in the direction that Katya ran when the wolves were chasing her.
I suppose I'll check over there then. If you see her before I do, let her know that I'm looking for her, and also tell her thanks for the eggs.
She nods a bit.
Also, thank you very much for helping me with that brain dive.
Yep, she says, looking back at the water. You see there are some ducks swirling in front of her, and she starts to feed them again.
Pridwen will head down the direction that Sadie pointed him in.
The one where Kat ran, or the one towards the crater?
The one where Cat ran.
Okay, so you start walking that way, and you're instantly reminded of that night specifically, of her being chased by the wolves. And it gets worse and worse the closer you get to the tree.
He kind of cups his hands and calls out, Katya!
You hear a soft, like, grunting and the sounds of impacts. But it stops when you call out. Yeah?
I wanted to speak with you.
In a minute, she says, and you hear a grunt as she says the last word, and she's doing something. It's on the far side of the tree, so you can't really tell.
Pridwen's going to kind of walk around to see what she's doing.
The 9-year-old her hair is pulled back into this messy bun, She has her hoodie off and she's back in one of those tight-fitting, almost athletic outfits, her joggers. Her shoes are off and she is wailing on this tree. Except it's to the point where she has hit it so many times, her knuckles are bloodied. Her hands are, you can see calluses that have begun to develop from her clearly doing this.
Katya, I think you should be wearing hand protection.
Fine, she says under her breath and continues.
Katya, none of us are fine.
You don't... You don't have to tell me that, okay?
Katya. Do you want to talk?
She turns and she reaches out to punch the rock that's closer to the tree. There's like a big one and she's kind of been switching back and forth, and as she hits it with her offhand, no less, the rock cracks from the point of impact. She stands there breathing heavily, her eyes closed, her fingers trailing blood down the surface of the rock where she's just hit it. I have to be strong so we can get your friend back.
Katya. You're the strongest person your age that I have ever met.
Not strong enough, she mutters, but her hand is shaking at this point. You get the sense that she's been out here a while. She's tired.
Katya, we can train, but you need a break.
Fine. She kind of slumps down with her back against the rock, her knees curling up.
Would you like some water?
She nods a little.
Pridwen will pull out his red solo cup and he'll produce some healing water just to get those knuckles healed up.
You see by the time you've turned around that she has already wrapped her hands with the bandages with just this precisioned ease, like she has done this many times before.
Here you go.
She takes it.
You know, we're both going on this trip, so I think we both need to get stronger.
She nods a little.
If you want, once we're done with the break, would you mind if I joined you?
Yeah, okay.
I could teach you some blocking techniques.
You and your weird shield training, she says under her breath.
Katya, I have been wielded by 3 people now, and 2 of them, due to their lack of blocking, have almost died.
What do you expect? She says, and for the first time, you see there's a flare of anger in her. None of us have ever worked with somebody like you before. We're used to weapons. I'm supposed to attack with my weapon, and I'm supposed to be aggressive. That's what I do with Mom and Dad. I don't know how to deal with you. I'm trying, okay? She kind of runs a hand through her hair.
That's why we're training. My purpose is to protect people, first and foremost. And that's why I've been getting frustrated. But I understand. I'm probably an unusual tool compared to most weapons.
Yeah.
But a shield can be used just as much for simultaneous offense and defense.
It seemed pretty effective when we were punching Lewis in the face.
Oh, yes. And there's a lot of things you can do with the shield that most other weapons cannot do.
Like what?
Well, you remember the spike on my face?
She nods again.
The spike, well, it's in the center of the shield because it provides protection while you are punching it forward. You can block and attack.
Better with your little pokey thing that comes out the back of the shield.
Ah, yes, the wrist blade.
She nods. You're like my mom.
Oh.
That's
yes,
just news to you because you do not know anything about Eliza except that she's infected.
She's like me?
She kind of points at her wrist where the blade would come out of. She's like a dagger.
Oh, actually, it would probably work well with my sister then. She's also a dagger.
Yeah, I don't know.
Pridwen kind of manifests the wrist blade and he says, "This is actually my form. The one that I had before I had the shield."
You see her eyes light up a bit. So you can turn into just that?
Yes, I can.
Gimme, she says, holding her hands out excitedly.
Okay. Pridwen will take her hand and he'll just turn into the wrist blade.
You see her eyes light up as she moves, kind of twirling you around her hand and then shifting in this sort of form. She seems comfortable with you like this. You're just like Mom. Except her pieces, like, come apart and go back together.
Yes. Oh, yes, I can also retract, and Pridwen will, retract into basically like the wrist mechanism.
Neat, she says, turning her arm and looking at you.
When me and my sister trained together, she always preferred this form as well. It was a lot more, discreet.
Yeah. Not as... She kind of rubs at the back of her neck. Chonky.
Yes.
Not that you're fat. I don't think you're fat. It's not that. It's just... really weird. She kind of lets you go.
Pridwen turns back and he says, "I take no offense. I am wearing quite a lot of armor. And a shield is definitely not light."
Yeah. She's kind of sitting there and she looks down at her hands and then she looks at the rock and she says, "Sorry, I didn't mean to worry you."
It's alright.
My dad was the same way.
He was?
She points to her hands. He can't feel anything. 'Cause he killed all the nerves in his hands. So I wanted to be like that, but he got really upset with me. That's when he started taking me to the gym, and we got to be really good friends with Iger and Heracross. You see her face instantly fall.
I see. Well, I don't blame him for worrying. It is a painful process.
She sighs. Well, I guess if we're going on this weird trip or whatever, you better go tell Minerva.
Yes, I am going to have to tell her.
You see this kind of soft smile come to her face for a moment, and she goes, "Probably gonna have more people on the trip than you thought you were."
Yes, I'm realizing that Liam's probably coming along.
What's the matter, Pridwen? She pokes at you.
Alright, they're cute together, and I think that they're good together, but I can't help as a brother but feel worried.
Mm-hmm. 'Cause she's dating, like, the meanest guy on campus?
Yes. It's certainly not a match that I was anticipating.
She thinks for a moment and rubs at her chin, and she says, "Probably gonna put her in a lot of danger with everybody else. But that's okay, 'cause Liam has fought almost everybody on campus, so he can probably protect her."
If anyone's doing the protecting, I think it's going to be Minerva.
Oh?
She is terrifying when she wants to be.
Yeah, she was kind of spooky when we were dealing with the demon shark thing.
Yeah,
I mean, she fought that one camouflaged one all by herself.
she did.
It didn't go very well, but
I still feel bad about that.
yeah, maybe we don't go back into the creepy dungeon with the demon shark god ever again.
Yes, I wish they were a bit more friendly.
I mean, at least they didn't really try and hurt you. So there's that, right?
Yes, I think that that's because I'm, part of the shield.
She stops for a minute. Does that mean when you die, you're gonna become a part of the shark thing?
Well, I mean, Mother, she became something different, so Pridwen shrugs. I don't know.
I hope not. I don't want to have to fight a shark thing to try and see you.
Yes, I'm probably going to have to talk to them a lot to get them to, calm down.
Fair. She pushes herself up, kind of dusting her hands off. Okay, I'm done.
Have you eaten already?
I had eggs.
Oh, yes. I ate the ones that you left for me. They were some of the best I've ever had.
Thanks. Dad and Mom get hungover a lot.
They do?
Yeah, Dad drinks a lot. And smokes. I got him to stop that, though.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, I punched him in the face.
I'm assuming that that's probably pretty effective.
She nods for a minute. Well, that was the deal. When he started teaching me how to fight, he said if I could knock the cigarette out of his mouth, that he'd stop smoking.
And you did?
It took a couple months.
Well, your father does seem like quite the spectacular person.
And then he threw me out a window, so it was fair.
He threw you out of a window.
The funniest moment in one of our campaigns, just side note, it's like literally the same session where Katya finally, and it was crazy because he critted and she critted again to overmatch his crit. Like, it
Oh
was
my
fucking
God.
insane. She finally swings, knocks this cigarette out of Douglas's mouth. Iger's losing his fucking shit. Like, everybody that was watching them fight in the gym was like, oh my fucking god. They get back to the room, and they're like sharing this moment, and Douglas is like, I promised I wouldn't smoke anymore. And then he just grabs her as payback, and I swear to god, just throws her out the window. I was not expecting it. Cyrus was dying laughing.
My God.
Oh god, it was so fucking funny. But yeah, so there you go. Now you know that Douglas yeeted Katya out a window. It was a good time.
Well, I take it that went over well, considering you don't have a broken leg or anything.
I'm fine. I'm tougher than I look.
You are.
Okay, where are we going?
I am going to need to see Death. I don't want to drag you along for that.
She grimaces just at the mention.
She's
scary.
Yes, she is.
Somi's not very nice to her.
Which is why I'm not asking him to come along.
Last time Dad went in there, he almost didn't come back out. And I got really mad at him.
Yes. Soma, the last time we saw her, he got really close.
I didn't go with them when Dad and Somi went in together to go after Mom. And I regretted it. So I'm gonna go with you this time.
You want to come with me to see Death?
I don't want to see her. But if you're going, I'm gonna go. I don't want to stand there waiting for you, not knowing if you're not gonna come back out. I can't do that again.
Pridwen smiles and says, "Very well. Hopefully, she seems reasonable, so hopefully she'll see what I see."
Okay. And she starts off back toward campus.
Pridwen will follow her.
You guys are walking back by the lake at this point. You see Sadie. She is holding a duck in her arms.
Is that Waddles?
Yeah, it is. Weird, right? I didn't think that after, it'd be able to come back like this, but, guess he can tell when I'm upset, she says, stroking her fingers over the back of the duck's head.
I still have no idea how that thing got there.
She shrugs. Don't look at me.
Well, me and Katya are heading up to see Death.
Oh. Well, be careful.
I will be extremely careful.
And I swear, if you and Soma leave and don't take me with you, she points a finger at you, I will dance on your graves.
Pridwen holds up his hands and says, "I will be sure that if he goes with me, you will too."
Good, she says, petting the duck again.
Pridwen gives a polite bow and starts heading towards campus again.
Katya was, standing at the edge waiting for you, and she starts walking into the, one of the side doors near the lake to the academy, and you guys are inside. It's humming with, energy. There are people walking around. Some people are entering. classrooms with professors for what looks to be some sort of training session. The cafeteria is humming as people are getting breakfast and chatting amongst themselves. A couple topics you hear are people talking about the dance and who is gonna ask who and who's going where, you know. Another topic is there are a couple new kids on campus. You hear some mumbles about the South American branch and the Japan branch, but it's hard to pick anything out amongst the many voices going on. There's the sound of a piano playing further down the hallway towards Death's room.
Where's that piano coming from?
Probably from the music room, Katya says and points. It's across from Death's room.
The music room isn't it right next to Death's?
Yeah. Well, it's not exactly across from it. It's kind of catty-cornered.
Well, I suppose that is an interesting layout. Although I guess if Lady Death is a fan of music, it's probably great for her.
I don't think it really matters, Kat says, looking at you confused. Haven't you been in there before? She points at the double doors.
Right, it's like an extra dimensional space.
She nods. It's weird.
It is very weird. Pridwen will head up to Death's door.
It is unlocked.
And he will open it, look down at Katya and say, "Do you wish to come inside with me, or...?"
Nope. And then she starts walking anyway.
Well, alright. Pridwen will step inside.
You get into the space between spaces, that walkway that seems to pass through a celestial expanse, and Katya has stopped about halfway.
Pridwen will stop as well.
Her eyes are locked onto something, and as you watch, you've seen it before, the celestial creatures that move through this space, seeming to be made out of glowing particles. And one of them comes swirling in. It's still a little ways away, but it seems to be getting closer to you. You see Katya kind of raise a hand towards it, as if she's unsure.
Pridwen will raise a hand out as well. I wonder what these things are.
They're celestials. You hear
Celestial.
a sad quiver in her voice.
What?
As you watch that figure she's watching, it comes right up to you, swirling over the top of the walkway and under it. Again, almost like you're in an aquarium and you're in some sort of tunnel. It lights itself just in front of Katya, its massive wings spreading as what looks like ice particles flow around it. You're looking at a phoenix.
Is that the Ice Phoenix?
She nods slowly.
Wow.
He's my mom's, she says, reaching a hand out. There seems to be just this amount of space in between her hand and the phoenix's, even though they look close to you, that it can't breach. Even so, it lowers its head as if to touch her hand for a moment. And then it screeches at you, and you see this apprehension in its eyes, this worry.
It's concerned.
Yeah. He probably doesn't know where she is either. Or he does and he's not happy about it.
Well, I'm sure we'll find her.
The phoenix looks up at you and screeches again, except it's not like a painful sound, it's almost melodic. Kind of like a trilling cry. Katya kind of hangs her head and then she starts to shuffle toward the doors on the other side. The phoenix seems like desperate to follow her and moves along the side of it beside her, but she's not looking at it again.
Katya, it's trying to get your attention.
I know. But there's nothing I can do. You see her reach up and trail her fingers towards it, but again, there seems to be this infinite amount of space between her fingertips and the beak of the phoenix.
I see. Pridwen will kind of run his hand along the barrier and say, "It was a pleasure meeting you."
The phoenix dips its head. And then it flutters off, swirling around what looks to be some kind of celestial whale, and disappearing in the wake of its tail.
Oh. Well, I'm hoping that what I have to say to death is not going to get me killed.
That would be nice.
It would be nice. Pridwen's going to step through.
You enter the death room. It's empty. Same as the last time you came in here.
How do I notify her that I'm here?
I think Dad said you have to call her.
Is the mirror in the room?
Mm-hmm. Always center.
Walk up to the mirror. How do I call her?
Don't you remember? In Orient, you didn't have orientation, did you?
No.
That's okay, I didn't either. She walks up and she says, but I remember seeing it in Dad's memories. And she starts writing numbers on the window. 42, 42, 564. There's a pulse. And you've noticed that Katya didn't have a reflection as she approached this mirror. And that pulse ripples almost like the surface of the water. She steps back and then further back and gets behind you a bit.
Well, Pridwen's going to take a deep breath and try to compose himself.
You see something moving in the darkness of the mirror. At first you think it's a reflection, but then it appears to be eyes peering down at you.
Lady Death?
Pridwen, to what do I owe the pleasure?
I have very important information.
You hear a soft sigh. It echoes around you like it's coming from everywhere at once. Dare I ask?
Pridwen gives a bow, a deep, respectful bow, and he says, I contacted my departed family. And I discovered some rather extreme information.
You see the surface begin to ripple and then a hand passes through. The body emerging. It's Angel. Except this time she's in her casual clothes, not the dress. Her wings are gone. Her long hair spills down, and for once she looks like a normal teenager to you, though her face, her eyes are much wiser than her age seems to portray. Behind her, you see that blonde-haired man step through, Cassius, the Death Scythe. He comes through the mirror and then stands beside it as he always does, his hands clasped beside him.
Lady Death, may I ask you a question?
You may ask.
It is a question my mother asked me about a year before she died. If we are protectors of the innocent, and we hunt witches, what if a witch is innocent?
She sighs. A question I have heard many times before.
I've seen memories that have been locked away, and I have discovered. How much do you know about my family's history?
She holds up a hand. I know what you are, Pridwen. I have
You know.
known from the moment you came to campus. In fact, it's something my father used to find quite funny. The ever-vigilant Rhizostoma clan, witch hunters, unaware of their birthright.
Well, I'm aware now. But it doesn't change anything.
But of course, I have never been opposed to letting someone defy their true nature. I would be most happy to see you succeed without those powers.
I, have further information. In my past, I had met a witch. She was a dear friend of mine. And I have discovered she was a lunar witch.
She stops.
My mother gave her life to protect her.
Then your mother was a fool, you hear Cassius say behind you.
She knew what she was doing.
Cassius, Angel says, holding up a hand. Angel looks at you with this mixture of emotions. This is extremely difficult, Pridwen. I need you to understand that if you're speaking of the Luminescence, their clan has been extraordinarily dangerous for everyone.
I understand that, but if I may state my case.
I was unaware there was a case to state, as I thought they had all been wiped out. She looks to Cassius, and Cassius nods. The last reports were that the final one, Titus, was killed. By the Rhizostomas, no less.
Well, she wasn't the final one. Her daughter's name, my friend's name, is Lunala.
This does not bode well, Cassius says, beginning to pace in front of the mirror.
If I may, my mother hid her away. Currently, I don't know where, but I know someone who does. My father. I know because he struck her down in that place. I can find her, but I am not going to kill her. Think, if we had a witch who held dominion over the moon on our side, we could end this war.
It's not so simple as that, Pridwen. Could it be effective? Absolutely. It is not the first time that I have considered working with people on the other side. However, there's something you don't understand about the luminescence. She is, if she is alive, she's safer wherever she is now.
Lady Death, when I spoke to my mother, the piece of her that is in my shield, I made her a promise. I promised her that I would find her. And I'm coming to you now because I want your blessing. But I'm going to be...
What is it with your group that seems to insist on putting me in difficult places?
I'm very sorry. But this is something that I must do. She's my friend, and I owe it to my mother.
I can't stop you from searching, but I can warn you. This path you are setting yourself on, it will end in pain.
I have no choice.
Of course you don't. She looks away sadly.
I will prove to you. I will prove to you that not every witch is a monster.
It is not you I am concerned about.
I will protect her.
Cassius sighs and shakes his head disappointedly.
I believe that's all I have to report.
But it is not all that we have to discuss. 1 minute she's standing in front of you, and then she's behind you. You hear a screech as Katya is pulled away from your legs.
What?
You turn to look, and instantly there's a blade at the base where your helmet meets your armor. Don't, you hear Cassius whisper in your ear. Angel has picked Katya up, her fingers moving but not touching her, and yet Katya has been suspended in front of you. Her eyes are wide with terror. She's trembling. She doesn't know what's happening, and she doesn't know why she's floating. Angel is pacing around her, her eyes distant.
Lady Death, I know, I think I know what this is about. A knight's vow is unbreakable, and I have vowed if she loses herself, I will stop her.
She sighs, and you see this sad look crossing her face. You think so much like him. You think that you can save them. But sometimes the fact of the matter is that they're just unsavable, Pridwen.
I can't accept that.
Then you will die trying to prove something that cannot be proven.
Lady Death.
You imagine a world where everyone can live in harmony, but the problem is that these beings that you want to do this with, some of them aren't bad. I agree with you. But the majority, they'll never settle for that. They will chomp at the bit, always trying to one-up the other, always seeking more power. And it will corrupt them. It always does.
How does that make them any different from us?
It doesn't, and that is the problem.
Lady Death, until I have done all that I can, until I have exhausted all other options, I have to keep doing this.
Just be prepared. You're going to try and save someone who you think deserves to be saved, who you think can be changed for good, and they are going to hurt you. There's something in the way that she says this as if she already can see it happening, as if she knows who it is.
If that is the way it has to be.
First Viper, and now this one, she says, brushing her fingers against Katya's cheek. Katya's trembling, but she's not saying anything. What am I supposed to do, Pridwen?
We do the best we can.
They are losing themselves. I put that seal on Viper for a reason, and now it is gone. Her powers are here, and she is teetering on the balance. I've already told you. No matter what you try, no matter how any of you think this is going to go, it's still going to come down to me having to kill one of the students that I love. You think you can stop these things, but you can't.
I'm very sorry, but respectfully, I have to disagree. I will find a way. There is always a way. And if I can't, I will face the consequences. But I cannot just...
And remember what I said when you do face them.
It's better than doing nothing. It's better than just accepting.
It's easier to accept sometimes. I started in my father's footsteps to train students, to prepare them to keep the balance. If all of you start suddenly changing your mind, that balance is going to... It's gonna end badly.
I'm not going to do things the easy way.
None of you ever do.
It isn't about easy, Lady Death. It is about doing the right thing.
And you think you know what that is, but the problem is the right thing changes depending on where you're standing. The right thing for me to do right now, she says, moving a hand towards Katya. You see whatever's holding her begins to constrict, and Katya grinds her teeth together, tears beginning to fill her eyes. The right thing for me to do would be to prevent what is happening to her from continuing. In your prerogative, the right thing for you to do is stop me. Is that not true?
I have to protect her.
And yet, we both think we are doing the right. I am doing this to protect not only you, but the rest of the Academy. Putting her down would be safe for most people. But you, with your construed sense of morality, think you owe her the protection. The right thing for me to do would be to kill Viper before she can turn further into her mother. The right thing for you to do is to leave that celestial witch where she is, so that nobody can find her, so that the possibilities that those witches and demons want to unravel does not come to pass. And the right thing for you is to save her. It's not black and white, Pridwen. There's so much gray in morality.
I know. Father said something to me once. This is why we know how to talk. So that we can see the middle. So that we can combine our truths to see what is actually true. We talk so that we can find a better way. Which is why I'm telling you what I intend to do. Which is why I am listening to you when you tell me what I should. We need to communicate. We need to advise one another. We need to trust each other. I want to find a better way.
And what if there isn't one?
There always is.
But what if there's not, Pridwen?
We do the best we can.
If you bring her to me again, and she has hurt someone, you will not be able to stop me.
I understand.
And when she goes too far, and you're the one who has to put her down, or her father, or her mother, or even worse, herself, remember that I gave you the choice to prevent whatever catastrophe from happening. I am tired of giving you all gifts and chances. My patience is wearing thin.
What can I do? What can I do to prove to you that there's something? Something that we can do.
Do you think I want to hurt her, Pridwen?
I know you don't.
Do you think if I didn't know some other way that I wouldn't be doing it?
We will find a way.
There isn't one, Pridwen! You know why some witches are more apt to be kind to humans? It's because they've interbred with them. Pure witches, they don't do that. They are self-serving. They are power hungry. And they would do anything to get what they want. And don't even get me started on demons. You're friends with half-breeds, and that's fine. The half-breeds can make those choices. Offering choices to those who are obviously going to refuse them, though, is only going to get you hurt. She lets go of Katya, and Katya drops to the ground, being caught just before she hits it and righted on her feet.
I know Lunala. She won't hurt me of her own accord.
No,
I have.
but they all will to get to her.
and I will be her shield.
Good luck, she says, starting to walk away from you.
You
You ought
too.
to let me bind her.
If I can convince her.
I meant the little one. Katya's shaking, looking at the ground.
That's her decision.
She won't accept. Legally, the only person who could request that of me is her father. Of course, he's not around, is he? She walks to the mirror. Cassius lets you go. He's beside her again.
I hope, desperately, that we can find a way. Even if it gets me hurt, I will do my best. I am willing to accept the consequences of that.
She shakes her head, smiling sadly. So many of you are going to fall when this storm hits.
But
She shakes her head and turns to the mirror.
good luck, Lady Death.
She passes through it. Cassius is eyeing you sternly. You're tearing her apart, you know that, right?
I'm well aware. I am trying to make everybody just work together.
And there's your problem, he says, turning for the mirror also. Shame I couldn't watch the great fall of the Rhizostoma clan myself.
Pridwen clenches his fist. And he's going to make sure Katya is okay.
She's not.
Katya.
She's
Pridwen's
just
going.
scared. She's in that fight, flight, or freeze. She's in the freeze.
Pridwen's going to pick her up.
You kind of
And he's
cradle her against your shoulder. You're alone in the death room apart from her.
We're going to be okay.
You're a bad liar, she says against you.
Katya. I will make sure. I will do everything I can to make sure that we're okay.
When you do it, she says, looking away from you, just try and make it fast.
If I have to do it, I will ensure it's as quick as possible.
She rubs
But that
her
won't.
eyes. She's staring at the mirror and just shaking.
It won't happen.
You can tell that she doesn't believe you. Let's just go.
All
Let's
right.
get this over with.
Pridwen's going to leave the death room.
You do so. You pass through the space between spaces. You can see what looks like Frostwing, agonized, screeching at you in the distance.
I will do my best. And Pridwen will leave the death room.
You're back out in the hallway. As the door shuts, you see several heads turn in your direction, staring at you. Some person coming out of the death room that many of them don't exactly know. There's a murmur that hums up around you, but for the most part, nobody really bothers you. They leave you alone.
Katya, do you want me to set you down?
She nods.
He'll place her on the floor.
She kind of numbly just stands there for a minute and tries to regain her sense of motion.
Katya,
Yeah,
do you think she'll be okay?
what do you mean? She looks up at you. Death is pretty scary.
I'm not talking about death, although I am concerned about her as well.
What do you mean?
Lunala.
Well, if she's been asleep this whole time, she's probably fine. It's just like a really long nap.
I mean, once I get her, once I free her from that state, do you think she's going to be okay?
I don't know.
I suppose I'm just going to have to find out.
Yep. Guess so.
Well, I suppose I should get transport arranged and round everybody up.
Yeah. Iger can probably help with that.
Yes, well, I should probably go see him.
So you guys start walking and you get into the cafeteria, and lo and behold, there's actually a table of professors that are chattering amongst themselves. Iger is one of them. Iger and Nikita are both there. Gabriel is also there with Kaiser. And then there is Lena, Vale's advisor, and a couple other people that you don't recognize.
Pridwen's going to approach, politely bow and say, "Good morning. Iger, may I have a word?"
You hear a "Good morning, Pridwen" from most of the group. They continue their conversation, and Iger kind of excuses himself.
I'm going to be going on a trip back home.
So soon, he says, eyeing you. Is everything alright?
No. No, it is not.
He frowns a bit, and then he says, I'll make it happen.
Thank you. I'm going to be bringing along, I believe, Katya, Soma, Sadie, my sister, and Liam.
You see he has pulled out his PDA and he's already typing on it. It's a private jet, so You'll have enough room. But I will need a complete record of everybody going so that we don't have to deal with search parties.
Of course. I will, once we've got everyone together, I will message you, exactly who all is going.
Normally, I would have to say a professor goes with you, especially with everything that's going on. I might be able to swing it that one of your upperclassmen goes instead.
I suppose that would be a good idea. Who to bring?
Normally I would suggest Draco, but considering he would be without a Meister, I'm not so sure.
Yes. Perhaps Amaishi and Nixeris?
Not sure about that either. They haven't exactly been working with each other.
I see. Well, considering recent events, I would ask for Viper, but she's preoccupied, as I understand it.
You see this distant look pass over his eyes. The conversation at the table is hushed a bit at the mention of her name. A lot of eyes are suddenly on you.
Unfortunately, I'm not entirely sure who else to call upon.
Then perhaps you would allow me to accompany you.
Well, I suppose I can explain on the plane ride what all is going on.
Draco filled me in a bit this morning. But
So,
yes, you can. I'll stay out of your business. I'll keep to myself and let you handle whatever you're gonna do, but I would feel better with somebody that we trust, he says carefully, looking around, going with you.
Of course. Yes, I believe I would be perfectly fine with you coming along.
Right. Okay, he types some more on his PDA. Get your shit together. Meet me at the garage this evening. It's gonna be a long trip.
Pridwen will give him a polite bow and say, "Thank you very much."
He says and seats himself. The chatter immediately picks up again.
Alright, Katia.
Katia is not beside you.
Oh, Pridwen's looking around.
She is definitely over by the cafeteria line. Like, there's not a line. She's just there, like, and she has stacked this mountain of tater tots on her plate, and she's just standing there eating them slowly.
He's gonna walk over and say, "Already hungry again?"
She nods.
Well, I suppose it'd be a good idea to ensure that we're all fed before the ride.
In comical fashion, she, like, Kirby's this entire plate of tater tot. Like, she inhales these tater tots. And then dusts her hands off, throws her plate onto the dirty dish line, and then starts walking towards the doors. Alright, let's go find your sister.
Like, mid-sentence sees this and just, freezes. What the fuck? No, yes, of course.
So you guys, you leave. You start, walking out, and you're in the courtyard. You can see there's actually a couple duels going on. Friendly ones. They're not upset with each other. Seems like there's a member of the Ladybirds fighting another group of girls that you, don't recognize. And there are a couple other, people in the other duel that you don't recognize either. Katya doesn't seem to pay them any mind. She's heading toward the residential area.
Yeah, Pridwen's just following Katya.
She kind of, so you guys get into the, in between the cabins, you're walking on the trails, and then she stops and she says, so maybe I should go get them, because you've been acting really weird.
Pridwen, thinking. Probably. I'm going to see if I can find Soma.
So she walks over to a window, and without even knocking, she just opens it. And she pokes, hops up onto the windowsill and peers in, and she goes, oh, hi! I didn't know you were gonna be here.
Pridwen squinting.
You see, a hand reaches in, grabs her by the scruff of her hoodie, and pulls her into the window.
I really don't want to know. Pridwen just turns around and starts walking towards the cabin.
Okay, so you go back to the cabin. What are you doing?
Initially he's gonna see if he can find Soma, realizing he's probably not there. Who all was he bringing? So I think I've got everybody. Just need to get Soma and Sadie.
Mm-hmm.
Can he, message his father?
I suppose you probably could.
He's going to just message, coming to visit, bringing some friends. See you soon.
You get a response very quickly, actually. Always eager to see my favorite son. Plenty of rooms at home.
Pridwen just kinda lets out a deep sigh at that.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be difficult. Pridwen... I'm trying to think of what else Pridwen needs to do.
Wake that hoe Soma up that is passed out upstairs in the fucking club room.
Yeah.
And also get his player in here.
God. Yeah, I'm gonna try and harass him. It's 2 minutes to... It's 4 minutes to 2:30, which is when he said he'd be up. So yeah, he's probably going to just head up towards the club room.
Okay. So you're on the walkway, and you see Katya walking back toward the cabin.
Katya?
Oh, hi!
Did you find my sister?
Yep.
And... Pridwen kind of gestures.
She just looks away.
They weren't in the same room, were they?
She looks the other way?
Katya?
Look, I ain't saying nothing. I ain't seen nothing. I don't know nothing.
You are a terrible liar. You know what? I don't want to know.
She does that, fingertips together thing.
Pridwen throws up his hands. I am trying very hard.
Okay, but she looks really cute in Liam's hoodie. That's all I'm gonna say.
They're already wearing each other's clothes?
Yeah, she left the cabin in his clothes last night, remember? They were all wet and her armor was like all weird.
Right. Pridwen, like, rubs his faceplate. I'm going to see if I can find and probably wake up Soma.
Okay.
He just shakes his head and starts heading up towards the clubhouses again.
You go back to the academy. You walk back in. Iger gives you a weird look because you just left.
Pridwen just awkwardly waving.
He just shakes his head and keeps, chattering about whatever they're talking about. You try and remember where you ended up going last night. It took you a minute because you had to stumble your way around the school in the dark.
Yeah.
You finally end up on the roof, and you go to the place and you use your key and it works.
And he steps inside.
Soma is still passed out on the floor this time with his foot in the chair that he was sitting in.
I told him to get somewhere comfortable.
Papers are all frazzled and stuff.
God damn it.
You
Pridwen's
see the
just,
list again.
He looks at it again, kind of making a mental note.
Mm-hmm.
Soma, goddammit, wake up.
Roll me a d20. Let's see if Soma wakes up.
Alright. By the way, I'm trying very hard to wake Dylan up. 12.
Nope.
Oh boy. God damn it. Pridwen just kind of drops him on the ground. And he starts looking over at his stuff.
Okay. You just see more papers, plans and shit, and weird stuff. You can see the list. There's hints of the things that he's using for his game. Like the stuff that he was painting, and some of his supplies are up there.
Pridwen's just kind of scratching his chin and looking around at it. Oh, I think I'm going to have to zap him.
Okay. Are you gonna zap him?
Oh, Dylan's seen it. He might be up.
Lord.
God, hold on, he's responding slowly. Any minute now.
Yep.
Pridwen's just this whole time slapping him on the face.
Yeah, he's a little holding him by the collar and smacking him back and forth with an ungloved hand. Holy shit.
Holy shit.
Yeah, so I was waiting to see if Dylan would wake up, and I opened Facebook real quick, and one of my friends that I went to college with when I was in university a while back, I'm very old, leave me alone, God, she said, after passing the exams 3, undergoing a 6-month series of quests to demonstrate my adherence to the great virtues, combing the informative videos to obtain the sacred codes, being cast adrift in the bureaucratic sea for 7 months, and walking through the Lincoln Tunnel. I'm officially a licensed attorney in the state of New York.
Damn.
Holy shit. She did it.
God damn it, of course he's getting in the shower.
Of fucking course he is.
Oh.
I'm gonna say that you wake him up.
Soma, god damn it, man. We have things to do today.
You don't even wake him up. You just pick him up and put him over your shoulder and start walking. That's what you're gonna do. You lock the door behind you and you just start carrying Soma.
He's like so mad right now. He's just marching with Soma over his shoulder.
Yep.
Heading back to the cabin.
So, yeah, you get a lot of weird fucking looks. Iger just shakes his head slowly at you. So does Gabriel. All of them are kind of just like, as you're just walking him out the door.
He kind of just, like, gestures like it's sorry.
God. And, yeah, you, start walking back to the cabin. You get into the cabin, and you see that, Katya is, in the kitchen snacking, and Cody is there sitting on the bar stool drinking a cup of coffee, and they're chattering amongst each other. You see Katya has, like, a backpack next to her chair. Like, she's already ready to go.
I swear this idiot is narcoleptic.
They both turn and look at you, and, like, Cody just slowly rubs the bridge of her nose, and Katya starts pointing and laughing.
I don't know. I slapped him a lot, and he still slept through it. I have never seen a man more determined to get some sleep.
Yeah, that's Soma, you hear from behind you. Sadie is walking up to you. You're kind of blocking the entryway.
Oh, sorry. Pridwen steps aside, still carrying Soma.
Sadie just shakes her head again and walks past you. Boy, I know how to pick him, she says as she's walking to their room.
Indeed. The Pridwen's probably just gonna flop Soma on a couch.
Yeah, you just yeet him. He flops over on the couch, still out. Sadie says, "Oh, don't worry, I'll just do both of our packing, I guess," glaring at him as she walks into their room.
So are all of us here?
You hear more footsteps coming up behind you.
Oh, Pridwen turns around again.
You turn to look, and you see your sister back in her armor.
And I'm assuming Liam not too far behind.
Yep, Liam's walking up a few steps behind her, adjusting his hoodie. They both have, Liam has like a backpack, looks more like a tech backpack, like what you'd keep like laptops and stuff securely in. And then she always travels light.
Minerva, Liam, are you two almost ready to go?
She tilts her head and looks at you and then nods. Liam says, "Well, I guess. Wasn't exactly planning on taking a vacation anytime soon, but," he kind of rolls his shoulders. "Somebody is extremely persuasive." He glares at her for somebody who doesn't talk much.
Well, on the bright side, Napoli is quite lovely, especially this time of year. On the downside...
We're all probably gonna die, Katya says, shrugging.
I wouldn't say that, but...
So most of us are probably gonna die. Got it. Liam says, "That's fair."
Hopefully, we don't run into any issues.
And hopefully your girlfriend doesn't try and murder us when she wakes up, he says. Girls are grumpy when they first get up. She elbows him.
Um. Oh yes, I'm hoping that she remembers me.
Cody's just watching all of you with confusion and that I don't know look on her face. She sighs. All right, I made you guys a little pack for when you're traveling and just be careful, she says, looking at Kat specifically. Except Kat kind of reaches for the like bundle that she's made for you guys of food, and she just takes it over the top of Kat's head and goes to hand it to you, Pridwen.
Oh, thank
She
you.
will eat the whole thing before you even leave. Do not let her touch it.
Of course.
Do not let her fool you. Her backpack is full, she says, pointing back at Katya. Katya goes, it was.
I will make sure she doesn't get a hold of this until it's time.
You're no fun, Katya says, crossing her arms.
You had a backpack full of food.
Had?
Had. For how long? Exactly like 2 minutes?
She looks like at the wall clock in the kitchen and she looks back and goes, it was about 10.
I mean, alright.
Cody just looks at you and slowly starts shaking her head.
Pridwen just like saddles the bag on one shoulder. I'm going to go get my packing done.
Liam's like, you mean we're all here and you aren't even ready to go yet? Come on, man.
I needed to go get Soma.
Liam noticing Soma on the couch for the first time, he's like, what the hell happened to him?
I told him to find a good place to sleep, and apparently he decided that the floor of his club room was the best option.
That asshole can sleep anywhere. He grumbles under his breath and then walks over and drops down onto the couch, kind of tossing his bag next to him.
And Pridwen's going to step into his room, and he's just gonna make sure that he has everything.
Yeah, so you sort of packed last night. You don't remember it, but apparently you packed last night. Roll me a d20. Let's see how nonsensical it was.
Oh boy, a natural 20?
Oh, okay. So, you actually got most of your packing done, and it is surprisingly decent. For some reason, you only packed left socks.
I've got to admit, I'm a bit impressed that I was able to do that drunk. Pridwen pulls all the left socks out and grabs right socks to pair them with.
Yeah, so you, everything that you had packed, is ready in there. Do you want to take anything with you?
Let's see, what all... I mean, he has... None of his files or books are particularly important. He's very much going to make certain to grab that pin, the moon pendant.
You've had it in your hair this whole time.
Yeah, he's actually going to take his helmet off and, like, run his hand along it before placing the helmet back on.
You feel that energy pulse through you as you do, and for just a split second, you see that face again. Sleeping.
I'm coming.
Back out in the
And
hallway, Sadie everybody's kind of like conglomerated either on the couches or in the kitchen. You hear the soft hum of voices. Iger has joined them.
Pridwen steps out and says, "Oh, good, everyone's here. even though one of us is not currently conscious.
I'll be fine, Liam says.
I would prefer not to be the one carrying him the whole way.
I got it, Iger mutters.
Thank you. Pridwen gestures around. This is everybody, I'm pretty certain.
You feel a chill run up your spine.
Apollyon? Pridwen turns around.
You turn around and Apollyon is sitting in the windowsill nearby.
Do you want to come along?
I feel it would be best.
Okay.
You see the grin and the scythe spreading next to him. Do you know how long it's been since I've been to Italy? This is gonna be fun!
Please, just, when we're meeting my father, don't, cause any trouble.
I'll stay out of sight, he says to you.
Of course. He's,
and he de-manifests Abaddon, and the chattering stops immediately.
Oh, thank God.
At least you don't have to hear her. I still do.
Yes, I'm so very sorry for your, predicament.
He just nods sullenly.
Alright, anyone else?
Katya hops up suddenly and says, "Wait, I forgot something!" And she darts down the hallway.
Oh? Pridwen, he's going to follow her.
You come around the corner, and she is rummaging through, actually, no, she has run into the bathroom.
Katya?
Over in the corner where, like, y'all's, like, laundry area is, you hear her, like, rummaging over there.
He's gonna kind of step in and see what she's doing.
So you watch as she, like, is rifling through the dryer, looking for something, and finally she pulls out that deep purple sweater.
Ah.
She is surprised, looking up, startled that you followed her.
Sorry, I was wondering what you were going to grab.
Nothing, I'm just cold, she says, kind of sliding it behind her a little bit.
Katya, Pridwen, lifts his helmet and taps the pendant in his hair.
She sighs a little.
I'm really hoping that things go well.
She nods again.
And I'm hoping that my father is still a good man.
She frowns, like a really big frown. What if he's not? Or like, what if she's not? Am I gonna have to kill somebody? And you're almost surprised by how serious the question is.
Katya, I am not going to make you kill someone.
You're not making me if I do it. I'm your partner. I'm the one who holds you.
Katya, I am hoping beyond hope that I don't have to kill either of them. But
something tells me that we're gonna have to pick a fight whether you want to or not.
Yes, looking at it realistically, I'm sure I'm going to have to... Hopefully, I can talk it through with my father, but I don't know how that's going to go, and I am really hoping Lunala isn't, a danger.
She nods a little.
It's been almost 10 years. I don't know how much she's remembered, how much she's changed. If she's been sleeping this whole time, I don't even know.
Guess we're gonna find out, she says, and she pulls the sweater over her head and pulls it on.
Yes, I suppose we will.
She shoves her hands, kind of like pulls the sleeves down so that they're covering most of her hands. Then she sighs comfortably. This massive sweater, like, almost swallowing her. I mean,
Well,
it's not that much bigger on her. She's gotten a lot bigger.
Pridwen smiles, sets his helmet back on his head. Well, are you ready to cast off?
Yeah, I guess. I don't like being on a plane, though.
Well, me too. I've always preferred being near the water, not up in the sky.
Yeah, I don't really like that either, to be honest. I just don't like traveling.
Pridwen kind of nods. Well, hopefully the plane ride won't be too boring.
With them? Like that's gonna happen, she says, walking into the hallway.
Yes.
You guys rejoined the group. Soma's still passed the fuck out. Iger looks at you. Well, still got a little bit of time. Anything we need to do?
Pridwen looks around and he says, I'm not entirely sure. I think that I have all of my everything in order.
He nods. Gonna suck not having a Meister. Oh well.
Well, let's hope that you're not going to need one.
Yeah, something tells me that's not gonna happen with you lot. I swear to God, every time we go somewhere, something bad happens. You see, like, the rest of the group nodding slowly.
God. Just like, yeah, that's true.
Have we ever gone anywhere where something bad has not happened? Like...
God. Well, I suppose I'm ready to go.
Alright. So you guys, everybody hops up and, Cody says, don't worry, I'll hold down the fort. It'll be alright.
Thank you.
Iger, like, picks Soma up by, like, cargo carrying him. Almost like you did with Katya the other night.
God.
And, yeah, you guys are, walking and you make it to the garage and you guys start piling into jeeps. You begin to catch Iger up. You hop into the same jeep as him. And it appears that Lizzie is driving the rest of you. Maisie's with her. So you guys kind of split up. You're in Iger's jeep, and you guys start to talk, and you start filling him in on everything that that you feel is prevalent to him.
Yep.
And it's only like a couple hour drive to the airstrip, so you make it there, and that same feeling that you had when you and Minerva first got here, it happens again. Like, there's just something wrong with this place. Lizzie and Maisie and Iger, none of them seem to be paying it any mind. But it's almost like they're deliberately not paying it any mind.
What? is wrong with this place?
We don't talk about it. Iker says, ushering you toward this plane that's sitting there waiting.
Okay. Pridwen steps up into the plane.
Some real weird shit happened here a while back, Lizzie says, helping you guys get your things onto the plane. We kind of just don't discuss it, because nobody wants to remember it.
I see. Well, then I suppose I won't pry too heavily.
Yeah, please don't. Iger says, like, clasping your shoulder and then dragging Soma onto the plane.
Of course.
Katya's the last one, and she's standing there. She's kind of looking at the plane and grimacing a little bit. And then she looks at the trees and grimaces even more. And she, like, looks between one to the other and then sighs and slowly starts walking up the steps.
Oh, man.
You are the very last one. Lizzie and Maisie, they wave at you.
Pridwen waves. And he takes a deep breath. Steps up into the plane.
Mm-hmm. The door closes behind you. And you are greeted by a very sweet-looking girl. She has this kind of, like, strawberry blonde hair that's pulled up into, like, the bow style. And she smiles at you. She's kind of come out of the cockpit and, you know, is checking on all of you, making sure you're okay.
Yes, thank you.
And, your peeps have all, huddled in different areas. So, Sadie is sitting close to a window, and Soma is, like, laid over on the seat with his head kind of in her lap, and she's just shaking her head and watching out the window. You see Iger is kind of near the front. He has, pulled out his, a notebook, and it looks like he's writing in it. You can see Apollyon is keeping to himself in the back corner. There's a bunch of, like, benches, not, like, benches, like, on one side and the other of a table on one side of the plane. And, this is where Minerva and Liam and Katya are all hanging out. Minerva and Liam are next to each other, and Katya's across from them.
Pridwen will sit down next to Katya.
Minerva has actually taken her helmet off at this point.
Oh, I suppose we're not out in public anymore, and Pridwen will unlatch his helmet again.
Katya, like, is still not used to seeing you without it, and her eyes get really big for just a second, and she tries not to make a big deal of it.
Pridwen just smiles. It's strange having people look at my face again.
Don't know why, she says, shaking her head. People are dumb. Liam says, I concur.
Yes. It's been years since I've actually had anyone aside from my family look at me.
Yeah. And so, you guys are chilling. Is there anything that you would like to talk about?
Sister. Pridwen's going to give a serious look over to Minerva.
She was kind of smiling to herself, listening to something Liam was saying, and instantly she looks up at you.
Whatever happens, I want to avoid bloodshed as much as possible.
She frowns.
Hopefully, when we talk to Father, we can get him to understand.
She is giving you this look, kind of, that she's not so sure about that.
But whatever happens, we're going to have to face it.
She
I'm
nods.
just hoping. I am really hoping that she remembers me.
Minerva moves her hand up and places it over top of yours, and she smiles at you.
He smiles back. We'll get through this. I know we will.
Right. Well, if you need somebody to beat the shit out of your dad so you don't have to do it, Liam says, playfully putting his palm to his fist. Minerva kind of elbows him again.
I hope that that's not something that we have to do. However, he is quite a skilled fighter, so...
Well, it's not exactly how I imagined meeting a girl's dad for the first time. Katya looks at him and goes, "You've never met a girl's dad." He goes, "Yeah, you're right on that front."
Pridwen just kind of like... He kind of smiles a bit. Well, this is a very unusual family.
Katya looks over at you and squints like, "Really?"
I mean, we're blue. And that's only the beginning of it.
I don't know. I think blue looks pretty good on some people, Liam mutters under his breath.
Pridwen just rolls his eyes.
"He's right, though," Katya says, poking at your arm.
Well, I suppose so.
Yeah, you guys are hanging out. It's a long flight. Is there anything else you would like to talk about on your way over there?
Oh, I think it's 3. Dylan should be here.
Yeah, the host should be done showering at this point.
Let's see. I'm trying to think of what else. Pridwen? He might go into his inner room. Just meditate and go in there.
Okay. So, you kind of ignore the chattering of everybody else around you, and you close your eyes and you focus, and you're back in the garden.
Pridwen stares up at the statue of his ancestor, and he says, I don't know if you all can hear me, but I'm going to prove to you that there's a better way.
You hear a rattling from behind you.
And he turns.
The double doors from yesterday, they're locked, but there is a slamming on them, and then a low, resounding growl.
He's going to approach the doors and run his hand along them.
They're cold to the touch. You hear that snarl from behind it, that hum of so many voices all at once saying, forming one word, but just a bunch of them at the same time. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you all. And basically, while he's napping, he's going to just step over to the memorial and he's going to sit down at the bench and he's just going to kind of relax.
Okay. So you, yeah, you do what you always do, which is, hang out in your inner room and look at the flowers and look at the names and just be chill. And the more chill that you are, the more calm that the thing seems to get until it seems to leave you be.
I hope that I can make them proud.
The moon pen hums ever so slightly in your hair.
Pridwen kind of takes it and he holds it in his hand, running his thumb along it.
It glows for just a second, and then it's gone.
I'll make you proud.
Quick pause as I figure out where this hoe is. Because someone has been asleep by this point for like fucking 20 hours.
Yeah. Ah, shit. Can't believe that Soma slipped into a coma.
Ah, shit! Oh my god. Man, so out of curiosity, or waiting on him, what do you think's about to happen?
Oh man, hopefully when he sees his dad again, he can unravel all the revelations and make him realize that he's being a bit, or that his beliefs on witches are a bit not right. And hopefully,
Are they, though?
I mean, the thing is, Pridwen knows. They typically are assholes.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, Aurelia was fine.
Mm-hmm.
Presumably. And Lunala was. And, you know, the entire Rhizostoma family is descended from Aurelia.
That you know of.
So, that I know of. So, hopefully, it works out. Otherwise, I'm probably gonna have to beat him up.
Fair.
I mean, best case scenario, I might have to smack some sense into him. Worst case, I might have to kill my dad.
Yeah.
Oh no.
He said he's gonna be a bit longer. So,
God damn it.
guess you'll have to find something else to do on the plane.
Yep. Pridwen, I'm assuming that the moment Pridwen wakes up, he sees Katya trying to get to the bag.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. You put it in like the overhead compartment, and you're in your inner room, and she is balancing with her foot on your shoulder, up, trying to get into the thing, into the overhead. And as she does, this turbulence hits. The plane tilts sideways, and she just goes midair for 2 seconds, and she goes, uh-oh. And then she just drops.
Katya, what on earth were you doing?
She rubs at her butt as she's laying in the center of the walkway.
Were you trying to get to the food bag?
No.
Katya?
Yes.
I can't let you get to it until it's time to eat.
But it's so long.
It's going to be another hour.
I'm so hungry. I'm dying. Dying, she says, curling onto her side away from you.
Fine, one snack.
She pops up excitedly.
Pridwen.
If she had a tail, it would be wagging.
He gets up and opens up the overhead, and he's going to try and pull a single thing out for her to eat.
You reach your hand in, and the first thing that you grab is a scone.
Here.
She grabs it and, like, starts nibbling on the corner of it. You turn to close the overhead, and when you turn back, the whole thing's gone.
Katya! 1 hour.
Okay.
Are you sure you're going to last that long?
She nods.
Good. Alright.
You look over, and it appears that Minerva and Liam are doing something on the PDA. They're sitting across from each other now, which is weird to you because you didn't move. Like, you were in the thing the whole time. So either Minerva crawled over or under the table to get next to you. They're like staring intently at each other, like not even intently, like there is some kind of competition happening between the two of them.
What are you two doing?
You look down at the PDA, they're playing chess. And it appears that Minerva's winning.
Be careful, Liam. I was never able to beat her.
Yeah, I'm starting to realize that. He mutters under his breath. He's got like his hand curled against his chin and he's staring at the screen, just desperately trying to figure something out. Minerva has not like broken her gaze at Liam at all. Like, she is in the zone.
Pridwen smiles and he sits back down and he's going to like spectate this game.
So you're in the second half of watching this at this point. And Liam he goes to move something and he stops and he reconsiders. And he goes to move something again, he stops and he reconsiders, and Minerva huffs at him. It's a huff you've heard many times before. And he glares at her, and as he's looking at her, he just moves one of his backline pieces up a little bit. And she, like, without missing a beat, takes one of his pieces. As if she was expecting it.
Yeah, that happened to me a lot when we used to play.
He's rolling so bad for this chess game, Jesus fuck. So he, like, rubs at his temples in frustration, and he says, okay, how do you like this then? And he moves another piece along his back line, kind of trying to up his defenses a little bit. And she takes another piece across the board, and he's like, God damn it. She's doing everything with her knight too, which is even, like, more annoying to him.
She always was good at precise picks.
He sighs and he's like, maybe I should just give up now. You see, like, Minerva's eyebrow lift curiously. That's quitter talk, Iger says from the front. You hear Sadie kind of over to you guys' opposite side. Go, yeah, face your defeat like a man. Come on, dude.
Come on, Pridwen's like kinda chuckling, and he says, "I'm sure you'll get her eventually."
Not so sure about that, Liam says. And he... Ooh, okay. Okay. So there's another thing of turbulence, and Minerva kind of falls into your shoulder. It appears you guys are going through a storm. Roll me a perception check.
Sure thing. Whoop. 18 or 19.
The pieces don't look the same when you sit back up.
Pridwen kinda squints at Liam.
He's not looking at you. He's like very looking away, just, minding his business.
Pridwen kinda nudges his sister and says, "I think you might have moved a piece."
Minerva looks at you, and then she looks at the board. You see that very contemplative look behind her eyes. Okay, so once she's done this, she looks at you and she smiles.
Pridwen smiles back.
Liam makes a move, and he takes a piece, and he grins to himself. Looks like my luck's finally turning around, he says, and then she, without missing a beat, puts him into check.
You've always got to keep your eyes on the entire board.
He rubs at his temples. Oh, I just want this to be over. He makes a move, kind of totally knowing he's lost, and she puts him into checkmate in the next one.
This is why I don't play chess with her anymore.
Yep, never doing that again, he says, clearing his PDA. As he does, you can see, there is, files, like, on his main screen, and you see one file called the Green Bloods, which that word might be familiar to you.
I've heard that name before. The Green Bloods. I don't exactly know what it means.
Instantly, Liam and Katya go rigid as you say it.
Did I say something?
He sighs, and he reaches down and he opens the file, and you see pictures. You see pictures of kids.
Oh.
They look like they've been roughly handled, some of them injured, and they appear to be screenshots from some kind of website. Lot 2 incoming is in one of them, except it keeps going. You see more pictures. You see a woman that you saw in a memory not too long ago, very gothic in attire, and another one at that. You see 2 other adults that look sort of familiar to you, and then you see a picture of Katya. Her nose is bleeding, her hair is all frazzled, her wrists are bound in front of her, and instantly you get that snapshot electrical vision of this guy slamming her face into a wall.
Pridwen, takes a shaky breath and says, I'm sorry for prying.
He looks at you and then he closes the file again.
There are a lot of monsters in this world.
He nods.
I'm just hoping one day there won't be.
You hear a soft laugh from the front of the plane. Iger's shaking his head.
Pridwen kind of peers down.
Bunch of dreamers you kids are, he mutters. You see,
Well,
he also looks extremely sad listening to you all's conversation.
well, if you're not doing the best you can you really say that you did anything at all?
You could look at it that way, I guess. Katya looks sad again. You see her pulling the sweater tighter around her.
Pridwen will give her a reassuring pat on the shoulder.
She kind of bristles a bit at the touch and then relaxes again.
I'm sorry for, again, for prying.
It's okay. You already know about it.
Yes, but I don't like opening up old wounds.
It's not that old.
Katya says, and you can see her still rubbing at her nose.
I'm sure there'll come a day where there will be peace.
I don't believe you, but it's a nice thought.
Well, we can at least try.
She gives you this almost jaded look. Coming from a 9-year-old, it makes you kind of sad. You hear a commotion kind of at the front, and the sliding door to the cockpit opens and closes, and the girl with the bright hair from before comes in. She looks at all of you, checking you over. Is everything alright?
Yes.
So sorry about the turbulence. We cannot get around it.
It's fine. We're doing just fine.
Excellent. Please let me know if you need anything. I would be happy to assist. She's looking at Katya, who's still laying on the floor in the middle of the walkway.
Perhaps a snack for her?
Katya sits up. But of course, I can find something for you. And she makes her way carefully around Katya and goes to the back. Katya, like a shark in the waters, is slowly moving after her.
Pridwen just smiles.
Where does she put it? Sadie mutters under her breath. I would know a little something about that. Apollyon adds, glancing in irritation toward where he can hear Abaddon chattering in his mind.
No clue.
Katya comes back a minute later with like 3 bags of pretzels and hops into the seat next to Liam.
Katya, how many bags did you have to begin with?
It's not important.
He just squints.
She waves at you, already like shuffling one of the bags in her mouth.
I want to see you and Minerva play.
Me and Minerva play chess.
Minerva's eyebrow lifts.
She is going to destroy me.
She nods.
Pridwen looks over at Minerva.
Minerva's just grinning at you.
Oh, fine.
Liam sighs and slides his PDA into the center of the table. You watch as he taps some things, and it comes up almost holographic on his PDA.
Wow.
Alright. At least I'll earn some satisfaction watching her kick your butt now.
Yes, this is going to be a slaughter.
And Minerva looks at you and just smiles coyly and gestures to the board.
Alright, Pridwen's going to make his first move.
So roll me a d20. I'm gonna see how you play. I can't play chess for shit, otherwise I would play you.
8.
Yeah, okay. So she's going into this, and you are, like, you can already tell she's smug. It's almost like she's figured out what moves you're planning on doing already.
He's just smiling, like shaking his head.
Katya's, watching with interest. She leans over to Liam and says, I don't understand this game at all. And Liam says, to be fair, I'm not good at it either.
And I'm assuming she's already kicking my ass.
You can't tell yet by the way she's playing, but you get the feeling that she's on top of things.
Another roll?
Yeah, sure.
Whoop. Holy shit, natural 20.
Oh my god. Okay, so as these other two are watching you guys play, you feel this. You're tired of this. You do not want your sister to just kick your ass like she always has, much less in front of Katya. And so you really start focusing, and you start trying to remember how she used to play, and you remember she always does the same couple of things, and she started this game castling. And so, knowing that, you start to surmise what she's gonna do, and so you set a trap for her. And a few moves later, you actually manage to succeed in taking both of her knights.
Remember, sister, overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
You see her eye twitch a little bit. Liam goes, oof.
He's grinning.
Glad I'm not sitting next to her, he said under his breath. Katya's just like elbow him, like, shh.
And another roll?
Yeah.
I shit you not.
Oh my god!
The stars are fucking aligning.
For a chess game! You're gonna wish you saved
God.
those nat 20s for later, homeboy!
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna be wishing I had those later.
On God. So, yeah, she is playing serious now, and so are you. And it's to the point now where, like, your moves are taking longer. Both of you are over analyzing this board, trying to predict each other's moves, and it comes down to the wire of both of you having very few pieces on the board, moving around and dodging things until finally you manage to catch her up.
He looks up at her and he says, "You're letting me win, aren't you?"
You see there's like a slight twitch of her eye again, and she just looks away out the window.
You're not. I beat you, he points. I actually beat you after decades.
You hear her mumble something under her breath.
she say?
Distracted.
That is not an excuse.
Yeah, she seems grumpy, and Liam says, "Alright, now that everybody's warmed up," he slides his PDA to the side and pulls something else out of his bag. It is a deck of cards.
A card game now.
Not just any card game, he says, and reaching into his bag again, he tosses a pack of poker chips onto the table. This is more my speed.
I see.
Minerva lifts a brow, turns back.
Well, I'm feeling quite lucky.
Okay, and Liam starts to deal. He deals out for all of you, and you get some cards. Roll me a d20. Let's see how the cards are favoring you.
Oh boy. 3!
Let's see. Okay, her. Ooh. Okay. So you do not have great cards. You've got like a 1 and a 7.
Pridwen has no poker face.
None?
None. His armor, I mean, without that helmet, he's used to his helmet helping him hide his emotions, so it's very obvious that he got a bad hand.
Oh no. Meanwhile, you notice that Minerva is you know, she is very good. She's very expressive, but she's keeping it together very well under wraps. And you notice that across the table from you, Katya also has a very straight face. Liam is kind of eyeing them slyly. What would you like to do, knowing that you have a bad hand and everybody knows you have a pretty bad hand?
He just kind of sighs and says, I think I burned all my luck beating Minerva, and he's going to check.
Okay, so the rest of them do except for Liam, who totally folds out. You hear Sadie go, "Oh, what a bitch move!" from the side. He says, "You want to join in?" and she says, "Nope." Roll me a perception check.
Oh boy. I shit you not.
Oh!
I am burning them. I am fucking burning them.
You are. You're gonna need
I don't
them
want
later.
to play these games anymore.
Oh my god.
I don't want to play these games anymore.
How
I'm
are you?
wasting them. I am wasting 3 natural 20s, and they've all been on fucking games.
Yup. Which is kind of hilarious to me.
Oh my god.
It's really fitting, honestly. Like, this is where they would be.
Oh. I mean, at least everyone's having fun for once.
Yeah, everybody seems really chill. Everything's nice. You for the perception check, you're noticing things about everybody playing with you. Katya she has a very good poker face, but she has this nervous kind of twitch in her hand. It's like a little tick that she does where she like shifts her wrist sideways a couple times. Almost like she's trying to get comfortable when she puts her cards down on the table, and every time that she has done this, she has not had a good hand. Meanwhile, Liam, there's just this flicker of his eyes. The way that he kind of looks to his left when he's about to try and bluff. Minerva, you haven't quite figured out yet.
Yeah, he's never been able to figure her out.
And in fact, you're starting to wonder if maybe she just doesn't she doesn't have any tells. Like, she's just not reacting at all. You're trying to figure out why that is, like how she could have such a good hand. But knowing these things about the others, you are starting to win more and more. Katya finally slams her cards down on the table and goes,
Okay, I don't understand why he keeps winning. I think he's cheating.
I am not cheating.
I think he's cheating. Liam agrees. The two of them are leaned close to each other, squinting at you, conniving together. Minerva looks over at you and lifts a brow.
I am not cheating. You're all just very easy to read.
Cheating, Katya says.
Hey, you do that thing where you rotate your wrist when you have a bad hand.
What thing? She says, looking at you confused.
And you know what? I should probably not be telling you.
Liam looks over at her, looks down at her wrist, looks at her again, and Katya goes, I don't even know what you mean!
Everyone has a tell. Except for her, and he points accusatorially at Minerva.
Minerva lifts her hands in a, excuse me, type of manner.
I cannot read you, and it is frustrated me to no end.
She smiles coyly at you.
Ever since we were kids, honestly.
She shrugs.
How about we keep playing?
So he deals out another hand for you guys. Iger is still working in his notebook. Soma's still asleep. Sadie has turned around to watch you guys play, and Apollyon has actually come over and joined in.
Oh man. Another roll?
Yep.
I'm going to cry if this is another natural 20. It's a 17.
Let's see how this is going. You cannot figure out Apollyon's tells either, for the moment.
I'm assuming he's very specifically de-manifested it.
Yes, Abaddon is not in the picture. That was like the first thing he did when he went over there.
Not Abaddon not have as much as of a poker face as you?
No. And, let's see. Minerva actually wins this hand.
Fuck.
She smiles.
Damn. I need to find a game that I'm actually good at against you.
She smirks and shrugs at you. Oh, we can switch things up if you want, Liam says, shuffling the cards.
Sounds interesting.
Is there anything you are good at? He smiles.
Pridwen's kind of tapping his chin. He's trying to think if there was a game he played regularly when he was a bartender.
And was there?
I'm trying to think. What would he be good at? Hang on, I'm trying to think. Well. I am decent at blackjack.
Alright. He starts shuffling and Sadie says, Alright, I'm done with him, I want in. She says, shifting out from underneath of him. trying to remember, it's been a while since I've played blackjack. It's the one where you have to get as close to 21 as possible, right?
Yeah. So, I believe I could deal first.
He slides the cards to you. Okay, so there
And
are
Pridwen.
5 people playing. Katya says, I don't know how to play this game. Looking at you, confused.
Here, so I am the dealer. I will roll out some cards. So I will give each of you some cards, and you will try to get as close to a total of 21 as possible without going over. And whoever is the closest without going over wins.
Okay,
And if
that's
you-
not bad.
And if you get to 21 exactly, you get a blackjack, which means you win automatically.
Okay, there are 5 people playing. Counting you, that makes 6. I have dice. Let's see who wins first hand.
Oh boy. Alright, I'm gonna roll
Yep.
a natural 1. At least I got that out of the way.
Let's see. So, let's see. Minerva, Cat. Sadie wins the first hand.
Damn.
Sadie says, alright, this isn't that bad. Starting to like this.
Katya says, only because you won the first time.
I imagine Pridwen immediately drew like right over 21.
Yup, like just straight off. Like it was real bad. You were too focused on dealing to really care.
Well, it looks like my luck has completely turned around.
What say we make this more interesting?
Katya says, leaning forward with a grin.
Pridwen raises an eyebrow.
What say we play this weird poker game, but it's truth or dare at the same time?
Alright.
So the winner gets to ask somebody that they want truth or dare. And then whoever it is has to, answer.
Sounds fun to me. Pridwen, looks around the table.
The others seem to be nodding in agreement. Minerva is, thoughtful. Liam looks a little nervous. Apollyon is just smugging grinly. Sadie nods. Alright, let's do it.
Whew. Pridwen will deal again.
Well, let's see what happens this time.
Whoop. 13.
Minerva wins the hand. She looks around the table thoughtfully. She turns to you. She gestures with one hand and the other. Truth or dare?
I will go with truth.
She thinks for a moment. She thinks some more. And then she leans close to you and she murmurs. Do you really think I let you win that chess game?
Initially. But now I'm not so sure.
She straightens back up and eyes him speculatively. She doesn't say anything else. Right. Roll me a d20. Let's see what the next hand brings.
Oh boy, 4!
Sadie wins again. She smirks. Liam! Yeah. What were you guys doing up on the roof last night? Liam's face turns very red. Stargazing. You see Minerva's not making eye contact with you.
Pridwen's eyes slowly squint.
Right, Sadie says. Go ahead and give me a roll. Oh my god!
Oh, natural one!
Oh my god. Okay, so I just had 3 people roll 18s.
Holy fuck.
What does that mean?
I
How
think
do
it would
3
mean that
people win
all
at
of
once?
I mean, it does happen.
Okay, so
if they all got the same value.
oh my god. So, you see, like, your sister is excited, and Katya is excited, and also, Liam.
Oh.
All 3 of them.
What?
God. Dylan!
Yes.
God, he's
Took
alive.
you long enough.
Well, I didn't expect you guys to be up at 12 p.m. I'm not gonna wake that.
I'm always up before 12.
I'm
So,
always after 2.
all 3 of them look at you, Pridwen. All 3 of them have tied.
Oh no.
What does the tiebreaker mean?
So
You
they've
gonna
all
sudden
got...
death it?
Yeah, they're gonna... You're going to just have to, keep drawing.
Alright, let's see which of the 3 of them wins. Holy
Oh.
shit!
What's happening?
Okay, so Soma, you open your eyes. You're on a plane. You can feel the swaying of light turbulence every once in a while. And you hear a lot of noise coming from behind you.
He just looks and watches.
You are sore from sleeping on the floor for the last 20 hours, by the way. You sit up and you turn to look, and there's a table, and everybody is huddled around this table. You can see that Iger has even come over and he's leaning over it. Minerva and Pridwen and Kat are all sitting on one side. Liam and Sadie are sitting on another, and Apollyon's kind of sitting at the very end of it, and they all appear to be playing poker. You watch as 3 of them draw another card. Minerva, Liam, and Katya. And then Katya goes, "Ah, man," and she slams her card down. You see Minerva sigh and slide the card back down, and Liam is the one who has won, and he says, "Alright." He starts looking around the circle, speculatively. Sadie! She straightens up a little bit. So have you guys ever, she squints at him warningly. He raises his hands a bit. Have you guys ever talked about why, you don't talk about your family much? She stops, definitely not thinking that's where the question was going. She says, "Well, he hasn't ever asked." Liam says, "That's fair, I guess." And you guys begin shuffling cards again. Soma, would you like to join this Truth or Dare blackjack game? What did you say?
Yes.
Okay, so you on rising, you see several heads turn to you, and Katya goes, "He lives!"
Ah, Soma, I had to carry you here.
It's okay, I packed for you, Sadie says, patting your hand and letting you sit next to her. Deal me some dice. Roll me a d20. Let's see how you guys do.
19.
Okay, you and Apollyon have tied. Someone, what did you get?
Hold on. I was playing Clash of Clans.
Oh God.
God.
17.
Okay, yeah. So Apollyon and Pridwen have tied. So roll me another one.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and 16.
Nope. Apollyon has one. So Apollyon, the way this game works, as you've come to realize, is whoever wins the hand can ask any of the losers truth or dare. So who would you like to ask?
He walks up to Liam and says truth or dare.
Liam squints at you and he says, "You know what? Dare."
Okay. Let me actually think about that. I don't know what I would dare him to do. Sadie, any ideas?
Sadie is speculative. She kind of thinks for a moment. I think you should dare him to put on Minerva's helmet.
Actually, Apollyon turns over. He says, I got a better idea.
Okay.
And I dare you, Liam, to hug Minerva.
His eyes move toward your face and then move toward Minerva's. You see that she is not making eye contact with any of you. Liam says, okay.
Pridwen just eyebrow slowly raises.
He, so, like, and it's really awkward too, because they're both on the inside of the table, and so they both, like, he awkwardly gets up, and your sister also kind of does, like, you slide in to take her spot at the, inside, and she stands up, and they're both kind of standing next to each other, not making eye contact with each other, and he kind of awkwardly wraps his arm around her side and pulls her into his side. They're still making eye contact with each other, and he goes, "Happy?" Katya, who's sitting on the floor at this point, goes, "What do you call that?" Liam just kind of clears his throat and lets go of her. Apollyon, are you satisfied with this for a hug, or are you gonna make him actually hug her? If you didn't die.
Ah, shit, I can't believe Dylan's dead again.
Again, too. I'm gonna say that he's cool with that. Reroll for another round.
Oh boy. 4? His luck really has gone completely sour.
Let's see. Depending on what he rolled. When I find out what he rolled. Sadie definitely has the highest hand, and she's gonna look at you again, Pridwen.
Oh boy.
Truth or dare?
Truth?
She leans forward and she says, "So, like,
the girl we're supposed to be finding. You two were
Yeah.
like a thing, right?
He actually stops and genuinely thinks about it. Well, we were,
She eyes him.
and if I'm being completely honest, I'm hoping we still are.
She leans forward and she says, "You ever kiss her?"
Um, once.
You see, she leans forward with interest, and so does Liam. Meanwhile, Katya is and gasps and looks so surprised, and Minerva lifts her eyebrow and turns to look at you.
Pridwen's turned like a darker shade of blue.
Oh no. Sadie grins smugly. You deal out another hand.
Oh boy. 15, not bad.
Okay, you won.
Oh shit, okay. He points at Liam. Truth or dare?
Why is it always me?
Because
Wait,
you're the most fun to pick
what?
on.
Wait, what did I miss? I was gone for a sec.
You've missed 3 rounds of truth or dare blackjack. Liam, Pridwen just got asked if he's ever kissed Lunala before, and he turned a really dark shade of blue and answered. And now Pridwen's won the hand, and he just asked Liam truth or dare again. Liam sighs and says truth.
Pridwen squints.
You hear him mutter, "Oh no," under his breath.
What were you and my sister doing last night?
Oh, are you talking about the rooftop?
He turns red for a second, and then he smiles smugly at you, and he leans forward, and he says, "You really want to know?"
He says, you know what? I just might.
Alright. He kind of leans back and puts his hands behind his head. Told you we were stargazing, and she got cold, and I put my jacket over her, and a little while later we went inside. She went to sleep.
He breathes out a sigh of relief.
Aren't you a gentleman? You hear Iger say over your shoulder.
I am... Alright.
You hear
Oh, yeah.
Minerva let out a soft sigh next to you.
Apollyon is sitting there, and he passes by Liam and he says, "It was nothing too interesting."
He's gotta lay the groundwork first, eyeing you out of the corner of his eye.
Oh, trust me, I know all about that.
Really now, he says, and then Katya's lay another hand, I want to win for once. Roll me d20s, boys, let's see who wins this hand.
Oh boy. 18!
Okay. Soma.
12.
18 wins. Who you asking?
Oh boy. He's gonna point over at Apollyon. Truth or dare?
Truth.
Alright. What was the last thing you remember doing with Aurelia?
I'm going to try to remember, so I'm gonna roll for that. That was a 16 to remember. Deal.
So the last thing you remember about what specifically?
Aurelia.
Well, the last thing you remember about Aurelia is getting slapped with one of her tentacles as you said something that offended her very much.
Yeah. So yeah, he looks over at Pridwen and says, "Well, he wasn't very happy with me being there, and so he slapped the ever living shit out of me."
He like starts laughing.
Joined by many of the others nearby.
He was quite the stuff.
Let's go another hand. I'm enjoying this.
Actually, how about we try a different card game?
Liam looks over at you and lifts a brow.
Set it up.
Oh boy.
It's right here. Someone pulls out a deck of tarot cards.
Oh boy. Sadie says. Are we still playing Truth or Dare rules? Katya says. Minerva looks at you and goes, how do you lose or win at tarot?
You guessed wrong. I just need to shuffle. Shuffling tarot cards is such a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Ugh. There we go.
So how does this work? Katya says, sitting, leaning back kind of against, Soma's legs and watching.
Nobody knows who it is, but they keep sending gifts, like reacting to everyone, and no one who knows who it is.
What the hell?
I want to send a thing like, who are you?
So, that is weird. I'm going to lay out a horizontal spread of 5 tarot cards, or I guess 4, because that's all that'll fit on my desk currently. And I'm going to have each of you guess high or low each card. Or how many of us are here?
So there are that are currently playing with you. There is Katya, Sadie, Liam, Minerva, and Pridwen. And Apollyon. But the second you bring out the tarot card, Sadie is saying, "Oh, nope, I'm good. You guys watch him out."
Okay, so she one card.
So there are what, 5 people apart from you?
Yeah, 5 cards.
Okay.
And so I'm going to ask each person to pick a card and say high or low.
Okay.
I'm gonna start with you, Pridwen.
Well,
I'm gonna add an extra card for myself, actually.
I suppose. So you said pick a card and then whether high or low?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with the moon. And I am going to say high.
It was high, the Hierophant. So, you get to ask somebody, truth or dare.
Pridwen looks around.
So basically, the rules are: if you get high, if you guess right, you get to ask somebody else. But if you guess wrong, somebody has to ask you.
Ooh, okay. Sadie's leaning forward and she's like, maybe I do want in on this.
All right, 1 extra card.
Pridwen points over to Minerva and says, "Truth or dare?"
She narrows her eyes at you. Truth.
What did you think of Lunala?
She straightens a bit.
Well, I suppose after.
She seemed like a nice kid. You two were happy together, so I was okay with that. Until she looks at your jaw.
He kind of nods. I understand. Well, I suppose that's my question answered.
Who's going next, someone?
Who's right next to Pridwen?
Minerva is.
He points to Minerva. Your turn.
Low, she says.
You guessed right. Low, 3 of cups.
She thinks for a moment. She looks over at you, Soma. She says, "Truth or dare?"
Let's go with dare.
She smiles wryly. I want you to look into Sadie's eyes and tell her 3 things that you like about her.
Okay. He walks up and says, "Well, I love your hair. I mean, look at mine. Then I love your courage and, well, the fact that you're as stubborn as me."
Sadie is red as can be. Minerva smiles satisfied.
Soma turns around, smile on his face. You can't beat me at my own game. Who's next?
Liam is the next one in the order.
I
I'm gonna go with low. He sighs, rubbing at the bridge of his nose.
Now, who wants to ask him? Actually, I will. Truth or dare?
He squints at you, knowing it's you, and he says, "Truth."
How do you feel about me?
About you? He looks you up and down. Well, to be honest, I thought you were a grade A dick the first time we met, and the second, and third, and most of the times after that. But you do good work with this group of ragtag monstrosities that we have here, looking around the table. And you protect her. His eyes flicker to Katya. So that's all that matters to me.
Fair enough. And I see you two as a good friend of ours. Now, who's next?
The next person in the order is Sadie.
He looks to her and smiles. High or low?
Hi.
The Emperor.
She lifts a brow.
So who do you want to ask?
I think I'm going to ask Katya.
She looks over. Katya's sitting there, still inhaling another bag of pretzels. She looks up. She finishes off her bag of pretzels and she goes, "Dare! Dare, 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 dare!" Sadie says, "Not what I was expecting." She looks to you, Soma, and she goes, "Not not what I was expecting at all.
Don't ask me.
Hmm. I dare you. She beckons Katya over, and she leans down and starts whispering something into Katya's ear. You see Katya's face light up for a second, and then she nods a little bit. Alright, who's next? Sadie says.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, who is next?
The next person in the order is going to be Apollyon. Pridwen, roll me a
Hi.
d20 real quick. If Pridwen didn't die.
Oh
Pridwen.
shit. 16.
Interesting. Okay.
Apol-
Apollyon, yeah,
Paul-
what are you guessing?
Apollyon is gonna guess high.
And?
I was right. Death.
Great! That bodes well.
Thankfully, it's not a reading. Death.
How
So
fitting.
yeah. So Apollyon looks around the room, and he thinks to himself, what are the limits on who I can ask?
Anybody who's in the game, Sadie says, gesturing to those playing. Iger's like, I'm out! Pridwen, you feel something at your side for just a second with that 16.
He's gonna look down.
Your helmet's gone.
He glares at Sadie,
Sadie's not looking at you.
and he's gonna look back to Katya.
You look around and you see that standing on the seats, on the, like, behind you, Katya's standing there with her hands at her hips and she's got your helmet on. And she starts
Katya.
pointing around and she goes, use me to block! You're not doing things right! Da-da-da-da-da!
Hey!
Sadie is, like, rolling in the seat, cackling.
Apollyon puts his hands on the table and he asks, which one of you guys knows anything about history, aside from Pridwen?
I suppose I know a little bit, Liam says, pushing his glasses up. Minerva nods a bit as well.
Truth or dare?
They both look at you. Liam gestures to Minerva, Minerva gestures to him. Liam says, truth?
Right? So, how do I want to phrase this? How many witches did the Angel of the Abyss date?
Liam blinks.
I'm not even sure even I know that information.
Is that written down somewhere? Liam starts looking to Minerva. Minerva starts to think.
Apollyon says, like he says quietly, I was hoping it was.
I am gonna be honest with you. I do not know.
Damn it. He says as he like walks away.
Oh, jeez!
Could Pridwen roll to see if he ever read it somewhere?
Sure, you know what? Go ahead.
Oh shit, 19.
Okay, you vaguely remember something in your witch things about a guy who kept appearing frequently in the stories. It seemed that he seemed to be connected to a whole lot of different witches at one point or another.
You may not have asked me, but as far as I recall, I remember a name that kept being mentioned in pretty much every witch's, quite a few witches' stories.
See.
If that was you, I would wager a good chunk of the more famous witches, probably.
So I was written about. Alright, I'm good.
Let's see. The next person in the order, I think, is Katya.
Alright. High or low?
The helmet turns to look at you. Hello?
Can I
Hi.
please have my helmet back?
Nope.
It is High, the King of Cups.
Damn it.
Truth or dare, Katya?
Truth. Because I don't want him to take my helmet away.
Why did you take the helmet?
Because Sadie told me to. That was too easy.
Sadie!
Sadie's snickering to herself.
Well, I suppose it's my turn.
Yep.
Soma calls. Low. Ooh, I got it. Reverse Hangman.
Okay. So who are you
So. Let's see. He asks Minerva.
asking? She turns to look at you.
How do you feel about Leo?
Her face turns a darker shade of blue. I think Liam is looking at her curiously. I think he's good. She nods. I
That's
think
it?
he's better than a lot of people think he is.
And I think you're correct.
And maybe I like him a little. A little, she says, looking away.
How is Leo reacting to all this?
He's very red. He kind of like pulls his hood up a little tighter and kind of like sits back in his seat a little more.
Soma has a devious smile on his face as he looks at him.
He's not making eye contact with you. Iger, looking at the flight path, he says, I think you've got time for one more round before we land.
Alright.
Iger says, you know what? I want in on this last round. Katya darts over and sits back down in the circle.
Come to the game.
Can I please have my helmet back, Katya?
Fine. She takes it off and sets it next to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, she takes it off. Her hair's like all floofy. It frizzes out everywhere.
He kind of like chuckles.
Okay, so the way that the seating is ordered now, it is going to be who's going to be Pridwen first again.
Oh boy. Oh wait, I don't need to roll. Shit, hold on. I am going to go high again.
Low.
Damn. Alright, I'm gonna go with the truth to whoever wants to ask.
Katya looks up at you, Soma, and she looks at him, and she's waiting for something as devious as what you just asked Minerva.
Okay, Pridwen. How do you feel about Liam and Minerva?
His face kind of scrunches up, and he says, I am trying my best to be supportive.
Apollyon is laughing really hard.
As a brother, I cannot help but worry.
Liam squints at you. Minerva also squints at you.
But What?
To be fair,
I
Liam, you did
think-
swindle her last night.
Swindle? I did not swindle anybody.
I think that they're good together.
Minerva looks surprised. Liam also looks surprised by hearing this.
He points at Liam and says, "Because you need to learn how to be less of an asshole, and you need to come out of your shell more."
They both are glaring at you again. Minerva looks
We
over
saw
at
you.
Liam and she does the like fist to palm thing, and Liam just nods and says later.
You asked me to tell you the truth.
Alright, who's next?
The next person is going to be Minerva. She's to his left. Actually, wait, no, it's gonna be Iger. Iger is leaning over the back of the seat.
Alright, Iger, high or low?
Let's go with high.
You aren't going to believe this, Iger, but it's low.
Ugh. Let's go with truth before anybody gets any ideas.
Alright, who wants to ask truth? If somebody has something to say to this guy. I mean, I probably do, but you know what?
I've got one, Katya says, but this time she doesn't look devious at all. If you could trade us, would you? Iger goes rigid. He stops and he looks at her for a very long moment. He seems to be struggling to come up with an answer this time.
That is an interesting question.
Would you hate me if I said yes?
Not really. Honestly, I wouldn't blame you.
Katya nods a little bit and settles back in next to Pridwen. She has a very hard look on her face, but she doesn't say anything else. Can't wait for Pridwen to find out what that means.
Yep.
Since he's running around doing stuff, do you want to ask?
Might I ask what precisely that means?
You remember the mission. You were just looking at the photos, Liam says, interjecting.
Yes.
Well, there were a couple professors who came with to help. Iger's dad was one of them. Iger's pointedly not looking at the rest of the group. He didn't make it out. Katya's looking at the ground.
I see. Well, I hate to say it, but I can't blame you.
Iger lets out a long, slow breath. He traded spots with Katya, so to speak.
I see.
Bought time so they could get out before the place went up. Katya just kind of shuffles and curls her knees closer to her chest.
Pridwen gives a reassuring pat to Katya.
She shrugs out of the pat just a bit. You can see that familiar look in her eyes
notice that guilt-ridden stare. But she
Katya.
tries to push it down.
Pridwen,
Oh,
like,
I'm back.
Jesus.
Pridwen leans down. Holy fuck.
I left my girlfriend at the door.
It's all good.
Pridwen
All right.
leans down and says, "Don't blame yourself."
It's whatever, she says. It is now, let's see, Iger went, it is Minerva's turn.
High or low?
Low.
Lows in a row. Okay. Let's see. This is unfortunate. It was high. I shit you not. Like the first two people guessed high and got low, and then on the next card afterwards is high.
Fuck.
Minerva sighs and says, dare.
I dare you to give Liam a peck on the cheek.
She goes rigid for a moment, and then she lets out a slow sigh and curls her finger towards herself to Liam. Liam, who is already got his hood pulled up tighter, nervously leans forward, and she, as quick as she can, leans forward and kisses him on the cheek, and then recoils back into her seat.
Pridwen's like snickering.
She elbows you
Soma.
under the table.
Yeah, Soma looks at Liam and he says, "You deserve that."
He huffs a little, pulls the strings of his hoodie tighter.
He he cuts himself off. He says, "No, you earned that."
He doesn't seem to know what you mean, but it is his turn too, so.
Now, Liam, high or low?
Hi.
The cards are not in your favor today.
For the love of God.
I need to take a picture of this because it's just too fucking funny.
Holy shit.
Uh,
He at this point he doesn't know what to pick. He finally says truth.
who wants to ask him truth? Well, I guess I have to have all the fun.
I was expecting Pridwen to hop in at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pridwen actually holds up a finger and he says, "What do you think of me?"
Liam kind of sits up a little bit. Well, I think you are interesting. I think you keep stuff close to your chest, and you've had to deal with a lot of stuff. And you're handling the other things that are getting piled on fairly well. Again, you protect her, so that's all that really matters to me. Also, you're kind of Minerva's brother, so, you know.
Pridwen smiles and says, "I was not expecting you to be so kind."
He glances at Minerva nervously and looks back at you. Yeah, right.
I take it is Sadie's turn now.
It is Sadie's turn.
High or low, my dear?
Low.
You guessed correctly.
Okay. She leans forward. Truth or dare, Soma?
Hmm. Truth.
She smiles a bit. Tell me. In this ideal world of yours where everything works out, tell me if you want to have a mini you running around.
He thinks about it for a moment. And he says, well, I can't exactly take care of things forever, so I won't exactly be opposed to it.
You see this sort of glimmer in her eye for just a moment, and then she leans back. Alright.
That was a weird question. Katya, you're next.
Actually, Apollyon's next in the order.
He points to Katya.
Oh. Okay. Hi.
You guessed correctly.
Huh. Weird, I won for once. She looks around. Ah. Hmm. 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 Truth or dare, Uncle Somi?
Oh, there.
Ooh, dare, huh?
Mm-hmm.
She thinks for a moment, and she leans up and she whispers into Pridwen's ear, "What do I dare him to do?"
I have an idea.
Okay.
Pridwen's going to take out a cup, and he's going to fill it with salt water,
Oh no.
and he's going to say, tell him to take a sip of this.
Why?
It's salt water.
She squints at you like she doesn't get it.
It doesn't taste good.
Hmm.
It'll be funny.
She puts the cup on the table and slides it over to you. Drink this.
Huh. Okay. He takes it and he begins to down it.
I think that might be a bad idea.
Yeah, it's straight salt water. It's like drinking the
Yeah.
ocean.
I've drank salt water before. It's not great.
It's awful.
Yeah, but yeah, I've had to do it. There are certain like throat problems where you have to.
Yup, I've done the same.
Yeah, and
Ow.
he will end up downing this whole thing, even if even if he suffers.
Fucking
Holy
chaotic
shit.
as shit. At
It's
this
like that.
point, like the others are leaning forward, and Liam goes, "What was in that?"
That was salt water, the same consistency that's in the ocean.
Ugh.
That is a lot of salt.
Scene.
Oh my god. Sadie's blinking, and she goes, Are you alright?"
He's like a little bit like red, and he just creates a few ice cubes in his hand and puts them in his mouth.
You... I wasn't expecting you to down it.
I will take any dare.
I'll remember that, Katya says.
You better. Now, Apollyon, it's your turn. And Apollyon says low. And flip it. You guessed correctly. And so Apollyon looks around the room, and he looks down at Katya and he says, truth or dare?
Truth.
Hmm,
Can't be that bad.
alright. How do you feel about me being an ancient demon?
Well, I don't like it, if that's what you want to know. But you
But
seem okay.
fair enough.
I mean, Uncle Somi's a demon too, so I can't really say anything. She points at his horn.
I do predate him by many, many, many years.
Yeah, it just makes you creepy and old. It's fine.
He's like squints at her. Fair enough.
Abaddon yelling in the background.
Does anyone take notice of the fact that he said he's like an ancient demon?
Yeah, Pridwen just kinda... I mean, Pridwen already knew.
Pridwen already knew. Minerva is staring at Apollyon again in the same cat-like manner she kind of was before. Just very unsurely. about you. Liam just kind of
Yeah.
is uneasy with that comment, but is trying to deal with it. Iker is dead ass about to lose it. Sadie doesn't seem surprised at all.
Yeah. He looks around. He says, "What?"
What? I don't see the problem here.
Is there something wrong? Is there something on my face?
No, I think that's just your face, Katu says.
Well, that's rude.
It's about this time that you feel the plane beginning to descend. Ah, right on time, Iger says to himself.
Pridwen takes a deep breath and says, "Well, at least I feel a little bit better."
Apollyon points over to Pridwen and he says, "My sense of direction is pretty bad. So you worked at the Isle of Draconis. Do you know how close it is to here?"
Um, would Pridwen hang on? So, how close is the Iota Draconis to Pridwen's hometown?
Not very. The Draconis is in the States.
Oh,
You're
I
in
see.
Italy.
It's back in the United States.
It is? Man.
Yes. I'm I'm surprised that you'd get the US and Europe confused.
All planned flights are the same. My sense of direction is awful. I mean, why do you think I dated so many people? I just happened across them.
I see.
Well, shall we
Well,
get going soon?
yes, I think we should get going.
I was just making
Alright.
sure you guys didn't want to talk about anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I remember where the Rhizostoma Castle is from here.
Let's get going, I guess.
So, you guys, the plane lands and you guys start to get settled in. You get all your things, you're off the plane, and Pridwen, you're back in your hometown.
Beautiful this
second.
time of year.
I don't like that. Hold on, what the fuck?
Oh,
Huh.
My wife just texted me and said, I'm gonna let myself in.
What?
Yeah, that's what I said.
that's cryptic.
Yeah, I
That's
know.
very cryptic.
What is happening? Oh my god, is she actually in my house? Is somebody in my house?
That's not scary at all.
Not scary at all.
What's going on?
Good question.
Mhm. I don't know, I think it better be alright.
Yeah.
I'm gonna text her. Man.
She alright?
I don't know. I texted her. Hasn't responded.
So here's a fun fact: there was somebody in my house.
Oh?
Oh, huh.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Holy shit.
Scared the shit. Why is she calling me again? Hello? I don't know. I'm sorry. Maybe just text me next time and tell me that you're at my house instead of telling me you're in my house. No, I'm not crying. Leave me alone. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Go home safe. I love you.
Oh man.
Okay, I'm sorry. That was an event that happened.
Uh-huh.
I
God,
got.
as long as you're okay.
She was texting me and I wasn't really paying attention because I was hyper fixating, as you know. And then apparently she called me and I tabbed it real fast, not thinking about it. And then I looked down and there was just a text on my phone that said, "I'm let myself in." And I was like, wait a minute. And I lifted my headphone up and I could hear somebody in my house. And my dogs are outside, so they're losing their goddamn shit. And I was literally like having a panic attack because I didn't realize it was her. And I was like, my gun is on the other side of the house from where I currently am. So I was like, I'm gonna have to deal with this without Barry. Like, and then I got up there and she, I called her and I could hear the phone ring and I was like, fuck, it is Kill, okay. Like, so she brought me food. That's what all that was. She brought me dinner because she knew I'm hyper fixating and she knew I wasn't gonna eat.
God.
God, I love her. Okay, where were we after, the panic attack that just occurred?
We're going towards Pridwen's house.
Right.
Yep.
Can't believe she
Pridwen's
built
house, which
a house.
is a castle by the sea.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So, you guys start to approach. Katya's eyes are huge. You live in that thing?
Yes, it was built where?
It was
Huh?
built what?
Oh shit!
He
I
disappeared.
My iPad turned itself off. He said yes. It was built way back. My ancestor laid the foundations.
Katya and Liam stop and they're staring up at it with huge eyes, and she leans over to Liam and she goes, I bet that's haunted. He goes, yep, 100% haunted. Absolutely
I-
haunted. Sadie next to them goes, I concur.
Pridwen
Apollyon
walks.
walks up and he says, "Oh, it is haunted."
Pridwen manifests his shield and says, "Well, most of the ghosts went in here."
All three of them turn and squint at you, and then look back at the castle, and they all three start going, yeah, it's haunted. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if I want to sleep by myself tonight. Yeah, that's fair.
Like I said, it's haunted. Apollyon says as he walks up.
So as you guys are approaching, Pridwen, you notice Minerva's lagging to the back of the group.
Pridwen's going to lag behind with her.
She's...
You know, since Apollyon dated his grandmother, have I ever seen this castle before?
Yeah. You have seen it, but only in passing, because it was before she was at the castle that you would have dated her. But yeah, you know about this place. I mean, it's the Rhizostoma place. You dated a bunch of people who were sworn enemies of the Rhizostomas. So
Also a rhizostoma, yeah. Yeah, as he walks up, he's like, "I haven't been here in a while."
You were here?
In passing.
I just hope you didn't kill any of my family members.
No, I dated them.
oh lord.
I don't think I have any demon blood.
No, I didn't have any kids. I wouldn't do that. No, that's not my thing.
That's not my thing.
He looks and he says, I didn't think that any of my family members would date a demon.
They're freaky.
To be fair, you didn't think that any of your family members were witches either. Katya says, elbowing your shin.
Yes.
Like I told you, witches are freaky.
I'm not going to dignify that with a response.
But I'm right.
I don't want you to be right.
You mean witches are freaky like scary, or witches are freaky like... Liam looks at you and lifts a brow.
Both.
Apollyon looks at them and he gives them a smirk. Raises an eyebrow and gives a smirk.
Liam looks over and he puts his hand on your shoulder, Pridwen, and he says, good luck. And then he starts walking again.
Apollyon puts his hand on Liam's shoulder and he says, good luck.
Oh no!
He says, I don't like that, but okay. So yeah, you guys are approaching, and before you even get there, the doors fling open.
I didn't do that before.
You see a familiar face. Two familiar faces come darting out.
Pridwen immediately opens his arms for a hug.
Lorenzo and Sophia tackle you.
It has been a long time.
You never come to visit us anymore. Yeah, what's up with that, man?
I've been very busy.
They see Minerva, who's still nervously lagging to the back, her eyes on the ground, and as they look up at her, she quickly puts her helmet back on. You brought Minnie too? Minerva glares at them.
Yes, we came here to visit.
That's good. You're gonna have to tell me about all your friends. Pulling you into the house before you get a chance to do anything.
Of course, I'll tell you all about them.
Yeah, so they're like dragging you into the house. The others are kind of following behind curiously. Again, Minerva's dragging to the back of the group. She's the last one to enter.
Wow,
Here,
these guys really just easily let two demons. I mean, don't worry about it.
They stop and
Pridwen-
they squint
Pridwen
at you.
Yeah, Pridwen shoots him a death glare, like, don't fucking say anything.
I didn't say anything. I was making a joke.
So they start chattering at you almost instantly. So are you gonna introduce us to everybody? Yeah, who are these people? Weird lot you've got. At least you're making friends now. Yeah, he was never good at doing that before.
Yes, these are my friends from the academy.
This here is my best friend, actually. We met at a bar that he used to work at.
You're from the bar? Wow. So I heard he could actually make drinks, but I never believed it. Is it true? They're both in your face now.
They're excellent drinks.
What? While they're distracted with Apollyon, Pridwen's going to kind of like scoot over to Minerva.
She's not doing so hot.
I am just as nervous as you are.
At least let them be happy for a minute. We can
Yes.
do everything after dinner.
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
We're gonna have to tell them.
Let's just hope that they don't take it harder than we did. And let's hope that Father is... Well,
She looks away.
we'll see.
Liam kinda notices that she's not okay and kinda lags back to stand next to her, shoving his hands in his pockets. He doesn't really know what to do, but he's there.
We'll be fine.
Katya, she's kinda looking at you, and she's looking at the castle, and she's looking at you, and she's like,
This place is really creepy. I mean, I'm sure it was cool, like, growing up here and all, but it's, like, really creepy.
It is not creepy.
It's been pretty creepy for a long time. I saw it from the outside mostly, but...
He gets it.
It is not creepy.
to be fair, it is kind of creepy. Sophia says from beside you now. Suddenly the twins are right next to you again. Lorenzo says,
Oh,
yeah,
definitely.
it's gotten a little spooky now that you and Minnie left. Minnie glaring at them both.
See? Even your family agrees.
Well, once you see the gardens, I think that'll change your mind.
Still haunted.
Freaking Katya looks nervous at just the mention of the gardens, remembering everything that happened the previous night.
Well, where is Father right now?
Oh, he's on a business call. Yeah, he's taking care of some stuff. But he said he'd be down as soon as he could. Yeah, he wanted to come be here and meet you at the strip in person, but duty calls.
I see. Well then, I suppose we should show my friends around.
Yeah, we had rooms made up. We didn't know exactly how many people you were gonna bring, so we just kind of fixed the whole wing up.
Wow, thank you.
Well, to be fair, I didn't think you could make this many friends in such a short time. Yeah, I guess you lost that bet, huh? I was always rooting for you, big bro.
Thank you.
Sophia rolls her eyes. She slides a 5 into Lorenzo's pocket.
I can't believe they took bets on me.
Minerva is also sliding a 5 into Lorenzo's pocket.
You too?
Soma walks up and slides a 5 into his pocket too.
Okay, I am not accepting this slander any further.
Come on, it's this way. And Sophia grabs like your hand and Katya's and is pulling you guys down the hallway, and you are led to one of the guest wings.
Pridwen's just kind of taking the whole place in again.
It's lacking just a hint of the warmth from when your mother was there. Definitely your mom's touch is not present, but it's nice. It is home for you, as always.
I did miss this place.
You guys stop in the middle of the hallway, and Sophia and Lorenzo gesture around you. Well, there's 3 rooms on each side. I don't know who wants what.
Well, seeing as you're all our guests here, I think we should let you pick.
Toma is already walking into one of the rooms at the end of the hall.
Sadie's following him curiously, trying to see, looking at all of, like, the artistry and everything around.
Yeah. Apollyon just stands there and he says, I prefer to sleep outside.
The twins are looking at you and squinting. Katya kind of slides in front of Apollyon and goes, oh no, it's okay. He's our guard dog. Now they're squinting even more. And Katya says,
but he keeps
What now?
watch to make sure that nobody breaks in the middle of the night.
Lorenzo and Sophia snap their head back to you, Pridwen. You guys deal with break-ins a lot?
Is that something that's normal in America?
You hear
Very.
Liam and Minerva in the
be
background go,
surprised.
yes.
No, an abnormal amount of break-ins. Like, I've been there for like 2 weeks, and there's already been like 20 of them.
Yes, they are pretty common.
Lorenzo kind of huffs a bit and he says, well, I can assure you, at our estate, things will be different for you.
Yes, I don't think that anything ever got through the front gate while we lived here.
I still prefer the outdoors. Is there a roof I can sleep on?
A room.
There's a staircase up to a balcony.
Enough. Maybe
So,
for walking.
oh god, so you go that way. Iger has gone into a room and he says, just tell me when y'all need me. And he goes and drops on the bed, rubbing at his temples. Let's see, Sadie went with you. You notice out of the corner of your eye, Pridwen, Minerva and Liam are standing there talking, and then Minerva nods a little, and she grabs his wrist gently and starts walking down the hallway away from where you guys are.
Pridwen just kind of like, his eyes follow them for a bit, and he's just kind of.
As you're doing this, suddenly you kind of, like, it comically pans over and Lorenzo is right next to you, his eyes following yours, and he goes, what's
Oh.
up with that?
Don't worry about it.
Sophia is now next to Lorenzo. Yeah, what's up with her?
And didn't she
That-
have her helmet off when we came up?
Yeah, weird. Something's going on. And the two of them slowly, like, slide down to the bottom of the frame and disappear.
Oh boy.
Apollyon is like right there next to Pridwen at this point. He was walking away, but he
What?
heard the guest and he was interested. And he says,
Why do people keep appearing next to me?
it's kind of my thing.
Oh. This
I
isn't
mean,
doing
be
any
glad I-
good for my anxiety.
Katya is also now next to you.
Ah!
To be fair, I'm responsible for about half of the break-ins at the school.
Katya says,
I just wanted to be included.
and taps her fingers together.
Pridwen, like, lets out an exasperated sigh and says, can you all please stop sneaking up on me?
Be glad I wasn't in your window this time.
I suppose that's a plus.
So,
Um,
and Sophia have mentioned to you that you guys have a couple hours to like relax and get over your jet lag and stuff, and then dinner's going to be at 6.
All right. So, Katya, which room do you want?
She kind of looks down at her feet and says, I don't really want to be by myself.
Well, you could stay in my room, or you could stay with Soma.
She squints it in Soma and Sadie's direction where they've already disappeared, and she shakes her head no.
Never mind, yeah. Well, I could show you my old room.
I can see where you stayed when you were my age.
Yes.
Yeah, let me see it.
She gets very excited.
Pridwen, I will leave the rest of you to, explore. Please try not to cause too much mischief.
Yeah, so
Pridwen's going to lead Katya to his old bedroom.
So you start walking towards your room, and you enter into the wing that all the kids' rooms are in, the 4 of you, and you see Lorenzo and Sophia peeking around a corner.
Oh boy. Lorenzo, Sophia.
They're ignoring you. You see Sophia has like a notebook, and she's scribbling things, and she looks up and she murmurs something to Lorenzo. Lorenzo murmurs something to her. She nods. They start writing again.
Well, at least they haven't changed a bit.
You go around, you walk past them, and kind of you and Minerva's room is at the end of the hall, and then those 2 rooms are down the sides. You get to... Sorry, I had to check that. You pass by Minerva's room and you hear talking from inside. You can definitely tell that Lorenzo and Sophia have been watching this the whole time.
Oh boy. I can't believe she's already showing him her room.
Yeah.
Do
Do you want to listen in, or do you keep walking?
He's gonna kind of lean over to listen for just a moment.
You have a lot of knives, Liam says. He's standing in front of a wall, his hands in his pockets, and he's tilting his head. Minerva has like a whole display of ancient knives from different cultures.
Ah! Oh my god, she's showing him the knife collection.
You kind of peer in, and she's taken her helmet off again, and she's sitting on the edge of her bed watching him. He looks around, and he's seeing all of this stuff that's it's very sharp, like all of the decor. There's nothing really girly in her room, except there's this stuffed bear on her bed, and his eyes instantly dart towards it, and he walks over a little and he peers down at it, not touching it, but just with his hands in his pockets, kind of bends over and squints at it. Dare I ask? Her face goes a little bit darker blue, and she kind of looks away. Didn't take you for the stuffed animal type. He looks back at her, and then he clears his throat and he says, "It's cute." She looks up when he says this, and her eyes get a little bigger. You look to your left, and Lorenzo and Sophia are right next to you now, peering in, taking notes.
Pridwen's just shaking his head.
Apollyon would probably just be like, yes, he's doing that correctly too.
Apollyon is also behind the twins, taking notes.
Why are so many people spying on them?
Oh my god. Katya has already gone into your room, so tell me what Katya sees.
So, oh boy, I've got to think about what Pridwen's room looks like.
Mm-hmm.
So, there is a lot of jellyfish decor.
Mm-hmm.
like lamps hanging from the ceiling that are like paper lamps essentially that are made to look like jellyfish.
Mhm.
And notably there's a sort of small shrine to his mother in the corner.
Aw.
And there's a like large collection. There is a lot of books in there, like tons of shelves, like basically an entire wall that's just bookshelves.
She stands there and looks up of it with her head tilted back all the way to the ceiling, and then she looks at you and she looks at it and she goes, "Nerd."
Yeah. I do like to read. And Pridwen's kind of walking through it. And this is the first time in like a long time, so it's kind of surreal to him.
As you're looking, you're experiencing this. Katya is over in the corner by the sort of shrine where your mom is, and she taps at something. You hear a light jingling sound.
He looks over.
She has tapped at what looks like a collar sitting in your shrine. The tag is what made the jingling.
Pridwen steps over. What did you just... He picks up the collar.
It is Scudo's collar.
Scudo. What? I still don't know what happened to him.
She looks up at you.
What the heck is a Scudo?
He was a very good dog.
Aw.
Big, fluffy, very big. And very protective. And Pridwen kind of looks down at the collar and back up to the shrine, and he says, I don't think he's around anymore.
You're peering at this collar and you're remembering, just having flashbacks to different moments you've had with Scudo. When you hear a barking, and it's part of your dream at first, and then it's not. Katya's looking at you in confusion.
Do you hear that?
Yeah?
Pridwen's gonna look around to where the barking's coming from.
It's coming from outside of your room somewhere.
He's going to, like, open the windows and leer out.
So from the hallway you came from, I mean.
Oh. He's gonna turn around and head to the hallway then.
So you go out into the hallway, and Lorenzo and Sophia stop what they're doing and turn around and look, and they go, "Oh no, he's back." Sophia says, "Brace yourselves!" And coming around the corner is this massive Newfoundland. It barrels around, clumsy, still looks like it's a puppy, but it's not used to how big its body has gotten yet. Big old floofy brown fur, and this thing comes barreling towards them and takes Lorenzo out, just straight into Minerva's room.
Oh.
Alright, get off! He's like dying on the floor. This massive dog sitting on top of him. Minerva tilts her head curiously, and Liam points and goes, "That is a big dog."
Pridwen's going to, like, run over. He's gonna, like, try and get the dog's attention.
It turns its attention to you, almost interested. It starts sniffing at you curiously. And seeing that Lorenzo and Sophia are okay with you, its tail begins to thump loudly against the floor.
Did you get a new dog?
Oh, I told you it got kind of lonely here without you, Sophia says, rubbing at the back of her neck.
He's, Pridwen's petting this dog. What's his name?
Well, we were kind of calling it Wen, like, as in part of your name, because we missed you and everything. Except Dad doesn't like that because it's confusing in sentences.
I see. He
So
like
we've been calling him Winnie.
he he like pats Winnie on the head and says, "It is a pleasure to meet you."
He starts licking your face. Katya comes around the corner curiously and she goes, "Oh my god, it's huge!" The Newfoundland looks at her, hearing her high-pitched voice, and just straight into her. Barrels her over.
Oh boy. Pridwen's like, Winnie, come here.
He like is licking Katya all over the place and she's laughing and trying to defend herself, and he lifts his head, looks around curiously, and comes, tottering back into Minerva's room.
Wow. He's adorable.
He's sitting there, and he's massive dog. This thing's like 90 pounds already, and it's just a pup. And big old floofy brown fur, and it's looking around like with the dumbest expression on its face with its tongue lolled out.
Well, Pridwen looks down at the collar that's still in his hand. We're in Minerva's room, right?
Correct.
Minerva.
She looks at you.
He holds up the collar.
She looks at the collar. You see her head tilt a bit.
Do you remember whatever happened to Scudo?
You see Lorenzo and Sophia both go, ugh, and kind of cringe.
Do you two remember?
They kind of, like, Sophia starts kicking at the ground with her foot a little bit, and Lorenzo is looking out the window.
There's a lot that I've forgotten. Please, just... What happened to him?
Sophia sighs a little bit.
You took him out, Prid.
What?
He got really sick, Lorenzo says.
And he kind of went a little crazy and bit you, and Dad made you...
I can't believe you don't remember.
Pridwen looks at his hands.
Devastated. You didn't come out of your room for like 4 days, man.
I put him down?
Both of them nod.
Why don't I remember that? He, kind of clears his throat and says, I guess it was just, a difficult thing to hold on to.
They nod. They're looking at Minerva speculatively, though, and then back at you worriedly. Are you forgetting a lot of things?
I was. I remembered a lot of them.
You got a little weird after you inherited.
Pridwen looks down at his gauntlet and says, yes, the shield. Apparently the family had some objections to some of the things that I remembered.
Well, that's weird.
It is.
Like what? Sophia says.
Oh.
Minerva shakes her head no at you.
I'll tell you all at dinner.
They both are squinting at you uneasily. And then they realize that Liam has sat down next to Minerva on the bed, hands kind of still in his pockets, and their attention is turned back to him, and the squinting starts again, and then they whisper something to each other. She pulls the notebook out, and they disappear out of the room. Minerva looks at them, and then looks at you and points out the door in question.
They've been following you.
She looks at the door again, and then sighs and rubs at her face mask.
Here. Katya, do you want to see the gardens? You've only ever seen them at night.
Katya, who has been doing nothing but petting the massive dog, looks up at you and nods.
Excellent. Follow me. It's not too far. There's a staircase down, not too far away.
So, like, before she can even move, the dog stands up, and she's holding on to it, so it just picks her up.
Oh. You know what? Winnie, come on.
He goes trotting after you, his tail wagging.
Pridwen's going to lead Winnie, who is, I'm assuming Katya's probably riding like a horse right now.
Clinging onto it from the side in confusion, but she also thinks it's hilarious, so she hasn't stopped at this point.
And he's just gonna lead them down to the garden.
I want to see Polyon is currently.
Yeah. So you guys get out there. She finally lets go and like thuds to the ground and skids a little bit as Winnie goes like sprinting off. And you two are standing there, and you see Apollyon standing in front of the wall of names.
Apollyon.
Oh, hello.
You enjoying the garden?
Yeah, it's quite nice.
Katya
Yes.
seems nervous.
Pridwen looks down at Katya.
Her eyes are locked onto. It's an archway here at the castle that leads further in. But in your inner room, it's a set of locked double doors.
I don't know exactly where that leads.
She squints. Don't say we're gonna go find out. Don't say we're gonna go find out.
Well, I would like to find out.
I hate it here, she says under her breath.
If you want, we could spend a couple minutes in the gardens first.
Yep, she says, walking over to Apollyon and sitting on the bench by him.
And Pridwen will sit down on the bench too and just kind of look over the names.
It's all the same. Nothing has really been added. Last one on there was Aegis.
It's just like how I remembered it.
Out of curiosity, Soma, you and Sadie are by yourselves. What are you two up to?
Someone's just laying down.
Sadie's looking around the room at all the artistry. And then she walks over the window and her face lights up just a little bit.
What is it?
It's the ocean.
He gets up and looks at it.
You can see the ocean from the castle. And it's at that point in the day when the sun is beginning to set. She kind of unlatches the window and opens it, and there's this burst of fresh, salty sea air that hits both of you. You said you'd show me someday.
Yes, I did.
She smiles a little, glances down.
You know I always keep my promises.
Yeah, I do. Back in the garden, Apollyon, you're looking at the wall, and probably the giant dog at some point, who is wandering around the gardens. Finally, Katya looks up at you, Pridwen, and then looks reluctantly at the archway.
Alright, I suppose we should get going.
She sighs and gets up and starts following you.
Don't worry.
I know, I can block with you.
She mutters under her breath.
That wasn't what I was about to say. What I was about to say is that my family's not going to be down there.
Oh, so the demon shark god isn't here? You don't keep that as a pet too?
She looks up at you with a hard look.
I wouldn't keep my family members as a pet. Also, I know for certain that wasn't a memory. That was the shield.
Great, she says.
So we'll be fine.
So you guys approach the archway and you walk into it. And you enter a room that sort of looks like a shrine, or maybe like a small church room would look like. And near the front you see a lot of your mother's things. You can see her armor is on a display. You see her original weapon form, which is a what was your mom's original weapon form?
Hers was a mace.
Yeah. So that is also on display as well. Or at least a model of it. You're not sure because it's behind glass. You can't really tell.
Yeah.
There are also some like pictures of her and pictures of your family in there as well. A lot of her favorite things, like some of her books and stuff. And then there is a fresh bouquet of flowers near the front.
Pridwen starts to tear up.
Katya looks around and says,
This is a lot better than the dungeon.
It is.
though at times it feels like one. You hear a voice say from behind you.
Pridwen will turn around.
It's your dad. He's standing there, his hands in his pockets, and his eyes have moved past you for a moment onto Aegis' picture.
Father,
Pridwen.
it has been... It's good to see you too.
He smiles a bit awkwardly, as if he's not sure whether to hug you or to shake your hand.
Pridwen he'll go in for a handshake.
He, seeming relieved, shakes your hand.
Father, this, Pridwen gestures down to Kat and says, "This is one of my friends."
She's staring up at him with big eyes.
You're really tall.
He kind of clears his throat and looks down at her. He crouches down and tilts his head a bit and looks her up and down. You, make a lot of friends over there? He says, looking back up at you. There's something in his eyes.
Yes, over at the academy, I made quite a few. I brought most of them here. We've shown them all to their rooms, the rest are exploring.
Ah, well. Feel free. This is your home after all. His eyes have flickered back to Katya and he's looking at her speculatively. I wasn't aware the academy was taking such young applicants. Katya seems to be growing not uncomfortable, but she doesn't trust something in the way he's looking at her.
Yes,
Well, I'm a special case, she says, kind of shoving her hands in her own pockets.
a lot has happened.
I would be most eager to hear about it.
Yes, I think that I can tell you all about it at dinner. Oh, and Father,
Yes, Pridwen?
you remember your book?
Yes, I
Um,
do. He reaches down and it is in its usual spot on the like the place on his belt.
Yes, may I see it at dinner?
I haven't died yet. I told you you'd inherit it when I do. He smiles at you and reaches to ruffle your hair.
He kind of gives him a mildly serious look and says, "It's I want to show you something."
That there is some tension in him when you say this, and he looks at you and then he says, "Very well." And he turns and he starts to walk out. Dinner then?
Yes, that sounds great.
The second he's gone and his footsteps have faded, Katya lets out a breath that she has clearly been holding. She is shaking.
Pridwen does too. Oh. Are you okay?
She shakes her head no.
Oh, I am very afraid of how he's going to react to all this.
You won't make me stay by myself, right?
No, you can stay in my room.
Okay.
She seems
You'll-
very, very on edge. Apollyon, you have seen this man walk in and discuss something with Pridwen and Katya and walk out. He hasn't taken notice of you. If you're alive. What are you and Kat doing? Oh, there he is.
Yeah, there I am. Yeah, no, I was just saying that he just in the garden.
What are you guys gonna do? Dinner is in a couple hours.
Pridwen's going to probably take Katya through the rest of the garden, like down all the paths to like help calm her down.
Which works. She, very nervous being in the gardens, remembering what happened. She likes it here. It is more lively, the air is fresh, she can smell the sea, and she seems to calm rather well. Every once in a while, Winnie running around and doing something goofy helps a lot. Like, at one point, he trips over his own fur and, like, face plants into the sidewalk.
Pridwen like goes over to see if he's alright. I'm assuming he just gets back up and immediately starts running.
He's fine. Yeah, he's totally fine.
Yeah.
His face is all smushed up anyway, so, you know.
Pridwen's also kind of like, as they're going down the paths, he's like pointing around, telling her about like stuff that's happened. Like, oh yes, that pond. At one time, me and my sister were playing hide and seek, and I sat at the bottom of it for over an hour.
You held your breath for over an hour?
I can breathe underwater.
She squints at you.
That's weird.
Jellyfish.
That makes
Pridwen
sense.
knocks on his like chest plate. And then over here is where Mother used to help us learn fighting techniques.
there are like scratches and dents in some of the like stonework around there where people have clearly missed their target and hit that instead.
I remember. I remember me and my sister used to struggle all the time with wielding each other.
Yeah.
I was too clumsy to wield a small dagger, and she was not able to wield me because I was just too heavy.
You mean she used to be small?
She says, thinking about how thin and tall Minerva is.
Oh, yes. We both used to be very tiny.
She looks at you, and she looks you up and down and is trying to picture what itty bitty you would look like.
He chuckles and he says, if you remember my memories, I was about... Pridwen, like, kneels down, like basically bends down and puts his hand out till about his knee and says, I was about this tall and wearing a straw hat.
She laughs a little.
Pridwen kind of looks across that portion of the garden, and he says, Mother also used to take me through the garden a lot.
Sounds like you two were close.
Yes. We were... I mean, you kind of have to be close when you're like us.
Yeah,
Not a whole lot of other people you can get close to.
I know what that's like.
You
You
do?
see her eyes get distant for a minute.
Why do you think I can draw so well?
Right, I think I remembered. Well, I suppose we have a lot more in common than I initially thought.
She starts walking down the path, looking at like some of the sculptures that are around the garden. She says,
My mom was an artist too. Mom number one.
She was.
she nods.
That's where I got it from. So my dad said. Dad number one.
Looking at you again.
Yes. My mother wasn't too much of a fan of art. She was always more of a athletic person.
That was my
What?
dad.
I remember grandmother. My grandpa was gone before I was born, but grandmother was around for a while. She always loved to create tapestries.
I've never tried to do that. Is it hard?
Very.
Oh, well.
It's sewing, and Pridwen points over to a tapestry that's hanging. But
She
it's
tilts her head looking at it.
very big and incredibly intricate.
Not my medium.
Yes. Oh, I have a gift for you.
She looks at him confused.
Pridwen sifts through his bag and he says, I was going to give it to you a while ago, but I just kept forgetting. And he pulls out a sketchbook
Her
and a
face
set of
lights
pencils.
up. Her face lights up.
Now you don't have to borrow my notebook.
She grabs it and looks at it and feels the pages. She takes the pencils, looking up at you kind of excitedly.
Well?
She looks at you as if, like, waiting for something.
Do you... What do you want to draw to test it out?
She looks around, and then she just darts off.
Oh, Pridwen's going to, like, try to run after her.
By the time you catch up with her, she is sitting cross-legged by the pond. She already has, like, the pencils spread around her. One's in her hair, which has been pulled up into this messy bun at the back of her head, and she's intently looking at something, and then she starts scribbling again.
Pridwen's smiling.
You look over her shoulder, and you follow her gaze, and you realize she is drawing Winnie.
He, like, looks over at Winnie.
The dog's sitting there, like, with a derpy look on his face, and she is capturing the derpy look in like, full artistic value.
You are also probably one of the best artists I've ever met.
Thank you, she says and keeps drawing.
Right now, Apollyon is just brushing his hands through the, plants and flowers in the garden, and as he's doing this, he slowly pulls out a necklace which has a sort of aquamarine colored scale on it. And he's just holding it close to himself. I don't know if Pridwen would want to see that or not.
Would Pridwen see Apollyon?
Yeah, probably.
Here, Katya, I'll be right back.
Okay, she says, totally focused.
And Pridwen's going to approach Apollyon.
As you do, he, quickly puts away the necklace. He says, "Oh, hi."
Hey, Pridwen points at the hand that he just tucked away. What is that you're carrying around?
It was a gift from somebody.
A gift?
Someone
Would you mind?
Oh,
Would you mind telling me which person it was from?
It's not super important. It's just someone I used to know.
You, from my knowledge, used to know a lot of people.
It was someone more interesting than the others.
Well, perhaps you can tell me about them sometime.
Perhaps I can. And this is the necklace you see.
Oh boy. Might I ask what that scale is from?
We'll get to that story someday.
Alright.
I'm
And
so intrigued.
he begins to just take another circle around the garden.
So you start to go back, and Soma, and not Soma, Sadie has entered the gardens looking around. It's about this time also that Minerva and Liam have entered the gardens.
Ah, everybody's coming to the gardens.
Sadie goes one way, kind of moving towards Kat to see what she's up to. Minerva and Liam are walking down a path kind of in the opposite direction, not really noticing the rest of you.
Pridwen will head back to see how Kat's drawing is going.
You get back and she's already finished the drawing of Winnie, set it aside, and has started working on drawing something else. But when you start to approach, she is holding it away from you.
What are you working on?
She squints at you.
Secret.
Oh, a secret. Alright. Pridwen will hold up his hands and say, I'll leave you to it then.
She starts drawing again, and then you see for a minute she'll close her eyes and she'll think, as if remembering something, and then she'll start drawing again.
He'll probably just start kind of walking around the garden himself.
You hear laughter from your right.
He's going to sneakily peek.
What do you mean. You're so dumb. No, I'm serious. I want to fight you. Why, Liam? Because I fight everybody. I think you'd be a good opponent. Minerva is shaking her head and rubbing at her face mask.
Huh.
This is a dumb idea, she says, but you see part of her arm begin to transform into her dagger.
Oh, this is gonna be interesting.
Liam transforms part of his arm into one of his twin blades. You know, my mom used to train us how to fight out here, she says, taking a defensive stance. Really, he says, and he moves in to make a light swipe at her, and it easily blocks it the first time. Yeah. They're having just this soft conversation as they are, taking careful swings at each other without really... They're not fighting too intensely. Not yet.
Pridwen's just kind of like casually spectating.
You look slightly to your right, and Lorenzo and Sophia are there again with the notebook.
So, Pridwen kind of scoots over next to them and says, "So, what have you got so far?"
She hands the notebook to Lorenzo. Lorenzo hands the notebook to you. They have not broken eye contact with the fight that's happening in front of them.
He's going to read the notebook.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things blushes around him, ? Showed him his room, showed knife collection, ! Circled, all kinds of just different little, even with him glancing at her, subtle movements they've written down. And then at the bottom there's an equal sign, and then it just says boyfriend, ?
Boyfriend.
Boyfriend.
Both of them shush you.
Right. He hands the notebook back to them.
She starts taking more notes. In front of you, as you're done looking at it, the fight has picked up.
Oh.
But it's actually starting to get serious. They're actually intently trying to beat each other now, it seems like. Soma's doing what? I heard you say something, Dylan. Oh no, he's gone.
Oh shit, I can't believe he's dead
Can't
again.
believe he fucking died again.
This is the 4th time tonight.
Dylan, come back. You can blame it all on me.
Wait.
Oh.
Oh?
Are you alive now?
Dylan?
It wasn't who you thought it was.
Oh my god!
That is correct.
I know! I saw Dylan's mic light up though. There it is again!
Wait, what?
There he is! Oh my god!
Oh,
We've
I
been
have to
talking to
disappear.
you this whole time, and your mic was lighting up and nothing was happening.
Oh yeah, I was. My door opened and I had to go close it, and then I also decided to go grab some cookies.
Okay.
I have to disappear again. The level 3 skeleton is gone.
Oh my god. So you
came
were
back.
saying you wanted to do something. What were you about to do?
That's right. Yeah, I was gonna say when I came back, all I heard was he has a gun, and I was like, what?
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 That's what I heard. My earbuds weren't fully in my head yet, so I was just like, huh, I guess someone has a gun.
No! That was
shit,
not
man,
what we
he
said!
whipped out the Glock.
Oh god!
I mean, Soma has a Glock.
Oh god!
Holy shit.
I don't even know what word I said that sounded like gun that would have worked with that.
I don't know, that's just what I heard.
Yeah. God, yeah, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, Chris wasn't here. Yeah, Soma has a strap now.
God.
But
So yeah, Sadie has gone to the gardens to find Kat, make sure she's good. What is Soma doing?
he's just watching out the window.
Okay.
Did Soma? Did you say Soma had a strap, or Soma had something else that had strap, but the word for
No,
hitting a
it-
light switch?
He has a gun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
God.
Heard much
Yeah.
different words, and I was like, I don't feel like that's stream appropriate, so I'm gonna leave that one be.
Yeah, please.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Being a demon has many doors, then, boy.
God damn. Yeah. So, you guys are watching and fight picking up.
Yeah, Apollyon has actually taken interest in this fight, and he's like walked up to it, and he's actually like smiling.
Lorenzo goes, "You want to earn that $5 back?" She says, "You're just trying to make me lose $5 more." Sophia says as she looks up from her notebook, and he says, "I bet you he's gonna lose on purpose." She says, "He's not gonna lose on purpose. She's gonna beat him fair and square."
Apollyon sitting right there. He's just like, either she's going to beat him, or he's probably going to try his hardest in this fight, just to show off. A little.
Minerva does not just let people beat her.
Exactly. So she'll probably win, and he probably will get his ass kicked, but he'll try his best.
Will he try his best though? I don't know. I think since he likes her, he might just let her win. He's
Back
not
in
gonna
my day,
need to let her win.
Back in my day, we fought until we were bloodied.
Okay, so yeah, it's almost uncanny how evenly matched these two are. Like they're going at it. These swings are fast and hard, and nothing. Like they are very evenly matched. They're parrying each other. They're blocking swings. They're dodging stuff. Minerva is trying her best to like get behind Liam at this point. And there's just this moment where as she's moving, Liam gets caught up in watching her move. And then there's just two more emotions. One, her knocking his feet out from under him, and two, her dagger going down right next to his face. She leans over top of him and tilts her head a little bit.
Like I said, she'll never let anyone win.
Yeah, Apollyon is clapping and laughing. He's like, yes, this is exactly how we did it back in the day.
She's kind of like, they're looking at each other, and then Minerva realizes she's being watched and straightens up immediately. Liam looks over at all of you, seeing you, and he just rubs at the bridge of his nose and looks away. Oh, good.
Apollyon walks up and he says, "You look like you could use a Meister," and he puts out his hand.
He eyes it. I don't know about this. Besides, she doesn't have a Meister, and it's it'd be weird, right? He says.
Pridwen, Pridwen manifests his wrist blade and holds out his hand to his sister and says, "Well?"
She looks at you in confusion, and then she looks back at Apollyon and Liam, and she looks at you and says, "Am I supposed to be the weapon or the Meister in this fight?"
Well,
the weapon.
I think that you should be the weapon.
Doesn't that just mean that it's gonna be you and Apollyon fighting and us just taking it?
No, you guys are taking the lead.
She says.
Precisely.
And she flashes into your hand.
Does Liam take this Apollyon's hand?
He reluctantly takes your hand. This is the first time that you have ever seen him in full weapon form. In fact, it's the first time that anyone has seen him in his full weapon form, because the thing about Liam is, Liam doesn't let anyone else wield him, and he hasn't. hold him in your palm, and you see this long, it's a double-sided blade. I have a picture of it somewhere. But the balance on this thing is eerily perfect.
Mhm.
Well, sister, Pridwen flourishes her and says, "You take the lead."
She sighs. Why do you have to get involved in my love life? And she moves forward to attack Apollyon.
And Apollyon, speaking to Liam, he says, "I'm going to get involved in your love life," and he puts on his foot.
Liam says, "Wait a minute!" Like appearing in the blade, and then you're just like yeeted. The two of you are back in another fight.
He whispers and says, "Don't worry, I'll help you."
Oh God. I am going to have Pridwen and Apollyon roll counter d20s for this
Oh
move.
boy. A natural 20!
Oh my God.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to beat that. Yeah, I didn't beat that. Alright, hit me.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So I'm gonna let you decide. Just you, the player, decide how this fight's gonna go with that crit.
So as Pridwen, he is oddly agile as he slides down underneath the blade as Apollyon tries to strike him, and just he catches Apollyon's cloak with the dagger and flips him around. And as he does that, he says, "To be fair, sister, I was dragged into this."
Dragged my ass, she says to you.
He just snickers.
At this point, the twins are sitting there, and then they look over comically to their left, and there is Sadie and Katya peering over the bushes that they're looking in. Katya looks up at the fight, looks down, starts scribbling, looks up again. Sophia says, "I like her," and starts scribbling in her notebook as well.
Alright. Don't blame me if I lose this, Liam. I'm used to a scythe, and he goes for an overhead swing.
D20s.
Another dice. 18.
12. He dodges.
Holy shit.
He's rolling high today.
Damn,
My
Pridwen,
God.
it's almost like you're taking all your stress about Liam out on Liam.
Uh-huh.
With Minerva.
And so what he does is he kind of cartwheels out of the way and then once again flips Apollyon's cloak and gets it wrapped around Liam.
What the fuck? You're so mean. I love it. Continue.
Well, your move.
Alright, you're gonna have to help me out of here a little bit, Liam. What can you do?
Well, I don't really know, to be honest with you. He is kind of you're spinning him, trying to get used to the feel of him in your hand. Kind of have this acid thing going on.
Are you telling me you don't know how your abilities work?
Yeah, well, I don't like beating people with abilities, I just like fighting them.
Interesting. Alright. Let's go for another one. And, he swings at him and tries to go for a lower strike. What is your roll, Liam?
Another roll, alright. 5 this time.
9.
Fuck.
So you're actually gonna get hit.
Yeah, so he's going to he's going to push the twin blade right behind his foot, and he's going to pull it back towards him.
And Pridwen gets knocked on his back, and he's going to attempt to kick himself back up to his feet.
You're gonna have to roll well to kick yourself to your feet. I just want to see how that goes.
Yeah. He's gonna try and basically kick himself to his feet and slap you with the pommel. 18.
Alright, let's see what I roll. Holy shit, natural 20.
So you
Oh,
hear,
shit.
as you go to do this, you hear Minerva go, "Please don't embarrass me." And as Apollyon, you're watching this, you hear Liam say, "Please don't embarrass me," at the same time.
Oh boy. So
As you go for a smack on the pommel, he like smacks your hand out of the way, and then he's going to like, hold on, what am I gonna do with this blade?
Yeah, that was a crit, so,
He's going to use the like, because I'm sure the twin blade has like edges that I can use to hook into things.
I wish, I'm
Does it?
still looking for the goddamn picture, I'm not gonna lie.
Nice.
It's like a normal sword, but it's on both sides.
Yeah,
I don't
so
know
it has
how to...
it has a guard then. So I'm gonna use the guard to like hook into his chest piece and pull him close to me, and then I'm going to smile at Pridwen before kicking him backwards again.
oh, and Pridwen's going to try to like use that momentum to swing back at Apollyon.
All right, let's do this again. What'd you
Yeah.
roll?
19.
I rolled a 2.
Fuck. So you try to kick him, and he actually like he hooks under your leg using the dagger to kind of create this like pincer,
Mm-hmm.
and he flips you onto your back.
And he's going to use the twin blade to just lift himself up, and then he's gonna go for just a horizontal swing on him.
All right, Pridwen's going to try and like go for a precise strike with the pommel, just to like knock Liam out of your hand.
Yep.
15.
That was an 8.
There you go. That's what he looks like.
Fuck.
There we go. Well, he beat me on that roll, so. Yes.
I'm enjoying listening to you two fight, honestly. Go ahead.
So
I know.
Pridwen slaps you on the arm with the pommel directly on your pressure point, like right in the elbow.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he, I would say he, like, drops, Liam, but he's gonna do something interesting, and as he drops him, he's going to summon Abaddon and try to hook Liam back into his hand. Which I rolled an 18 to do.
Oh fuck!
You
Oh,
hear
yeah, I rolled a 3.
the
So
loud
Pridwen can't
giggling
stop you.
as Abaddon surfaces. Oh, so you brought me to your date, huh? As she hooks the edge of Liam's weapon and yeets it back into your hand, Liam looks at her and goes, "It's not a date."
God.
I don't know, this is how we dated back in the day, and he's going to go for a he's going to like go for a thrust towards your arm, but he's attempting to hook into your gauntlet, and he's gonna try to undo your gauntlet.
Okay.
The one
Oh.
holding the blade.
All right. 13.
An 8, so you dodge.
Yep. Pridwen, as you like try to grab onto his gauntlet with the blade, he just sort of swoops underneath and punches you in the arm again.
Minerva, under her breath, is like, "I feel like this is more for y'all's entertainment than me and his at this point." Liam, on the other hand, is like is really quiet, and you feel more in control for a moment, Apollyon, and then you just hear him mutter under his breath, "Look at her."
God, just a
smiles.
slow motion shot of Pridwen trying to like stab Apollyon.
Yeah, he's like, "Damn, look at
The
her."
dagger's like glistening in the sunlight.
Apollyon smiles, and he holds out Liam, and he says, "Well, this is for you guys. Take control."
Oh god. Liam, like, almost realizing that he's in the middle of a fight, is going to, at this point, he is trying to get you to get Pridwen off of his feet. That's his main goal now. So.
Well, Minerva, what do you want me to do?
Just kick his ass, she says!
What did you roll?
Natural 20.
Oh my
I rolled a
god!
19. Fuck!
Oh!
So you almost... You, like, hook underneath, like, onto Pridwen's ankle and yank, and he just doesn't move. And then he just uppercuts you.
Oh my god!
Apollyon stumbles back and he says, "What did I do to deserve this?"
We're fighting!
No, they're fighting!
We're all fighting!
You just hear the girls in the background going, "Fight! Fight! Fight!"
He says, "Well, I guess if we're all fighting, he's going to attempt to... Well, he's not attempt, but he's going to summon Abaddon and wield them both."
Oh my god!
Hey, that is cheating.
You are going to have to roll well to do that.
Yep. Which dice do I have to roll?
I'm going to need you to roll a d20 at disadvantage. And then a d10.
Alright.
I rolled a natural 20, so if he doesn't roll a natural 20,
Well,
I have an idea.
This is a resonance check, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you're doing a resonance check.
Yeah. I rolled a 9 twice, and then I rolled a 4.
The instant that you try and wield both of them, you begin to feel a burning sensation in your hand that is holding Liam.
As that burning sensation comes in with that natural 20, can I just, like, send Apollyon flying off?
I mean, you'd...
No, so
mean,
here's
I'd
what
probably do it
happens.
quickly,
Let me describe what happens to you. So, you see that he has manifested Abaddon, and he's attempting to wield both. And you, like, before you can even, like, you're planning on aggressing towards Apollyon, like, you're gonna get the upper hand. She moves for you. Being of the same mind, she moves for you, and she gets you to hit Apollyon's arm, which is holding Liam, which throws him into the air a bit, and before you even realize what's happening, Minerva has shifted out of you and has grabbed him and pulled him away from Apollyon. You can see that the sizzling in Apollyon's hand has started to stop, and the grip of the twin blade is sizzling just a bit.
Oh dear, are you alright?
Yeah, Apollyon is like sitting there for a second. He's like, "Ouch." Yeah, sorry about that, Liam. That never usually happens.
You see that Minerva's holding his blade form, and interestingly enough, her gauntlet doesn't seem to be sizzling. Are you okay?
Oh?
He transforms back into his human form and kind of rubs at his head. He looks like there's still a little bit of steam rising off of him. "The hell was that?" he says, looking at Apollyon.
Well, it was Pridwen's fault. He said we're all fighting.
That was not my fault. You misinterpreted that.
No, I did not. See, Abaddon, me, if we're all fighting, then Abaddon's fighting too. It's just simple science, okay?
Minerva, Pridwen's pointing over at her.
She looks at him.
You held him.
Yeah, that's not fair. I should have been able to hold 2 of them.
What do you mean? I didn't... No, I just took him out of his hand because he was hurting him, and...
Yeah. You realize what you're doing, right? You're a weapon.
No, it's not like that, she says, taking a step back, turning a bit darker blue again.
You held him.
You're wielding your boyfriend.
Boyfriend? She says wielding, and he says boyfriend, and they both look in separate directions at you.
Apollyon looks at Liam and says, "Sorry about that again. I got carried away." But he walks up and puts his arm on his shoulder and says, "Good luck."
In the background, you see Sophia and Lorenzo and Katya and Sadie all talking. She's holding up the notebook and circling the word boyfriend and pointing at it, and then looking at them. And Katya and Sadie shrug, and they all four turn and look back at Liam and Minerva.
Apollyon looks at both of the kids and he just says, "Yes, boyfriend."
Minerva starts stammering, and Liam kind of just awkwardly, he turns to look at her and say something, and Minerva just bolts.
Oh,
That means she likes you.
She just sprints off, and Liam's standing there with his hand kind of outstretched towards her a little bit, and then he looks back at Apollyon. There's this mixture of, like, irritation, and also, what the fuck do I do?
Apollyon is like, "I got this," and he demanifests Abaddon and puts out his hand. He says, "I'll take you to her."
What? He says, looking at your hand in confusion.
Just come with me. You got this.
I don't want to get burned again. He eyes your hand warily.
Liam, I don't think you should take him as your wingman.
He looks over at you. Are you offering?
No. Pridwen holds up his hands.
Right.
Tragic
I
romance
just think
stories, but
Maybe you should just go after her rather than having Abaddon carry you to her.
Oh god, what do I do? What do I do? He starts pacing,
Just-
like he looks really freaked out.
So Apollyon smacks his back and he just says, "Just go get her."
Liam is stammering, and he like looks at you all uneasily, and then he starts jogging in the direction that Minerva went.
Wow, they are perfect together.
You see, like, the twins slowly, again, comically slide to the bottom of the frame and disappear into the bushes. Katya and Sadie look at each other, and then they also disappear into the bushes.
I think Liam's going to be a future prince.
We're not royalty. We're knights.
Same thing.
Pridwen just squints and says, "It's not exactly."
Close enough, honestly.
Abaddon,
from what
giggling in the background, goes, I wonder if she's gonna have the bearer of the shield next, or if Pridwen is. I don't know if Pridwen's gonna have a chance with the little blue girl, but we'll see.
I'm gonna go find Katya.
So, Apollyon and Abaddon are standing there having a conversation, and you shuffle off to go see if you can find Kat. It's not hard to
Apollyon-
find the four of them. They're all huddled in the bushes together.
Yeah, I'm gonna go find them. Apollyon.
What are all of you doing?
Shh, the twins say.
Apollyon walks up and to Pridwen. He says,
You guys
Okay.
are like tucked down into the bushes, and you're watching, and like out in the pond, Minerva has kind of walked out into the water, and she's kind of got her arms wrapped around herself, hugging herself, and she's out there in the water, and she's taken her mask off, and her hair is down and loose, and she looks at her reflection in the water, and then she frowns. You guys see, kind of off to the right a little bit, Liam has spotted her, and he's standing there, and he's, like, very clearly trying to figure out what to do / say to her. Lorenzo looks at Sophia, and they both look at you, Pridwen, and Lorenzo mutters, I don't know if he can do it. You know how many is.
Pridwen shrugs and says, "We'll see."
"He had me as his wingman. He's got this."
I don't know if you were gonna try and fix this. How would you do it, Apollyon?
Katya says, looking up at you.
Well, for one, I wouldn't put you did. I mean, maybe she likes it. I would put my arm around her.
That's how you're gonna fix it? Really?
Katya's looking at you. Lorenzo goes, I'm glad it's not him that's dating Minnie.
He
Me
looks,
too.
he looks down and he says, "Sometimes you don't need it to say anything, to say a million words. Silence says a lot."
That's fair.
Sadie is just shaking her head at all of you.
At this point, after the fight, I want to say that Apollyon's necklace is like invisible and he just doesn't realize it yet.
I still want to know what the deal is with that necklace.
Katya, hearing the word necklace, looks over and takes note of it.
Ooh, that's new. Did you steal
Apoll-
that?
Apollyon, embarrassed, he grabs it and immediately shoves it back under his cloak.
One of these days you're going to tell me.
He doesn't say anything and just shrugs.
I mean, come on, Apollyon. You already know about my past.
The twins looking at you, Pridwen.
Like I said, at dinner.
They're both squinting at you. By this point, Liam has, like, he's paced a circle a couple times, runs a hand through his hair, and then he walks out there. And he, like, looks down at his shoes, and he looks at the water, and then he just sighs, and he walks out into the water.
God.
He kind of walks up next to her and stands there with his hands in his pockets. And you see them start to have a conversation. If you would like to listen, you're gonna have to roll me a d20.
Oh boy.
Apollyon pulls out Abaddon and says, "You listen too. I don't know what they're gonna say."
18.
Okay.
Hold on. I rolled 15 for Apollyon.
Looks like the only person that is going to hear this conversation is Pridwen.
Oh boy.
So you're listening, and everybody's gotten really quiet. I mean, the twins and the girls are kind of murmuring to each other because they can't really hear what's being said. Liam, he finally sighs, and you've missed a good part of the conversation. He's like, "Look, I don't know why that bothers you." She's like, "Look at me. You're gonna try and have something with this? What is everybody else gonna say?" And he kind of smiles awkwardly and he says, Everybody else hates me. I'm the most hated person in the DWMA, I think. I would be more worried about what they would say about you if you were walking around with me. She stops for a minute. She looks up at him.
Oh my god. They are perfect together.
You fight pretty well. For a sword.
Yeah, well, you look pretty good for a dagger. She laughs a little and kind of, turns away from him a little bit, and he grabs her shoulder. I'm imagining at this point, Abaddon and Apollyon are like, oh, it's the shoulder touch.
Yeah, no, like, he's doing it.
He grabs her shoulder lightly, and he turns her back, and you see him pulling off the mask that's always on his face. And for the first time, you can see, I don't know who of you has seen him without his mask on, but if you haven't, he has that Glasgow smile almost cut into his cheeks, where somebody has used a blade to widen the sides of his mouth, almost all towards his ears, not quite. And he smiles awkwardly at her, and he runs a hand through his hair. What were you saying?
Soma's seen it, but he's currently not here.
Right.
Pridwen, I'm pretty sure, has too.
I think Pridwen saw it once. Katya's seen it. The twins, however, and Sadie are all like, what the
Speaking
fuck?
of which, Apollyon puts out his hand in a sort of, I won the bet.
Ah, shit. You hear both of them saying they both hand over a 5.
Language.
They squint at you.
He places it in his cloak and he's like,
So while this exchange is happening, you haven't heard what's being said.
Mhm.
And then as you look back, you can see that his hand isn't on her shoulder anymore. It is moved down, and he's kind of holding hers gently. And he mutters under his breath, "Well, shit. Now I really do have to meet your dad."
What the hell did I just miss?
Gets goes up to his ear. He says, "You missed the next step."
A cold sweat comes down Pridwen's face.
Says, "Never underestimate me. Been around the block."
A look of
Katya!
fear in his eyes.
Katya elbows you, Pridwen, and she goes, "I hope you're taking notes, because you're gonna have to do that to the blue girl when you see her."
Seriously.
What?
What, you mean you haven't practiced what you're gonna say yet? It's only been a decade. The twins looking over at you now.
Oh,
I-
my God.
what?
Says to him, "Am I gonna have to be your ghostwriter?"
What? No.
I've been Dad's wingman since we met, so like I think I would be a pretty good choice. Just saying.
Why are you all so invested in my love life?
Why does he need a wingman, Lorenzo says. He's now in your face, Pridwen. Sophia's right next to him. Yeah, why do you need a wingman?
He met somebody.
He met somebody. They both turn to look at you. They look back at Pridwen. Who did you meet?
Went to our school, actually. She's really cool. She's a lot like him. They resonate perfectly.
They look back at Apollyon. They look back at you. Oh, really? What's her name? What's she like?
Viper.
What? Pridwen, looks over at him.
Katya looks very confused. She looks at Apollyon and she goes,
That's not who we're talking about.
Polygon gives the shush motion. He says, walks up to Pridwen. He says, "They're not supposed to know."
What? But Pridwen's just flabbergasted.
As this is happening, you hear footsteps behind you, and Liam and Minerva have come up. Minerva's kind of holding on, has her fingers wrapped around his forearm, just walking with him. And Liam squints at you all, and he goes, "What are you idiots talking about? And why were you spying on us?"
Why weren't we spying?
We weren't. We were too busy talking about things we shouldn't.
Don't change the subject, Lorenzo says, turning back to you, Pridwen.
I got $10.
I said I would explain at dinner.
And just as you say that, you hear this chiming coming from in the house. It is 6 o'clock.
Oh boy. Well, I suppose you're all gonna find out soon then.
You start moving inward. Soma, you emerging from your room, Iger coming with you. The rest of you making your way inside. Winnie faster than all of you. He knows what that bell means. And you guys end up in your dining room. I don't know how your dining room is set up, but I'm imagining it's a big long table.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's like a big hall with a huge fireplace. Stained glass windows running along the sides.
Katya is like, "We're a long way from the cafeteria," looking around nervously.
Apollyon whispers to himself and he says, "I haven't eaten like this in centuries."
The twins looking over at him again.
It was a metaphor.
Sort of like when you say that you're so hungry you could eat a horse, even though no one's ever eaten an entire horse before.
Right. Yeah, no one's done that. Apollyon, he shifts away.
Apollyon totally never eating an entire horse.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm just imagining Apollyon eating a whole horse now. Thank you for that image. So yeah, you guys, you get to the table, and there's a whole lot of people trying to figure out where to sit and everything. But you guys eventually get seated. Your father has joined you and taken his spot at the head of the table. And yeah, you guys start eating. Minerva gives you this look from across the table, Pridwen. This uneasy look, and you see her mouth to you after dinner alone.
Pridwen nods.
Apollyon, can I judge the atmosphere at the table right now?
Yeah, so there's a lot of emotions happening. Liam is nervous as fuck and can't stop glancing at Francesco. Minerva is just hungry and slightly embarrassed by the fact that all of you have been interfering with her love life ? The twins are observing everything, and every once in a while you see her pull out her notebook and start scribbling in it. Iger's not paying attention to any of you. He's exhausted and just hungry. Sadie and Soma are, normal. Pridwen seems anxious.
Yep.
Katya
He's
is slowly feeding pieces of stuff to Winnie, who is sitting by her legs under the table.
Pridwen is obviously forcing himself to eat.
Apollyon, trying to break the silence, he looks over to Soma and he says, "So, how's your training going?" And Soma looks at him and he says, "It's going alright. I mean, you know how it is."
They know how it is, one of the twins says, looking over at Minerva and Liam. Liam gives them the "I will kill you" look.
Soma, perks up and he says, "What's going on with Liam and Minerva?"
Nothing. Both of them say at the same time.
Smirk on a really wide smile on his face.
God.
Sadie leans over and whispers something into Soma's ear.
Says, "Oh."
Katya, noticing that you're not eating, she's sitting right beside you, Pridwen. She leans over and murmurs to you, "Are you gonna be okay?"
I hope.
Her eyes flicker toward the end of the table, and then she looks back to you and she whispers, "He's doing it again."
Pridwen looks over at his dad.
He's eating, minding his business, just listening to the chatter around the table, but every once in a while, his eyes flicker back to Katya.
Pridwen's...
Apollyon says, he says, so, how long have you been in this household?
Well, I met my late wife at the DWMA, actually.
Really?
Bit of a comical story, actually. You see, we were weapons of two rivals, and they tended to fight each other a lot, and we didn't really have any issues with one another. We were just present for the fights, of course, and, well, I happened to like the way that she moved, and she apparently felt the same. She was the one whose families lived here. I was lucky enough to become involved.
Hey, quite an interesting story.
Pridwen's watching his dad's face as he's telling the story, trying to see.
Whatever his dad is feeling right now, he is hiding his emotions very well. He is very calm. He's eating normally, as if there's no issue. Kind of has that almost regal air about him.
Similar love story, yes, except not at the DWMA.
You see Francesco's eyes flicker towards you and then go back to what he's doing.
You know, I killed my first werewolf while I was out there.
Did you?
Nice.
His face lights up a bit.
Yes, we were out on a mission and this werewolf came out. And, well, we didn't know he was a werewolf initially, but he was trying to kill us. And
we told
then,
all tag teamed and tore him to pieces.
yes,
Go.
I had had just about enough of him, and
Pridwen punched a hole through his chest. Katya says the twins' faces light up.
I set his body on fire.
They're looking back and forth between the two of you. They're very interested, very excited.
I tried to make it quick. The degree of brutality was, I tried not to be too brutal, but
He tore his head off of his body to death.
Pridwen kind of like sinks in his chair.
You hear the twins start popping off. Oh, that's so cool! No way, bro. That's kind of amazing. I haven't killed a werewolf yet, but that sounds really exciting. I want to do that one day.
You guys ever killed a organ? Someone says.
A what?
Organ.
Not yet, the twins say, looking sad.
It was quite an interesting mission, I must say. Yeah, that was actually the last time I partnered with my original Meister.
What do you mean?
Me and him, we got along fine. We were great partners, but there was always something up with him after a while. He was very distant. But, you know, in the end, we did end up absolutely kicking that Gorgon's ass, I must say. Mind my language.
They're giggling quietly under their breath.
Oh, and the time that we fought a witch on our first mission.
You see Francesco's eyes have flickered up to you again.
That was honestly a very hellish mission, but it was some good experience combat-wise.
Wait, you fought a witch on your first mission?
Yeah, it wasn't supposed to go that way, actually. It was supposed to be, what, a 1 or 2 star mission? And there was a witch, and she pretty much destroyed the entire town.
You see, that is, of course, why we do what we do. Francesco's eyes have flickered back to your face, Pridwen. And then they have flickered back down to what he has in front of him.
I remember that mission too. There was this one girl who mutated into some big creature, and as I tried flicking my chain at her, she grabbed me out of my Meister's hand and started flailing me around.
The twins are giggling again. That's unfortunate.
I think we killed it eventually. I'm pretty sure I froze some parts of it as well with my ice, but it was an interesting mission nonetheless. Afterwards, we weren't really the same, but the combat experience was very helpful. We're a pretty good team.
It's nice to hear that you've allied yourself with such strong teammates.
Yes, they've helped me get through a lot.
You have no idea.
There's this silence that has fallen over the table again.
Well, Apollyon, so speaking. You know what? Who wants to hear me regale the tale of my only romance?
Me. There's like 3 hands that go up. The twins, Katya, Sadie's interested, Minerva's interested.
I was interested. And he looks up and he says, "Wow, okay. I wasn't expecting that much attention. Well, I suppose I'll try to describe as much as I remember." He pulls out the necklace and says, "Normally I would have hidden this away, but Recently, I've had a lot of time to reminisce on my past, and honestly, I've had a lot of fun. But she was beautiful, none to say the least. For the longest time of my life, I was just jumping from person to person. I didn't really care. All that I cared about were the pleasures of life. But then I met her. She was beautiful with this sort of aqua colored hair, and she gifted me this not long before we parted ways. The only person to get me to see what was in front of me was still around me.
Parted ways, one of the twins says. Yeah, you can't just leave it like that.
Yes, you're quite right. And he looks down at the necklace.
You can see your reflection gleaming in it for a moment.
He looks back up and he says, "Well, that's about all that really happened. I haven't really been the same ever since." As he like um, tightens his arm around his bandages.
You see the twins begin murmuring to each other speculatively.
And now I'm some lapdog to some really annoying death side.
That gets everybody's attention.
That I'd rather not tell the story of. She is incredibly annoying.
You see Iger nodding slowly at the end of the table, but he doesn't say anything.
My god, does she annoy me. Pridwen actually met her once.
Yes, she, was the one who took me to the academy.
Minerva's
one-
nodding too.
That was the day that I found out that, Americans drive on the other side of the road.
Yes.
The twins are looking at you in confusion. Why would they do that?
I don't know. It's just for some reason they do it the opposite way.
Wait till you find out about the metric system, Liam says under his breath.
Oh, they have an entire measuring system that's completely different from the one we use over here.
And the temperature's different.
System.
Absolutely none of it makes sense.
Paul is like thinking to himself. He says, "Yeah, I remember when they implemented that system."
The flicker of Francesco's eyes again.
Pridwen just giving him a look.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know I was talking out loud.
Pridwen giving him an even more concerned look.
So Francesco has finished his meal and he says, "Well, please make yourselves at home. You can stay as long as you like. This is your home, after all," he says, his eyes flickering to you and then to Minerva, and then he stands up. "If you'll excuse me." He starts walking in the direction you would know as his office.
Pridwen looks over at Minerva and kind of gives her a nod.
She lets out a long, slow breath and stands up.
Pridwen will get up too.
As she does, Liam looks at her in confusion and starts to get up.
Apollyon gets up too and he says, "Wait, we're doing this now?"
I think... Oh dear.
Doing what? The twins say, looking at you all. Is something going on, Pridwen?
We just need to talk to Father.
They look
Yes,
at
it's
each other and then they look back at you.
You're really
Apollyon-
bad at lying.
Apollyon is down right next to them and he says, "It's just an adult conversation. You know how they are. How about we all go hang out? I can show you some tricks, some cool things I can do."
They are looking at you and Minerva warily now, as if they can tell that a change has happened since you've left.
It's going to be okay. We'll tell you about it later.
Fine.
they say, and they look back to Apollyon and indulge him. Meanwhile, Liam has risen to stand beside Minerva, and he's looking at her worriedly. Katya is also standing next to you anxiously.
I'm not gonna let you go in there by yourself.
All right.
Minerva, like, is looks like she's trying to calm Liam, but he seems even more anxious and worried looking at her. She finally sighs and grabs his wrist and pulls him along beside her.
Pridwen will allow Katya to follow, and he's going to head towards his dad's room, office.
So yeah, you guys walk down the hallways, and the chatter from dinner begins to fade behind you. Until at last you're standing in front of these massive double doors that lead to one of the main offices that the head of the estate has always had. Minerva is standing in front of the double doors, and you can see her hand has begun to shake. Liam and Katya are standing behind you. They're looking at each other and looking at the two of you worriedly.
Pridwen's going to take his sister's hand.
She curls her fingers around you for a moment.
It's going to be okay.
She's taken her helmet off at this point to eat, and she hasn't put it back on. And
Pridwen hasn't been wearing his helmet this entire time.
Yeah, she's looking at you, and you just see this mix of emotions on her face.
Are you ready?
She shakes her head no, but she makes a move for the doors anyway.
Pridwen will open up the door.
You enter
Father?
the office. It's a huge office. There's a lit fireplace, books wall to wall. There's a massive oaken desk, and he is standing behind it, appearing to read something. You enter, of course, the four of you stepping in, and the doors close behind you.
Father? I would like to have a talk.
I suspected there was a reason you came home, being as you haven't reached out. He still hasn't turned to look at you.
Your book, Father.
He shifts slightly, and you can see that he's holding it. That's what he was looking at when you came in.
The first page.
What of it?
That cover isn't the real cover of the book.
And how would you know anything about that, considering this book has not left my side since your mother gave it to me?
Because Mother told me.
You and I both know that's impossible.
Pridwen manifests the shield and taps it and says, "Every last one of us are in here." I had a talk with them.
You see,
With her.
this man is a savant at keeping his composure, but you grew up with him. You know what it looks like when he's tense, and he has become that.
Please, before I say anything, peel that page back.
He does so. He sees the inscription, and he allows it to fall back. And
Father, do I deserve to die?
he stops, turning to look at you. An odd question.
Answer me. Do I deserve to die? Does my sister deserve to die? Does Mother? Did Mother?
He eyes you. Have you done something that would deem you worthy of death? If
He
there
looks
is
in-
something you need from me, I will protect you.
He stares his father straight in the eye and he says, Mother showed me. That book. Do you know who it belonged to before you?
Of course.
And do you know whose name is on that inscription?
I read it.
Do you see what I saw?
I see that somebody cared enough for our founder to give him a book that he liked.
Not just somebody, Father. Aurelia. The founder. That was his first hunt.
I am well aware of our history.
And Aurelia, the witch, gave that to him.
This changes nothing, you know.
So, even though I am from the blood of a witch, you still love me.
Of course I do, you're my son.
And you still love Mother?
What kind of question is that? Pridwen, of course I love your mother.
Then why did you kill her?
He freezes when you say this. I don't know what you're talking about.
She spoke to me. She showed me her memories. I know why you did it. I just need to hear it from you.
You see his hands begin to shake. Everything I did for you.
For me. For me? You took everything from me. My friend, my mother. And you think that helped me?
Sometimes we have to do things, Pridwen, that hurt now, but that are necessary. I didn't want to do it, but if it meant keeping you safe and alive, I would do it again.
I am a rhizostoma. We stand in the face of danger so that the right thing can be done.
So what? You wanted me to let you die?
I want you to let me do the right thing.
And you have. You grew up a rhizostoma. You've learned to hunt witches. You've learned how to protect those around you, just as your family has for centuries. That girl that you were so infatuated with, was going to do horrible things.
You don't know that.
I know the luminescence. Nothing good comes from them.
You know their lineage.
You're damn right I do. I know that they
does-
feed to get their power. And I know what they can do with it. I was just a kid when I first learned about the Reckoning. You have no idea what they are capable of, Pridwen.
I do. But she's not a monster.
How do you know? How do you know she wasn't just baiting you? Drawing you in closer and then waiting for a chance to utilize you to gain power.
Was our ancestor just a pawn to Aurelia? Is that what you think?
I don't know, and neither do you.
Think about it, Father. Why would a witch marry a witch hunter? Why would she allow an entire line to hunt witches for centuries?
I don't know, Pridwen. Why would she?
Because she loved him. Because she was not a monster.
Pridwen, I'm not saying all of them are monsters. I'm saying most of them are. And we cull the ones who have gone too far.
And I will continue to, but Pridwen points out, like, just off into the distance and says, I know she's not.
You know nothing. Clearly, you put your faith in these creatures that are with you.
They have saved my life, saved others' lives.
Good for them.
Father, I know that you know where she is.
I'm not going to tell you. If you came all this way to try and get that information from me, you are going to leave sorely disappointed. If that girl never sees the light of day again, it will be too soon.
Father,
Your mother's dying wish was that she be hidden away and never found.
her dying wish. Her dying wish when she was on that doorstep, when she dragged herself, because you didn't have the dignity to bring her back to us, to admit what you did. Her dying wish was for me to find her. Now, you are going to tell me, or I am going to scour this earth until I find her.
He looks over his shoulder at you, and you have never seen a more stern, cold look than scour.
Please. You can't just... This is my mother.
That is my wife. You don't have to remind me.
She wants me to find her. If I have to, I will do what's necessary.
You will.
But
How far are you willing to go for this witch? He says under his breath. You walk in here, you and your sister, and you bring two strangers, and one of them possesses a soul in which I am supposed to call. Katya goes rigid beside you. Don't think I don't know. you would dare bring one of them here? To your family?
We are not witch hunters. We are protectors of the innocent. If that means hunting a witch, so be it. But I will not alter my morality just to exterminate an entire people.
I expected better of you.
I expected better of you. I thought that you could see past this pettiness, this fear that clouds everything. If we have to fight, then we will fight, but this isn't necessary. We hunt those that need to be hunted, and if I have to kill a witch, I will, but I know that her, he points at Katia, and her, and Pridwen clutches the clip in his hair, I know that they are innocent.
Believe what you want. I'm not divulging her location to you. You can try and take it if that's what you please, because clearly this witch means more to you than your own family and your calling. So be it.
Father, please, you could do the right thing. You could.
The right thing is to leave her where she is. The right thing would have been to finish her off back when all of this started. And had your mother realized that and not been blinded by the fact there was a small child in front of her, then perhaps we would not be having this conversation and danger would not still be lingering. You will not convince me. You might as well give it up, Pridwen.
Do you remember what you asked me, Father? How do you know? How do you know that you're right?
How do you?
I don't think anyone can.
Then there is your answer.
I don't want to do this, Father.
Minerva is shaking beside you. You see her body is rigid, her fingers are curled, and you sense rage.
Pridwen tightens his hand and says, I don't want to hurt you. But you are stopping me from doing the right thing. You are stopping me from fulfilling my mother's wishes. So, I won't kill you, but I will take that knowledge.
What are you gonna do?
Pridwen's gonna reach his hand down to Katia.
Katya, this dark look has come over her face. She slowly grabs your hand.
I am sorry. And Pridwen transforms.
Katya levels the shield in front of her. A hard-set look on her face. Liam starts to say something and Minerva puts an arm on his chest and shoves him backwards. You see her arm begin to transform into the dagger. Roll me a d20.
Oh, fuck. Alright.
Oh my
Natural
god.
20.
No, you did not, because I just rolled 2 nat 20s with both of mine too.
Oh my god.
What? No way!
The stars are aligning, dude.
Oh, I'm not saying that's a good thing. So here's what happens. There's a moment where time seems to stand still. Katya, Minerva, and your father. And then all 3 of you move at once. You end up clashing over the top of the desk. Your father bracing against a strike from Minerva with one arm and slicing towards Katya. His arm transformed. I don't remember what you said he was.
I'm pretty sure I said he was... Hang on, I've got to remember too.
I feel like it was a sword or something?
I think he was a spear.
Spear, got it. So, you notice that at the points of impact where she has gone to hit him on his left arm and where he is moving to strike with his right, different sections of his skin are lighting up with the metal of his weapon, making sure that it never pierces him, but that it impacts. I'm going to need you to roll me a d20.
Oh boy. 17?
Okay, so, you are in control of Katya's movements for the moment. What are you aiming for?
He's specifically trying to get Katya to only go non-lethal, and he's trying to knock his dad out.
So, the way that this translates is this fight picks up and it begins to move around the office. You and Minerva are moving almost like one mind, spinning around your father, striking, dodging, and your father is perfectly parrying all of these. You hear a disappointed laugh. I taught you everything that you know. Me and your mother don't think that you will take me down so easily. And then he slams his hand down against the ground, and there is this explosion of brilliant white light. Further down the hallway, Soma, you and Sadie are sitting at the dinner table. Apollyon has stood up at this point and is regaling this story to the twins. And Sadie turns all of a sudden, her eyes wide in the direction that you saw the others go.
Apollyon kneels down and he says, "Hey kids, I'm gonna go meet you guys in the garden real quick. I'll be right there."
You can't just stop in the middle of the story, Sophia says, gesturing at you.
He hands them their $10 back and he says, "Trust me, I'll be back."
They squint at you, but like take the money and start putting it back in their pocket. Sadie's hand is on your arm now, Soma.
Yeah, he knows exactly what's going on. And Soma looks over to Apollyon, nods, and Apollyon nods back. And Apollyon's gonna start by walking towards the office, and someone is gonna follow behind.
Are you taking Sadie with you?
Yes.
So the three of you rise. Iger, sensing what's going on, he gets up and he says, "Now, how do you guys feel about hearing about the time my dad and I took down a three-headed werewolf?" Their eyes light up. Iger looks at you guys as you're walking and gives you a wary look of warning.
Apollyon nods at him and summons Abaddon.
As
And,
you
so-
guys walk down the hallway, it's easy to tell where this pressure is coming from. And the second that you get close to it, Apollyon, Abaddon stops you.
What is it?
You mean you don't feel that?
She's trembling in your hands.
I do, and so what?
That's an exorcism wavelength, Polly.
He pulls her closer and he says, "Our friend is in there. We are a former king of hell. We have to go help her."
Apollyon, that stuff kills demons.
Well, we got two demons right here. It's not like we have much of a choice.
Sadie is her hands are tightening against you, Soma. This is a bad idea.
Everything we do is a bad idea, Sun says.
Could we just for once not walk into mortal peril where I don't know if I'm gonna lose you or not?
We're just gonna have to find out.
You
And so
guys, yeah, she's gonna take you in her hands, and steeling herself is going to walk forward. You open the doors to the office. Pridwen, you are just starting to see after that explosion of light, and you realize you're by yourself.
Oh, fuck.
There's not a hand on you any longer.
Pridwen looks around.
The place looks like a mess. This wavelength has thrown books from shelves and has rattled everything. There are still papers drifting to the ground. Minerva is coughing and rubbing at her temples, trying to get her vision back. Liam, who was the furthest away from it, has run over and is trying to help her up.
You are no philosopher. You cannot just talk. God. Why can't you just understand?
I understand perfectly. But it's my duty to you to protect you, even from yourself and your stupid ideas. He is standing behind the desk. You can see his eyes are glowing with that white light. There's an energy radiating around his body.
You will not protect me. You are not protecting me. You are hurting me.
You don't know what's good for you. Clearly. You hear a soft sound beside you. Katya is laying on the floor. She has what look to be scorch marks along her skin.
Pridwen kneels down. What is wrong with you?
Katya, hearing you say that, thinking it's directed at her, starts trying to rub at her eyes. Oh no.
Katya, no, I'm not talking to you.
That hurt really bad. She tries to push herself up, but her eyes are still almost this whitish color that is slowly beginning to fade. What was that?
That? Pridwen looks his father dead in the eyes and says, "That was a monster."
He sighs. I'll allow you to leave. It would be safer for you to take that thing and go.
I'm not going anywhere.
Then you have sentenced her to death. I have
She-
no problem delivering. You see his hand turning into the edge of his weapon again.
Does Soma or Apollyon come up at this point?
Yes, you are just entering the room right about now.
If-
Does Soma hear this?
Yep.
Soma calls out and he says, "Rao, you really do have a thing for killing family, don't you?"
He stops.
Soma is like showing off his horn and tail right about now.
You brought demons into this house as well. You're right, I don't know you at all.
If a man saves your life, are you not indebted to him?
And are you indebted to these demons?
Hardly. We're even. But I trust him.
Well, I don't.
Soma and Apollyon are going to pull up their sleeves and reveal both of their brands.
He has done. The both of them have done a lot better protecting me than you ever have.
He is looking at the marks on your arms.
You go against us, you
Pridwen,
go against the Academy, so think wisely.
You are the ones who have come into my home.
I'm just backing up a friend.
Yes, well,
Pridwen,
perhaps you can convince your friend that he is being nonsensical. He looks back at you.
Why won't you let me at least try to prove to you that not all of these people are monsters?
Not yet.
They won't become You can't just kill a man because he might commit a crime.
You're right.
Once they do something wrong, that is when they should be punished.
And what would you consider a crime to be? At what point did we ever determine that a witch was set to die?
Once they knowingly and willingly killed another.
He slowly points his hand toward Katya. Then
An
do
innocent.
your job.
She isn't a murderer.
She averts her gaze from you.
You said knowingly and willingly, right? With whatever she's got, it's not so willing.
She has devoured blue souls. That is the line. That is the line she has crossed.
It is a
But
line that
she's
only I can take responsibility for, as he keeps he's gripping his death mark right about now. She is my responsibility, and she is not.
She is 9. If she did that in the past, she didn't know any better. She can change. She has changed. Some people might not be capable of changing. Some people might change and become worse. Some people might change and become better.
Your conversation prolongs the inevitable, Pridwen. I told you I'm not giving you Lunala's location.
Why won't you? You are not protecting me at this point. If you lay a hand on any of them, it will be my blood that spills.
You think I want this?
Honestly, it sounds an awful lot like you do.
I don't. I told
think?
you can leave at any time. Please feel free.
You think you're doing the right thing.
You're damn right I do.
But I know you aren't.
Pridwen.
Father,
You know what they're gonna do with her.
I will protect her.
You can't hardly protect yourself. He gestures to the electrical burn on your face.
I was young, I was weak, and I was foolish, but I still lived.
Yeah, seriously, you have no idea what this guy is capable of now. You just see him as this weak little kid, but you haven't seen him grow.
Let me prove to you that you are wrong.
Then prove me I'm wrong, but I will not give her up.
You must.
I won't.
Please.
Katya has finally gotten back to her feet, staggering a bit, her vision coming back.
Please, all of you, just let me do this myself.
There's movement from behind him. You've been in this very heated discussion and you haven't kept track of the people in the room. There's a flash of metal as Minerva comes flying in from the side and moves to strike him. And he, in a gut reaction, drives his hand up and catches her in the face and chest and throws her.
What is wrong with you?
He stops, realizing what he's done as she hits the glass of the window behind him and it shatters.
Pridwen's going to rush towards her.
He's standing there as if stunned. The gut reaction having, faded enough for him to realize what he has just done.
Do you think this is right? Do you honestly think that hurting your family is doing the right thing? What world do you live in?
She moved
What
first.
delusions?
She moved first, Pridwen.
I don't care.
So would you just want me to get hit? You want me to take it? You want me to die for you? Is that what'll make you happy, Pridwen?
You could have stopped her without hurting her.
I threw my arm up to block. It's not my fault that she jumped at me from behind.
You harmed your own daughter. You killed your own wife. For this.
For you.
I don't want you to do this. I don't need you to do this.
You don't know what you need, Pridwen.
I know damn well what I need.
You're not getting her, he says, and he starts walking away from you.
Do what
So
you
much.
want.
Soma, like, turns around the corner and he says, I don't think you're doing this for him. I think you're doing this because you're scared.
He eyes you.
Because I've seen somebody else do these same things because they're afraid.
And what would you know of fear?
I know all too well of fear. Have you had your entire family, your old group, murdered before your very eyes?
You're a coward.
That gets him to stop.
You are a coward. You want a philosophy lesson, Father? Cowardice is when you are afraid and you try to run. I am trying to be brave. I am trying to face the possibility of harm, of fear. You are a coward. You can't just trust me to make my own decisions, to do what I think is right, and to suffer the consequences. You can't trust me to live my own life, to try and help people the way that I see. You're a coward. So scared that you would kill your own wife.
Are you finished?
Please, tell me where she is.
If you're so close with your mother, why don't you ask her?
She's falling apart in there. I don't know if she has the strength. Why can't you just let me do what I think is right?
Because it's not just you that the consequences will fall on, Pridwen.
If I must, I will fix my mistakes. But I need to be allowed to make mistakes.
There's a difference between letting you grow up and make your own decisions and get hurt in the process, and letting thousands, if not millions, of people die. I am trying to protect you from dealing with that fate. You don't know what it's like to have the blood of that many people on you. And I don't want you to.
Father,
If the reckoning happens again, it will be your fault.
but it won't. If I can get her, she can help me. She can help the world. And if not, I will fight her if I must. But I know in my bones, she's not a monster. She won't let this happen. I won't let this happen.
this point, Liam has gone over and has managed to help Minerva back up. She runs a hand through her hair, moving pieces of broken glass. She looks dazed.
Pridwen's
Go ahead.
Pridwen's stepping over to her so that he can make sure that she's not injured, like severely wounded.
There's some pieces of glass that have cut through sections of her armor, but she's okay.
I trusted my mother. Why can't you?
I know you think you can talk your way out of this, but it's not gonna happen. He starts to try and walk past you, Soma, Apollyon. Are you gonna do anything?
Nope.
He starts to walk out of the room.
Don't you dare walk away from me. After this.
He stops in the doorframe. You'd rather we fight some more.
I would rather die than let you get away with just hurting my friends.
You see a flare of that white light begin to light up around his hand. Just being nearby, Soma, Apollyon, it begins to hurt. I have told you. Walk away.
No.
Then you will have to stop me. And he starts down the hallway again.
Pridwen's going to get up. And he's going to try and follow him.
As he walks past Soma, Soma's gonna put his arm on his shoulder and he's gonna say, "Be careful."
I can't. And Pridwen's going to run after his dad.
Katya's gonna try and grab you. Don't!
Katya, no, you have to stay here.
No,
He
I'm not
won't-
gonna let you run out there after him for... We can find some other way to find her, okay? This is dumb!
He won't hurt me.
You don't know that! He'd throw Minerva out a window!
I will find a way.
You're
I
my
need-
weapon partner! You're a big chonky shield, and you're not gonna do shit by yourself!
I'm a terrible weapon partner.
Shut up and get on my hand, she says, and you see that darkness in her face again.
Katya, I don't want you to lose yourself.
You want answers? Then you're taking me with you.
Please. I don't want to do this to you.
I really hate it when you say that, she says, and she wraps her arm around yours, and your palms begin to line up, and you feel that pull, and it is an aggressive, strong pull.
Katya, please.
Roll me a d20.
17.
Match. You feel yourself begin to being pulled into her hand. You feel yourself naturally wanting to transform.
Katya, I can't do this to you.
Say that one more time, she says, her nails digging into your palm.
Just don't lose yourself. Promise me.
I don't make promises I can't keep. And she's going to attempt to fully take you in her hands. Roll me another d20.
7.
You feel yourself pulled into her palm, except you're not in your shield form. You're in your weapon form.
Katya.
You feel yourself clasping around her wrist, and she begins to walk forward.
Katya, if you lose yourself, I will never be able to forgive myself.
You'll figure out a way. Inside the room, Soma, you see Minerva is coming back to her senses, and she leans heavily into Liam and looks up at you.
Looks over at Pridwen and says, honestly, I don't think it's any use to try to stop her now.
Minerva struggles out of Liam's grasp and tries to run out the door, staggering a bit.
Soma nods at her.
What is Apollyon doing through all of this?
He's fighting with himself internally.
He's also fighting with Abaddon because Abaddon is losing her shit.
Yeah.
Liam looks at you, Soma, and he almost doesn't know what to do. He grips Minerva's shoulder, trying to keep her from chasing after them. I have to stop her, he says under his breath, trying to hold on to her.
Soma walks up and helps him, and he says, I made a deal with Pridwen. This is on me.
Minerva looks over at you desperately. You see she has that... She has to go. Like she'll do anything to be out there.
He looks at Liam.
Liam looks the same, but in the opposite way.
He looks over at Minerva, and he says, stay here with Liam. He needs you.
She shakes her head no and tries to move for the door again. Liam is doing everything he can just to keep her from bull rushing away from him. He's got his arms wrapped around her from behind and is just trying to drag his feet on the floor even.
Minerva.
Her eyes snap over to your face.
Let me take care of this.
Her dragging Liam slows. She stops, finally. Sadie starts walking for the door and holds her hand out to you without saying anything.
He takes it.
You flash into her hand and she walks out the door. Pridwen, Katya is walking down the hallway and your father has been walking, but he's stopped.
Katya, don't kill anyone.
So, coming to give me a taste of your true colors, I see. He turns slowly.
Katya, please, prove him wrong.
She is, without saying anything, going in for an attack. Oh god. Y'all gotta stop matching. Soma, you are in Sadie's hand. You guys come out the door and you watch as Katya is standing in one place and then she isn't. There's a flash to the left as she sprints at ridiculous speed and then swings in behind him. Francesco has moved his arm behind his back to catch it and attempt to grab you, Pridwen, attempting to grab your blade and try and get you away from her.
Don't you dare touch me.
You see his eyes, that white glow beginning to light up in them again. I won't have to, he says rather matter-of-factly, and gripping your blade, he attempts to swing her into one of the pillars beside him. Yeah. Her back hits it, and she arcs for a bit, and you think that she's gonna drop you, but she doesn't. She keeps her death grip on you. Soma, what would you like to do?
Sorry, I'm drawing something. Soma is going to. I need to pull up his sheet. Why is that? Oh shit. Okay, there we go. What is Soma going to do? Where is? Oh shit. Oh, I almost highlighted everything. I don't know which one I want to do. He's going to do ice. Hold on, actually, I want to see. Oh, what the fuck? My Google Doc just closed.
God.
Sorry, I'm trying to go through which ability I want to do.
To be fair, there are a lot of them.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna do regular ice bullet projection. Yeah. So I'm gonna do that.
Alright.
It's going to try to let's see.
At the beginner level?
Yeah.
So 1d6 and 1d10.
Okay. I created 3 bullets and they do like 2 damage. Yeah.
So you manage to manifest 3 and hurl them at him. He throws his arm up to try and block with them, and Katya is already moving again. She goes in for a stab against his. Oh no. She goes in for a stab into his ribs as he has moved his arm up and has become exposed to her. However, He seems to catch the movement out of the corner of his eye. Pridwen, you see this attack incoming. You can see that as he shifts, his palm of his other hand turns itself toward Katya, and that light begins to build as she moves in towards him.
Pridwen's going to try to take the hit.
There's this flicker for a moment. Roll me a d20.
You're not gonna believe this. Natural 20.
You are tired.
Oh my god.
You're so tired of watching everyone take hits around you. And as she goes in, the blade disappears and your shield flickers to life on her arm instead. This blow of white, bright energy impacts your shield rather than Katya. She cringes a bit at the brightness and the pain of the heat, but for the most part, you take the damage, and it doesn't feel good. But considering that you aren't a demon, it doesn't do much to you.
I told you, Father. If you tried to touch her, it would be my blood that spilled.
Good thing it doesn't do anything to you then, he says as he turns and begins to hurl another ball of energy toward you, Soma. Roll me a d20.
Alright. That is a 9.
Sadie, seeing this incoming and knowing what it is, she turns instead and cradles you to her chest and takes the brunt of this explosion, this white energy in her back. She lets out a grunt, but she's hiding how bad it hurt for your sake.
He looks at her and he doesn't say anything. He's concerned. Just this look of concern.
I've got it, she says. She turns back, spinning you in her hand. What would you like to do?
Great question. Oh, you know what? Fuck it. Oh, I can't do that because I'm not. Fuck. God damn it, Sadie! Why do you have a shit sheet? I'm gonna cast Ember. So yeah, I can do that.
Okay. So, Sadie runs the blade along her palm, and you watch as this blue fire lights up along it.
Mm-hmm.
Roll
And
me 2d20 and a
yeah,
d4.
I got max on the d4, and I got a natural 20 on the first d20, and then I got a 5.
Roll me another d20.
Ooh, a 16.
So 41 damage added to all of your damage for the next 4 turns.
Excellent.
Jesus fuck. Okay, so as this is happening, Katya is realizing that she doesn't have you in her normal form. You feel a pull as if she's trying to change you back, Pridwen.
Katya, you are my Meister. It is my purpose to protect you.
Fine, she says, and she turns you toward him, and you feel a crackling. Pridwen, roll me a d20.
Oh no. 18?
Interesting. Roll me a d12.
A D12? I don't like that. 4?
you feel your shield beginning to light up with electricity, and then it passes over her body. She has activated a voltaic cloak.
Okay, let me deduct those points real quick. There we go.
He is going to... Oh, Jesus. Oh my god. Okay. Seeing the burst of flame come from you, Soma... Oh my god. Roll me a d20.
Okay.
I think we've had more crits in this session than we have in the last few combined.
I've
rolled
got
a-
an idea.
You rolled a what?
A 7.
Yeah. What were you about to say, Pridwen?
Pridwen's going to say, Katya, stop with the electricity. I have an idea.
She's listening to you.
I want you to disable the electricity and grab onto him. If he won't talk to me, I will make him talk.
Oh boy. I need you to roll me a d20, and I need Kat to roll a d20.
Another crit?
Oh, Jesus, fuck. Okay. Oh my god. Alright, so here's what happens.
Mm-hmm.
He brings up this ball of energy, and it begins to form into almost this javelin shape. And he turns, at first looking to Soma, and then he feels Katya impact his side, and he turns, and with just gut-wrenching precision, brings it down directly into her shoulders. What are you planning to do when she grabs him?
He's going to try and force his father into his inner room.
And you critted.
Mm-hmm.
So here's how that happens. You feel that you see that bright white energy coming towards you, and you know it's gonna hit. You grab on to your father as Katya does at the same time, and you force your way. You force resonance with him. Despite him fighting it, you pull. There's this scream of pain, this angry, flaring agony that rushes through you. And then you're not in the hallway anymore. You're in your inner room.
Father?
He's standing there, looking around. His eyes move toward the wall, and he brushes his fingers along some of the names. Odd you would pick this place for your inner room.
It reminds me of who I am.
He turns to look at you.
I can't let you hurt my friends.
I'm not. You're the one who's attacking me. I'm defending myself.
And that's why I brought you here.
So?
Now we can talk, and you can't just walk away.
So, you've entrapped me in this place until I can figure out a way to break out. Excellent.
Well, I think Pridwen's looking over at his, at that pair of double doors. If I can't get through to you, maybe Mother can.
He goes rigid when you say this.
And Pridwen pulls the clip from his hair. Mother,
It begins to glow.
I think we all need to talk.
Ever so slowly, the bioluminescent glow forms from the pen, moving onto your palm, still very weak.
Please. I don't know how to get him to tell me.
He's staring at the light in confusion, in realization, and then in dread. You see the bioluminescence moving along your arm. It swirls up as if looking at him. And then it shifts as if it's looking at you. It gestures to him.
Father. Pridwen's going to step towards him.
He would bring me in here knowing she was here.
Of course.
Why are you doing this, Pridwen?
I need to. I need to find her. It is my mother's wish. It is my wish. And it is the only way that I believe that I can actually try to help other people.
You're wrong.
Am I?
Yes.
Pridwen looks down at the light.
The light swirls in your palm. As if thinking. You see it form a word. Stubborn.
Me or him?
Both.
I suppose it's a family trait. And Pridwen's holding this, holding the light up so that his father can see what it's saying as well.
Yeah, he's just watching it somberly.
I just want to resolve this. I just want to find a way to do the right thing.
As I've said.
have different beliefs of what that is. But you won't leave me alone about this. You're not gonna stop, are you?
I can't.
Then I will make you a deal.
What is it?
If I give you her location, you will never set foot in this place again. You will never associate with the twins. You will never come back here with her. You will not endanger your family. If I give you this, we are done.
Pridwen looks him in the eye and he says, I have no intention of coming back. I will show you how wrong you are. Or I will face the consequences. Pridwen will hold out his other hand to shake.
He stares at it for a long time. You see the light forming a word, wait, no. And he grabs your hand despite it.
Pridwen will loosen his grip and say, she's saying something.
She thinks she can fix this. She always has. But we've seen what her efforts will bring.
That was your fault.
It was my decision. And I would do it again. He grips your hand tighter. You want to know so badly this witch that has torn this family apart and is still continuing to do so even as she is in a deep, deep slumber, far beneath us.
You think this is her fault?
Yes,
You
I do.
did this. You struck her down. You wouldn't listen to her, and you did this.
Please spare me your arguments. I'm tired of fighting with you, Pridwen.
Please. Why can't we just talk?
Your talking is incessant. Your
What?
reasoning circular. You won't see any other way but your own.
What was it you said, Father? The reason why humans know how to speak.
You remembered that, did you?
How could I forget? If we both think we're wrong, perhaps we're both wrong.
How fitting that would be. He lets go of your hand.
Are you all my personal dreams?
Perhaps I'll just have to find the third way.
Everything you know is in your mind.
I've already told you where she is.
I will uphold my end of the bargain.
Good.
You will not see me again. And I will not return, regardless of who is right. as I am concerned. Pridwen is going to try to hug his father. As far as I'm concerned, we're both fools.
He stands there numbly for a moment, his arms at his sides as you hug him, and then he slowly brings one arm around to embrace you.
In spite of everything, I do still love you.
I told you, he whispers. Everything I ever did was for you. And he struggles to get you to get out of your inner room, really.
Pridwen will release him and leave his inner room.
Soma, you watched as you were prepared for that attack, and then suddenly Katya slammed into him from the side, and that attack meant for you came straight down into her shoulders.
Oh shit. He's going to immediately rush up to her.
It's gone through her and into the ground. Pridwen is holding on to Francesco at this point, and they've both dropped into what you know to be an inner room.
Mm-hmm.
Katya is letting out this awful, ragged breathing, trying to push herself up, but it's literally stuck into the ground at this point. Just being this close to it hurts you.
Mm-hmm.
You can't imagine what it feels like having it inside of you.
Mm-hmm. He calls out to Pridwen.
Does Pridwen wake up?
Roll me a d20.
Oh boy. 19.
Yes.
He gets up and he sees the javelin and he's going to begin shaking his dad awake.
He's much slower coming out of this inner room. He's never done this before, really.
Father, let her go.
His eyes begin to roll open slowly.
Father, let her go.
It would be better, he whispers, his hand moving to grip the javelin. Katya lets out an agonized shriek as he seems to grab it, and more power begins to course through it just from his touch alone.
Please let her go.
Only because you need to learn. And he shatters the javelin in his hand.
Pridwen's immediately going to try and heal Katya.
You crouch down. She is letting out this awful, it's not even a real cry, it's just gasping sobs at this point. And you
Katya.
attempt to heal her.
I am so sorry. And he's going to be giving her healing water.
Okay. What are you... She's not drinking it, or what are you planning to do?
Katya, he's... Oh, fuck. He's going to try to effervescent lantern.
By yourself.
Never mind, that's a terrible idea. He's just going to try and, like, get her to... He's going to try and, like, help her drink it, basically.
You try and turn her onto her side so that she can drink it, and she instantly recoils from you and balls tighter. Soma, you are standing beside her, and now that the javelin has shattered and this energy has fizzled out around you, you can see this open hole. Would you like to be helpful?
He approaches and he says, "What can I do?"
I don't know, I can't get her to drink.
Sadie, gripping your hilt, once again runs her hand along your blade, encouraging a flame.
If you say so, he's going to attempt to create a flame.
Without waiting, she twists your blade sideways and presses it flat to the open wound. Katya lets out a violent shriek, her nails digging across the ground, dragging. Your blade against her back begins to cauterize. Roll me a d20 at advantage.
Right.
You manage to close the back of this wound, at least for the most part.
Mhm.
You stand up once more, and she allows you out of her palm this time.
Mhm. He goes back into normal.
Katya, trying to catch her breath after all of that screaming, her throat aching, her body hurting badly in general. She kind of rolls over onto her side, and her eyes laze up to you, Pridwen.
I'm so sorry.
She smiles a little bit.
So that's your dad, huh?
Was.
You turn to look in his direction, and he's gone.
As far as I'm concerned, he's no longer my father.
So what now?
I know where she is. He told me.
So let's go get her, Sadie says.
Pridwen asks Katya, "Are you okay? Can I help you?"
She looks like she's hurting a lot, but as you help her up, she can manage to get to her feet. It's okay. Let's go.
All right, she's under the castle.
That makes sense.
Of course. Alright.
How do we get there? I mean, in the memory, they were in some kind of cave, right?
There might be a cave down by the water.
That makes sense.
She's holding onto your arm.
Pridwen's going to pick her up.
You kind of scoop her up into your arms, and she objects a little but doesn't fight you. It's at this point that you hear footsteps down the hall, and Minerva and Liam have joined you.
So has Apollyon.
You guys all kind of huddle together, and as you're standing there, you hear movement from further down the hallway. The twins. They're peeking around the corner, but this time they look scared.
Pridwen looks over and he says, Sophia, Lorenzo.
They kind of tuck down further as you call their names.
I'm not gonna be coming back.
They look caught between wanting to run to you and also staring at Katya in fear.
She's not evil.
They're still tucked there, anxious and worried. Minerva puts a hand on your shoulder. She looks sadly from you to them.
Do I tell them?
She nods.
We're witches. All of us.
That doesn't make any sense, Lorenzo says defiantly, kind of getting in front of his sister a bit.
The founder, he went to hunt that witch, the witch Aurelia. But he didn't kill her. She gave him a gift. That book that father always carries.
So what? So what? Because of that, you're not coming back? Sophia says angrily.
Because father can't understand.
You're just gonna leave us here?
I don't have a choice. Father won't let me come back. He
Well,
has
then-
his reasons.
Then we can come with you, Lorenzo says anxiously.
He does not want me to interact with you two ever again.
Because you work with witches, she says, looking at Katya.
Because I don't think all witches are evil.
So we're just supposed to say goodbye?
Once you're old enough, you can make your own decisions. But for now, I think it is goodbye.
She shakes her head. You can't just leave. She takes a
No.
step towards you, looking at Katya anxiously, and then takes another step anyway and grabs your hand.
I don't have a choice.
You've already left once. And we just got you back. You haven't even stayed a day yet. You can't just...
It's dangerous out there.
But that's why Mom trained us.
I don't know what to do.
Minerva's hand is trembling on your shoulder as well.
I don't know what to do.
You hear Sadie murmuring from behind you. We should go. We need to get her before he changes his mind.
Sophie. Lorenzo. I will see you again, but it will not be in this castle.
You promise? Lorenzo says.
As long as I live, I will do my best.
Okay.
I love you too.
Sophie's sobbing. She's just broken in front of you, and Lorenzo grabs her by the shoulders and holds her in place, nodding to you.
Pridwen's going to pull him into a hug.
Minerva joins you. She reaches to ruffle Lorenzo's hair, she always has, and cups Sophie's cheek.
We'll be okay. Just promise me that you two will be also.
We're in the castle. What could happen, right?
Be safe. Pridwen will stand up. I have work to do. And he'll turn and start heading to the front gate.
Mama will follow soon behind him.
The others join in too. Minerva lingers, looking at the twins, hesitating, and Liam is the one who finally wraps an arm around her shoulders and pulls her, and she relents. Sophie, her crying follows you outside. Lorenzo keeps her in place, though. You're standing outside of your childhood home.
Pridwen pulls the pin from his hair and looks down at it, and he says, I just hope this was the right choice.
Well, even if it isn't, still the choice you made. There's no going back now.
You hear
Indeed.
a barking coming from behind you.
Pridwen turns around.
Winnie is stopped by the front door, and he's sitting looking at you, his head tilted over in confusion.
Oh, I can't do this.
Go on, man. And he shoves you with
Pridwen steps up to Winnie and he says, though I just met you, I know you're a good dog.
Winnie has something in his mouth.
He looks at it.
It's a collar.
How?
He drops it in your hand, his tail thumping against the ground.
How did you?
He barks at you once.
Pridwen pulls Winnie into a hug. You're a
dog,
very good dog.
His tongue lolls out, and he just sits there thumping his tail.
Hopefully I'll get to see you again too.
He barks once.
Farewell. And Pridwen will stand up.
As you start to walk away, he takes a few steps after you.
Please. Protect the twins.
He looks at you funny, and then he takes another step after you.
Oh, you can't do this to me. Please, just stay with them.
He rolls over onto his back and sticks his paws up in the air and tilts his head at you.
Oh no. Come on.
He hops back up on his feet.
Do you want to come with us?
He thumps his tail.
Alright then. Pridwen will beckon towards him to follow.
He plods after you.
And he will start heading down to the shoreline.
It is dark now. The sun finally setting, the last bits of light fading on the horizon as you reach the tide pools. Sadie's eyes are out on the water, lingering distantly, and you see this kind of odd expression on her face. She's never seen the ocean up close before. Not like this.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
She nods.
I always loved it down here.
At this point, Iger has caught up to you.
Iger,
Yeah,
um,
I took care of it. Your things are all packed up.
thank you. We just have one last thing to do.
The girl, right?
The witch.
The girl, he corrects. And then he gestures you forward.
Yes. And Pridwen's going to kind of scan the rock line for caves.
So you're looking at these tidal pools in different areas around. Some have sand around them and some don't. And as you're walking, you do remember as a child that you were told not to go in a few of them because they were very deep.
That might be difficult. How many of you can breathe underwater?
Literally everybody looks at you in confusion.
Oh,
Minerva awkwardly steps up beside you.
I can probably take only one more person with me.
Katya is looking at you, and then she looks at Soma. She can tell she wants to go, for sure. But she's also relenting.
I might just be able to get a couple more people through, but I just lack the ability to do it.
So you have
So Pridwen's
Angidia's
big.
word, right?
Yeah, so he can use that. The thing is, he doesn't have enough charisma to do the adept version.
So, who are you taking with you?
Katya,
Yeah.
do you want to meet Lunala?
She nods a lot.
Pridwen holds out his hand.
Okay.
She wraps her fingers around yours.
And Pridwen's going to transform.
You're in your shield form. And she's holding you like she does when she's in control of herself. Feel comfortable in her hand, and Minerva looks at you. And then she turns and she smiles just a little bit and holds her hand out. Liam looks confused as all get out. He slowly walks towards her questioningly. You see her flash into her dagger form again, and he leaps forward to make sure she doesn't hit the sand, and his fingers cradle her just before she hits it, and nothing happens. That burning sensation that happened with Apollyon earlier, it doesn't happen. He's standing there, just letting her rest on his palms lightly, and he looks up at you and he says, "What is happening?"
You two are good together.
That's a weapon. She's a weapon. This is not normal. He like is holding her delicately, like he doesn't want to drop her, like he doesn't know what to do with her. It's like a fragile, the most fragile piece of glass in his palms.
You'll be alright.
This is normal. This is normal. This is fine. He says as he like turns towards you, and he's still holding her in both of his palms. You see her eyes flash into the dagger, and then she just rolls her eyes slowly.
Pridwen's like looking up through his form at Katya and snickering.
Katya has this smug look on her face, and she goes, "That's gonna be you in like 5 minutes, buddy." And then she jumps into the tide pool.
Oh, Pridwen also activated the ward.
Yeah, she was just trusting you at this point. Like, she's already in.
Yep.
And she's gonna start trying to swim down.
And Pridwen activates his lantern to help them navigate.
So we're just like, I can just freeze the water. I mean, I can follow.
You could freeze the water. How is that gonna work for you?
I, walk on the water when
Yep,
it's frozen.
but they're going under. They're going. So this is a tide pool. Like, they've gone into it and they're swimming down into the depths.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
So I was like, maybe if you were in your weapon form, you'd be okay. But, like, Sadie definitely not, and he doesn't have enough to activate his full Injurious Ward. So, but if you've got another suggestion, I'm listening.
I could completely annihilate all of the water in the area, but that would be bad.
A little bit?
Yeah.
Probably not the best idea.
Probably not the best idea.
Yeah. Exactly.
Damn. Can't believe you can't breathe underwater. What's
Man,
wrong with you? What a nerd.
Imagine not being able to breathe underwater.
Imagine not being able to breathe underwater, man.
Imagine not
Guys,
being
you
able to stand the
You
fire.
guys hear Pridwen can't breathe underwater? I'm so
God, what
sorry. What a loser, just have gills like the rest of us.
Oh,
big
you're not a
gills, come
fish
back.
man?
You don't have fins? The fuck are you, some kind of fin man? Nah, you don't have fins? You're finless? Man.
I mean,
I bet you're feeling real awkward now, huh?
I've been silent for like 2 hours before I come back to say, what the fuck am I doing?
I don't know.
Grow some fins.
So yeah, Katya is swimming down into the depths, and she's not a great swimmer, but she's managing. The fact that your shield is heavy is helping just sink her.
Yeah, Pridwen's actually going to say, if you need, you can probably just use me to grab and push yourself around.
That's mostly what she's doing. And she's like sinking, and behind you, Liam is like looking at the tide pool, and you in the tide pool, and he's like, "What am I supposed to?" In there, You want me to go in there? The eyes in the blade are looking at him. Why? They look at him harder. Why am I always getting wet? He says as he takes his hoodie off. I hate this, he says, and then he, holding the dagger delicately still in one hand, drops into the tidal pool and starts to swim down. He is a much better swimmer. Despite hating being wet, he's a much better swimmer than Katya is, so he manages to catch up with you, and you guys, start swimming into these depths. Roll me a perception check. Let's see what you guys can see.
Alright. Whoop. Natural 20.
Okay. So, as you're going, it seems that there are tunnels interlinked between some of these tide pools. Thank goodness that the four of you are breathing underwater right now, because the way that they are, when you get down into like the main section where they're kind of linked, there's a current that picks up, and suddenly Katya is not swimming anymore. She is flailing as she is being pulled in one direction. Liam is in no better shape. He starts getting pulled, and then you two get pulled in separate directions.
Oh boy.
You see him dash off into one area, and you go in another direction, and before you know it, you are in this underground sort of cavern. It feels pretty deep down when she's finally stopped spinning in the water.
The surface. Get to the surface.
You look around, and it's, even with your light on, it's dark as shit. You don't know where the surface is.
We're underground.
She nods.
I think I know where we are.
She looks at you.
This is the cave from the memory. And Pridwen's going to look down at the pool.
You look down, and you kind of, you're still in water. There appears to be something rippling, and only because you are really looking hard for it. Something further beneath you.
I think we need to go deeper.
She sighs and starts to sort of flounder her way down there. You swim further and further until you get to see this weird ripple sensation in the water in front of you.
What is that?
She swims towards it, and then she pokes her head up, and you're in a cave. Completely disoriented, you realize that you've actually been swimming up instead of down. Katya, scrambling to the edge of whatever this surface is, pulls herself over the top, and she's coughing, and she whispers, "I hate it here."
Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting this place to be so disorienting.
She kind of scrambles up over the edge. It's dark. She looks around. You're in some sort of cavern.
Pridwen's going to... Would you mind if I turn back?
She shakes her head. She doesn't mind.
Pridwen turns back into human form and is going to brighten his light about as bright as it can go.
Definitely a cave.
Maybe this is the one.
You look around, and you spy something gleaming.
Pridwen steps up to it.
You walk over. There's something stuck in between a section of rocks.
He's going to try and pull it out.
It's a helmet.
stares down at it.
It's her helmet.
His eyes begin to fill with tears.
Katya looks at you worriedly as she just sees you crouched over and hears you begin to start sniffling. It's about this time that there's this burst of sound from behind you, and Liam comes flying out of the water, scrambling up onto the side.
Oh, good you found us.
He is like hugging his knees for a second, and he's like, never do that again. He's like death gripping the dagger at this point.
It's not my fault that my mother decided to hide a witch in this.
This, he says, gesturing around, is a nightmare. Katya goes, yeah.
Pridwen, holding the helmet, shows it to, Minerva.
Her eyes moving along the dagger, she transforms into human form and takes a hesitant step towards you.
I think we're close.
She brushes her fingers on it and then looks around. There's another section of water on the far side of the cave.
But I think we're probably going to have to do more diving.
Not again. You hear Liam say under his breath. He got his back pressed into the wall.
Pridwen's going to, try and fit the helmet into his satchel. And extend his hand.
Big helmet, to be fair.
Yeah. But he really wants to take it with him.
Fair. Instead of fitting it into it, you manage to, with some of the supplies you have, bind it to the satchel so it kind of hangs against it.
There we go. Katya, Pridwen extends his hand.
She sighs. Oh boy. And she grabs your hand again.
Once we're done with this, hopefully we'll never have to do it again.
Ever again, she says, walking toward the water. Minerva is crouched beside Liam, and she looks after you, and she gestures you forward.
Alright, let's go.
Worst date ever. You hear them talking as Katya goes into the water, and you begin swimming down again. You hear Minerva's voice. At least we're alone.
Oh, no.
And Katya begins swimming down. This water is different, though. It is frigidly cold. And as she swims, you begin to see things moving around you.
Oh?
There are large, shadowy figures moving just at the edge of your light.
Katya?
She is giving you the don't you dare say a word look.
Alright.
She starts to swim down faster. Roll me a d20.
Okay. 17?
You just manage to swing to the side as you see it coming. One of these shadows darts forward and impacts her in the side. You catch the force of this thing, and you two are both yeeted sideways. She grunts with pain as whatever it is darts off into the shadows again.
Oh dear. We're gonna want to get through here fast.
Yeah, she's panicking at this point and starting to try and swim faster. She's really bad at it at this point.
Katya, calm down. If any of them come for us again, just punch them.
Roll a d20.
Alright. Let's see. 18?
You see another one just as you're saying this, and you manage to move to the side as this thing goes for her arm this time. You see the glimmer of teeth in the reflection of your light, and then it impacts your shield once more and darts off into the shadows. Katya, panicking, is swimming as fast as she can.
We're going to be okay, Katya.
It's all you can do at this point to keep whatever this thing or these things are off of her. You can see she's losing it at this point. New fear gravely unlocked.
Katya, Pridwen's going to begin arcing with electricity and say, I will shield you.
She nods a little bit, and as you light up with electricity and you make yourself just a teensy bit brighter, you see something. There's something near the floor of the seabed down there. You're seeing bits of kelp now, moving and flowing around. You're seeing the hints of fins disappearing into the shadows. And there looks to be almost like one of the bubbles that you form when you want to create sound. It's like a dome almost.
I think that might be her.
Katya does her best to move towards it. Roll me a d20.
Oh boy, he's going to act. If this thing hits him again, he's gonna act a natural 20. Never mind.
You were gonna do what now?
I was gonna activate Voltaic Cloak, but
In your
I would like
Probably
to.
not.
Hold on. Intervene real quick. I've been keeping track. That is 9 natural 20s. What ancient Aztec
What the
deity has blessed you this fucking
I
evening?
don't know.
I
I
don't
said
know,
that
dude.
once
The moon-
already.
it's a full moon, man.
Fucking full
An
moon.
ancient first god came upon you and offered you a deal, and you took it.
My
Because I roll
God.
like shit for a whole night, and I get 1 natural 20 a night. You have gotten 9.
Yeah, I don't know
what
what's
the fuck
happening.
is It's the fucking most of those were in the fucking card game though.
True, there were 3 of them when you were playing poker earlier. So
Lord.
here's what
Sorry,
happens.
I'll go back in my hole.
You, in your irritation that whatever this thing is trying to get Cat, when it comes towards you this time, she shifts her arm, and your blade activates, and as it goes in for her arm, you move at just the right time to switch your wrist upward, and it swims over top of your blade and cuts from the bottom of its jaw all the way down its stomach. There's a burst of red around you. Your visibility clouds as this crimson, hazy fog fills the water around you. Katya begins to freak out.
Katya, we got it.
She can't see anything at this point except for red, so she is
Just-
panicking.
Keep going down.
I don't know which way down is!
Pridwen's going to try. Let's see if he has an ability that'll work. Can he use Ursula the produce water thing to essentially create a jet of water to get this out of the way?
You know what? I have never thought about that. I'll allow it.
And he'll do it.
Okay. So you create this burst of water from behind you, and you, less so that it moves the red as it does, it shoots you forward. And you kind of clear the edge of this carnage, and you're able to make out the direction that is down again, and Katya swims for it. She gets to the floor, the seabed, and she looks around, and she kind of locates the strange bubble, the dome, whatever it is, and she starts to swim towards it.
Pridwen's trying to get a good look at it.
It appears to be like a 10-foot by 10-foot bubble on the seabed, and there's something inside of it.
I think that's her.
She gets up to it and she looks at it curiously.
Do I touch it? I don't want to break it.
Here. Touch it with my finger.
She
Gently.
she moves the edge of your shield towards it. You impact it and it doesn't shatter.
Do you think we can go inside?
Before she has time to think about it, there is another impact from behind you. It yeets you into the circle within, and instantly you are in air. You tumble forward and hit this dry sand. You go tumbling out of Katya's grip.
Pridwen transforms back into his human form. And he's looking around.
You see a figure in the center of this area. All of this like kelp has been laid out to form almost like a bed, and there's a figure laying in it, dead asleep.
Pridwen's going to unlatch his helmet, remove it, set it aside. And he's going to approach her.
You crouch down next to her. She's older. A little older than you, maybe. The perfect white hair. The same face that you've been seeing every time you touch the pendant. And as you kneel to look at her, you see something wrapped where her cloak is pinned against her chest.
He looks at it.
It's your pin. Clasped there to the point that it's hidden away from anybody who would look at it, but it's there holding her cloak together still.
He's going to try and gently wake her up.
Now comes the fun part. Roll me a d20.
Oh boy. Am I gonna have to slap my girlfriend awake?
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time it's happened in this campaign. She does not move. You hear a ruckus behind you.
Pridwen turns around to look.
So Katya is at the edge of this water, and there's very clearly a shadow pacing outside of the bubble. And every once in a while, she's like trying to punch it. You can see on her shoulders, when you got thrown into this, something bit her.
Katya, are you okay?
I don't want to talk about it, she says, and she tries to punch this thing through the water again.
Katya, did that thing bite you?
I don't want to talk about it, she says, and she actually gets a hit on it this time. Whatever it is slithers off into the darkness.
Katya, once I get Lunala up, we can beat it up together.
She stops and turns to look at you, and then looks down in realization.
Is that her?
Yes.
She tilts her head.
She still has my pin.
That's a good sign, Katya says, nodding to you. You do your thing. I'm gonna beat this shark up.
You just be careful.
She is in this like boxing stance, waiting for a sign of movement.
And Pridwen's going to try to shake Lunala awake.
You try shaking her. It doesn't do anything.
Lunala, Lunella, I'm here. Please wake up.
She doesn't respond.
Oh, please tell me that this isn't storybook rules.
I didn't say it was storybook rules. I'm just saying shaking her's not working. There are other options.
He's trying to go through the list of options. He's going to take his pendant.
Taking
hold it in
it
his hand.
from her?
No. He's taking his.
Okay.
The one she gave him.
Gotcha.
And he's gonna look down at it.
It is the moon pen that you've had.
And he's going to try and place the two together. Both pens.
You lay the pendant gently against her chest. They're reunited, but nothing happens.
He's going to try touching the pendant she has.
You brush your fingers along it. It's pristine, almost in better condition than the day you gave it to her. It's been well taken care of.
I really don't want... I'm beginning to run out of options. I really don't want to shock you.
Do it. Katya says she has swung again at the shark.
Oh, okay. Pridwen's going to build up the tiniest bit of electricity in his hand. And then gently poke her.
You see, her skin has a sort of reaction to the electricity. For a minute, a bit of color returns. She looks a little more blue where you've touched her, and then it fades.
I need to feed her.
Katya looks over her
Pridwen's.
shoulder. Who said what now?
My father said that they feed on our energy. My kind of energy. She's been down here for a very long time.
Wait,
Pridwen's?
she says, turning toward you worriedly. What if she tries to, like, you know, eat you
Eat.
or something? Don't
What?
wishes eat souls too?
I don't know if she'll recognize me initially, so what if we do it from a distance, just in case?
Okay. Not a lot of room in here, she says. The shark, it slaps its tail in and hits her upside the head from behind.
Oh.
And slinks off into the water again.
That thing is incredibly rude.
She's grumbling under her breath.
Here. If you wield me, as long as I'm not touching her, she shouldn't be able to drain me, per se. So if you
Okay.
wield me, I may be able to zap her that way.
We're just gonna shock her, she says, holding you.
I'm not sure if that's a good idea, now that you say it that way.
I don't know, Pridwen. I've got a bad feeling about this. I feel like it's gonna take a lot.
have a lot to give.
Oh boy.
Here. Pridwen's going to lay his hands on her. And he's going to begin just building up electricity slowly, very slowly, kind of trying to channel it into her.
You see her, she begins to have that reaction again, begins to glow a bit. Her hand seems to move a little.
Can I give up? Here, let me get the calculations done quickly because I've got to remove all the abilities I've used. But can I spend half of my current AP to try and charge her up? That would be 14 points of AP.
How are you proposing you do this?
Basically, I'm going to try and feed I'm trying to do this slowly over the course of time, but I'm basically trying to feed her like half of my energy.
Okay. So, I'm gonna ask you, are you sure you want to do that?
I mean, I'm worried something terrible's going to happen when you ask me that. But the way I'm looking at it, I am feeding her electricity, spending my AP, and I'm going to try and use 14 points of AP, essentially, to try and charge her up.
Katya, so you're thinking about this, and Katya actually kind of lets go of you and goes toward her by herself, and she's looking down at her curiously.
Katya, what are you doing?
No, she says. She leans down and she puts a hand lightly brushing her fingers on Lunala's. And there's this reaction where the blue of her skin begins to light up, and Katya gasps as the fingers
Katya?
kind of coil around Katya's wrist.
Katya! Pridwen's going to try and pull her free.
You wrench her backward. Luckily, she had just gotten a grip, so it wasn't too long of a hold. But you look down and you see blood all along Katya's wrist.
Katya!
I didn't feel very good, she says, cradling it to her chest.
This is going to be difficult.
She looks up at you somberly. It's gonna take a lot to get her up.
Maybe if we pace ourselves, we can avoid it from being too damaging.
How bad do you want her back?
Katya?
How bad do you want her back?
If you are going to... Pridwen's going to try and take Lunala's hand.
You reach down and you move your fingers into Lunala's hand, and that same reaction happens. All of a sudden, the hand coils around yours. It's not a violent grip, like its nails are digging in or anything, but it grips at your wrist tight, and you begin to feel yourself being drained
and it hurts. Do you pull back?
Until he feels like he's actively going to die, he's going to keep holding on.
Katya looks at you worriedly and she kind of pushes at you. Stop. Stop. She's taking a lot. Stop.
I'm going to be okay.
First, 20 health. And then 40. And then 60. You've reached half of your hit points before you know it. A bit of color has returned to her skin all over now. She looks more blue to you.
Just a bit more.
Katya is trying to pull at you now, pushing at you, trying to drag you, literally anything she can do.
Katya, just a tiny bit more.
Another 20 health. The color's still returning, but she's not moving.
Please. Wake up.
Another 20 health. Katya at this point is like smacking at you.
Just a tiny bit more.
You see the girl's eyes begin to move as if she's in REM. Her features beginning to twitch and come back to life.
She's almost there.
Pridwen, you are at 30 health now. Would you like to try and pull back?
Can he try to heal himself?
If Katya were to help you and you have enough AP, yes.
Okay, I have... So I didn't do the half energy thing,
Correct.
so I should have plenty. Katya.
She is beating on you at this point. Let go,
Katya.
you dumbass!
I can heal myself.
I swear if you die, I'm gonna bring you back so I can kill you myself. She's like punching at you.
Pridwen's going to let go.
You're gonna
he's-
try to let go. Roll me
Oh,
a d20.
4.
You try to pull back. You can't. Your hand is being clasped in hers.
Katya, my cup. Give me my cup.
She scrambles looking for your solo cup out of your bag.
It's in the third pocket to the right.
She flips to it. You lose another 10 hit points. Would you like to try and get out of her grasp again?
He's going to... Does she hand him his cup?
Yes.
He's going to healing water into the cup and then drink it.
Okay. You add 20 hit points. So you're at 40 again.
Yep.
Which is still not great.
Yep.
Katya is looking at you, and at this point she reaches and she's trying to pull your wrist away from hers.
Katya. Katya.
Stop being stupid, okay?
I'm going to be okay.
She
almost-
angrily grabs the girl's wrist, trying to pull it away from yours, and instantly you see the blood forming on Katya's hand again. Her eyes go wide a bit.
Katya, let go of her.
No!
Katya?
You're gonna
I
die,
can-
I'm gonna die down here too, you asshole! I'm not fighting that shark by myself! And you watch as her blood begins to drain, almost fusing with this girl's through her wrist.
Katya.
I'm just saying now, that's not a good thing.
Yeah, Katya, let go. I can heal myself.
No, she says.
Katya, I only have one cup.
guess you're gonna have to use it then, she says, gritting her teeth.
Pridwen drinks another.
You're
Bringing
still
him up to-
sitting at 40 hit points, as yours are still draining the longer you're attached to her.
He's then going to produce more water, and he's going to offer it to Katya.
What's your weird water? She mutters under her breath.
I can't let you die.
I can take it, she says under her breath again, and she once again tries to pull your hand away from the girls.
Katya, I will be fine.
You hear a sound. Looking down, you see that the girl in front of you has begun to shift and move her whole body now.
Lunala. Lunala, I need you to wake up.
The draining in both of your hands begins to stop.
Lunala.
There's this moment where her eyes kind of flutter. And she looks up at you. She looks confused at first. What do you want to do?
Through the darkest nights, the moon always returns.
Ever so slowly, she reaches a hand up towards you, and Katya looks at it aggressive, like she's gonna slap it away, and then she doesn't, as she reaches up to brush her thumb across the electrical burn on your cheek. Is that you?
It is.
You came back.
I promised.
I kept it, she says, her fingers moving to the pin that's keeping her cloak in place.
Pridwen holds up his and says, I got mine back.
She smiles tiredly. Where are we?
Oh, it's a long story, but you were in danger. My mother protected you. And now we're at the bottom of the sea.
She blinks a bit.
I can explain the rest once we get out.
Get out. No.
What do you mean?
I have to stay down here.
Lunala.
It's the only place you'll be safe from me.
Lunala. I'm not in danger. No more than I would be anywhere else.
But they're after me.
And we can protect you.
We, she says, and her eyes move over, and you once again see a 9-year-old trying to fistfight a shark.
This Pridwen gestures over to Katya, currently punching at a shark. That has been my meister.
You have a meister now.
Yes. I went to the academy. And I met quite a few incredibly odd people. And you're not gonna believe this. 2 of them are witches,
What?
and 2 of them are demons.
I wish I could meet them.
You can.
But Aegis said that I have to stay here.
She told me to find you. I don't know what else I could do. I think I have a plan. We can protect you, keep you secret. I mean, there's already 2 blue people at the academy. How is a third going to raise any more eyebrows?
You didn't change at all.
I'd like to think I was fine just the way I was.
What if something bad happens? Like your dad said.
We face it together.
You mean that?
I mean that.
She moves her hand toward yours again.
Pridwen takes it.
Okay.
I've missed you.
You see her cheeks flare just like they did the day you gave her the pen in the first place.
Don't
Sorry,
mind me, Katya says, still trying to punch this shark.
She hasn't gotten a good hit off on it in a minute.
Oh man.
Sorry, I'm going to need to, tend to my, Pridwen looking incredibly exhausted because he just had his energy sapped. I'm going to need to do some healing, and then we're going to need to figure out a way out of here.
I don't mean to alarm anybody, Katya says. You take a look at her and you realize she's closer to you.
Uh-oh.
Does this thing seem to be getting smaller?
Lunala? I don't want to
look at me.
alarm you.
This was your mother's doing. I'm not doing any of this.
Can you breathe underwater?
She blinks. No?
Can you avoid suffocating?
She blinks at you again. I'm
I'll-
sorry?
Take that as a no. Pridwen looks over at Katya and looks back to her and says, I think I might need you to wield me.
Me.
Yes.
But you remember what happened last time I touched you. I don't know about that.
I was fine.
She acknowledges the scar on your face.
Well, I mean, I lived. And besides, I think the scar looks good on me.
She's looking at you and she looks at Kat. She looks at the dome that is slowly, steadily shrinking.
I know I can't help both of you breathe underwater, at least in Cat's hands. If you wield me, I just might be able to.
Why don't you just take her out and come back for me?
Katya, looking at you angrily, says, "No, I have a shark to fight. Take your girlfriend first." You see Lunala's face turn very, very dark blue.
Pridwen also turning very dark blue. We are on borrowed time. If I can get you up to that cavern before this bubble pops, Katya?
Fighting a shark, she says, still trying to punch the shark.
Pridwen looks over to her, to Lunala. She is very stubborn. We should probably move.
She nervously puts her hand into yours.
Pridwen takes a deep breath and smiles at her, and he's going to attempt to transform.
Roll me a d10.
Oh god. Alright. 6.
You flash into an open palm. You're not in your shield form, you're in your normal form.
That's odd.
She looks down at you, looks at your eyes and the blade.
Well, I suppose I'm a bit more portable this way.
Now what? She says.
Pridwen is going to activate Angenida's ward, or Angidia's ward.
Okay. You do so.
Now, you're going to need to swim.
You see Katya has slowly backed into the center of what's left of this.
Can Pridwen try to activate the adept version of Angidia's ward? I have no idea what her charisma is.
Let me look. And you need that much?
I need, I believe,
She doesn't
Hold
have.
on.
She doesn't have 7.
Oh, fuck. Hold on. So, I just need to see what the total is. Where the fuck is water breathing?
It's 10 charisma.
Oh, fuck.
And you've got
Hang on.
3.
Yep. Oh, shit. Alright, you're going to need to move, and we are going to want to be as fast as possible because I really don't want her drowning down here.
She nods.
Let's go.
And she, casting one anxious look toward Katya, she's standing there with an obscene level of calm. And she leaps into the water. The shark, focused on Cat at the moment, is seeming to leave you alone as you guys begin to swim upwards. Let's see how she does. Yeah, she's not a great swimmer.
Can Pridwen, Ursula to...
Yes.
Okay. Another 4. So, I use Ursula to propel us upward.
Okay. Yeah, you scoot her along, which definitely helps. And before you know it, you can see the surface of the water. She barrels through it. There's a
Pridwen...
sudden gasp from further into the cavern.
We need to get down there. Minerva, we need to get down there.
Minerva, who was totally not doing anything sketchy at all a half second ago, looks at you in confusion.
Katya's still down there.
Minerva comes towards you curiously.
We need to get down there because she can't breathe down there without one of us.
She looks at the girl next to you, drenched. She looks at you and she nods a little bit.
Here, I've got a plan. If you can bring Liam back up to the surface, I can go down there and get Kat and we can ferry people up.
She points at herself and points at Liam.
Yes, you.
She nods.
I sink faster.
She jogs back toward Liam and holds her hand out. He says, "Oh, thank God." And he transforms into his weapon form.
And Pridwen's immediately going to dive back down.
She leaps into the other one at the same time. You can see that Lunala is at the edge of the water watching you worriedly.
Pridwen, as he's sinking, does like a salute up to her.
She didn't like that at all. So roll me a d20.
Oh boy, alright. Oh my fucking god.
You did not get another one.
Isn't that 10 now?
Somewhere close to that, yes.
I am probably never going to roll another natural 20 ever again.
You are an ancient Aztec deity. What the fuck?
Oh my god!
It's a full moon.
Jesus.
It is not even. Is it a full?
Fuck.
I don't think it actually is.
It should be. I'm gonna look up at the sky and then it's gonna be the shape of a D20 landing on it.
God bless.
Jesus.
So yeah,
Even again,
you
please stop
are.
rolling this shit.
You sink really fast, and there is that fluttering of fins in the water.
Guys,
What?
it's November 8th, right?
Yes.
It's a full moon.
Oh my god. I hate it here.
Thank you, Aurelia. Thank you.
DM, I would like to vote to cancel session due to belief of witchcraft being involved in this.
Hey, Pridwen's a witch. It's in character.
It is in character, to be fair.
I don't know if it's in character. It's not my character. This is witchcraft.
Holy
Call the
shit.
church.
So are you in your human form?
Yeah, he is in normal form and he is diving as fast as he possibly can towards that bubble.
Your chonky armor is getting you down there pretty fast, to be honest. However, as you get closer, I mean, it's dark as shit down here. And as you move, you realize that, like, you were the only thing providing light this whole time. So you left her in complete darkness down there. And as you swim down toward where you think she was, you just see the normal seabed.
Oh no. Pridwen's going to desperately, frantically try to look for her.
Roll me a perception check.
18?
You look around, and you feel almost a vibration moving through the water. And you snap your head to the side, and you see the rocketing, slithering figure of this darker shape.
He's going to try and chase after it.
You scramble after it. It's writhing, almost like a snake. And as you get closer, you can see that definitive red in the water.
He's going to try and grab onto it.
You grab onto its tail, and it begins thrashing even more wildly. The red becomes even more cloudy. Your vision is becoming obscured.
He's going to try and pull himself up towards its head and stab it in the neck.
You scramble up this thing, grabbing at its fins, trying to coil your arms around it. It's a big boy. Roll me a d20.
Oh boy. Okay, 13?
You use your blade, transferring part of your arm into a bit of this blade, and use it to stab into the creature, and use it almost like a climbing axe to get up this thing's body. Once you get towards its head, you definitely see a hand moving in the water in front of it.
Pridwen's going to try to fucking, like, basically cut this thing open and pull
You catch
Katya
it
out.
in the nose, and you see that like one hand is dangling limply, but the other hand has clawed completely into this thing's eye, like just completely shredded the side of its face with her claws? Question mark.
Pridwen's actually gonna try and grab her hand.
You coil your fingers into hers, and instantly the claws dig into the back of your hand.
And he's gonna try and transform.
You do so.
Angidius activates, and he's going to activate Voltaic Cloak.
You hear this violent coughing sound as Angidius starts to activate, because while you've made her able to breathe underwater now, doesn't stop the fact that her lungs are completely filled with water. She is desperately trying to focus on what you're doing, but also she's not super great.
Katya, punch the shark.
She shifts your weapon form and tries to wedge it in between the shark's teeth, which have gripped onto her torso.
And, hold on. Can I get Voltaic off?
You have enough for it?
Let's see. Voltaic is 5, and I have 16.
Okay.
So it goes off.
Yeah, almost instantly you fry the inside of this thing's mouth. It lets out this weird echoey screech and lets go.
Katya, just go up.
Just darts into the darkness nearby. Katya doesn't look so hot. You can't really tell because the water is filled with blood at this point. She tries to scramble, the weight of your shield starting to pull her down.
He's going to try and Ursula again to jet her up.
You
He's almost out of
manage to
energy.
get about halfway with it before you catch movement out of the corner of your eye again.
Voltaic is still active.
Mm-hmm.
Katya?
I never said he was a smart shark, okay?
Katya, get ready to punch the shark.
As it comes in from the side, Kat turns and drives her fist that's holding your shield directly into the side of this thing's face. It arcs off to the side, but manages to slap the back of her head with the edge of its fin. You see a line of blood fill the water, trailing after its tail. She is dazed.
Katya. Please. We're almost there.
She tries to figure out which way is up after getting hit so hard.
Pridwen's going to activate Effervescent Lantern, bringing him down to 3 energy.
Okay.
And it doesn't matter which one he gets because it's exactly what he wants.
Alright. Roll me a d20.
And it is low.
A burst of oranges and blues begins to move across your shield in this bioluminescent sort of glow.
And he is going to fucking blast this shark.
This thing comes in at you, mouth gaped, ready to bite into her again and quite possibly tear her apart, and you let out the most aggravated burst of electricity you can, catching it straight
in the mouth.
18 points of damage.
And your attacks do double damage.
Oh, double damage!
Underwater.
Holy shit!
You watch as this thing, it almost freezes, its body quivering with the electric shock, and then its eyes, the good eye that it has left, rolls back, sort of. And it just starts to sink slowly.
Katya, we got it.
She's not really responding to you.
Katya,
Mm,
Katya, we're safe now. You just need to get to the surface.
She tries to move in a direction. She ends up going sideways.
Katya, please, I need you to get a grip.
I'm trying, Pridwen.
Here. As long as you hold on to me, you can breathe. I'll swim you out of here.
She's death gripping you.
Pridwen's going to transform back, holding on to her.
You are back in your human form. You start to sink because of your armor.
Damn it. He's going to try to grab onto something to pull himself up.
There's some kelp nearby. I don't know what you're...
Shit. Fuck. Hang on, doesn't he have an ability that allows him to swim underwater?
I do not remember, does he?
Let's see here.
There's one that lets him walk on water, which is Gidea's word.
Yeah, let's see. Let me check the passives. Oh, right. I should be regenerating health.
Oh, yeah! You do have Fountain of Youth, don't you? You also have Amphibious, so yes.
Yeah, so I can swim.
Yep.
So, Pridwen clinging onto her is going to start swimming up towards the surface.
Okay. You manage to get up to the surface. Again, it takes you a little longer just because of the chonky armor. But, you get up there, and you breach the surface. You kind of
Alright.
scramble over the edge.
Pridwen sets Katya down and looks around.
Lunala is right at the edge. Her eyes are wide and she's trembling.
Lunala, we're almost out of here.
I thought you died, she says. You look down at the water you just came from and it's completely red up here.
Oh, no. The thing down there is, though.
Thank God.
Takes a lot more than that to kill me.
She smiles weakly.
Pridwen's looking around. Is Minerva back yet?
Yes.
Okay. Minerva, can you help Katya get to the surface? I can take Lunala.
Minerva crouches down and brushes her fingers on Kat's side. There are deep teeth marks. Minerva scoops her up into her arms. Looks at you and nods. She starts walking toward the other area.
Thank you. And Pridwen's going to hold his hand out to Lunala and say, "Are you ready?"
She looks at your hand again nervously. She slowly moves her fingers against your palm.
And he's going to transform.
You're back in your blade form. She starts walking toward the area where Minerva has just disappeared. You can see that there's instantly, when Minerva jumped into the water, there's just this burst of red.
I'm going to have to help her once we get up to the surface.
Lunala nods a little bit and she hesitates, looking at the water.
We're going to be okay.
She nods a little and then forces herself into it. You swim down and you're back in that deep, deep cavern. Roll me a d20, see if you can figure out which direction you need to go.
15.
You look around and you're not seeing anything that would dictate a way out. However, you do see a hint of a red in the water. A little ways off.
Follow the blood.
She nods and she begins swimming after it. You hit this area, like you kind of round almost a rock column, and then suddenly you're being pulled. You have been caught up in one of the tunnels. There's this little eep of Lunala's voice as she gets yeeted sideways.
Uh-oh.
She's kind of scrambling and flailing around.
Grab onto something.
She, hearing you say this, reaches out and her fingers kind of brush against the stone and it slices into her hands instantly.
Damn it. I need to try and turn into my shield form.
She is, I mean, you could say this to yourself, but she's still trying to figure out what's happening.
Try stabbing me into a wall.
She, writhing sideways, manages to slam you into this wall, and you sort of grate against the stone and drag, and then she finally catches a ways down.
Alright. Once I figure out how to... Can you... Pridwen's going to try and shift his form.
Roll me d20.
Oh boy. 17?
The good news is, you did it! You're in your shield form. The bad news is, the second you shifted, you lost your grip on the wall, so she goes careening down the tunnel again.
You can use my glove to grab onto things.
She is trying, floundering, attempting to get a hold of something. Her shoulder hits a section of stone. There's like a fork in the path, and her shoulder hits this section of stone, and it sends her careening to the left. She lets out this moan of pain, which echoes in this eerie tunnel.
Please, grab onto something.
She reaches out again and uses your gauntlet to try and catch the stones. She misses, but as she misses, you are thrown out in this swirl of water into what looks like open ocean.
We're near. We're out in the ocean. We can just swim straight up.
She looks around, figures out which way is up, and then begins to swim towards it. You finally breach the surface. You look around and you're in the ocean.
Can I see the shoreline?
Not well. It's foggy out here.
Here. I think I can see the shore from here. I'm gonna turn back. You can grab onto my shoulders and I can swim us back.
She looks like she's panicking.
You're going to be okay.
Her eyes are just moving along the surface of the water. There's a
Lunala.
memory of her dancing on water, but now she looks terrified of it.
Lunala,
She
please.
looks over at you.
We're going to be okay. I'm here with you.
She nods a little.
Now, grab onto me. I'm going to get us to shore.
She grabs hold of your armor.
And Pridwen's going to begin swimming as quickly as he can to shore.
Roll me d20.
Oh boy. 14.
Okay, you start swimming in the direction that you think shore is. Soma, meanwhile.
Yeah.
So you're standing at the tide pool, and it's you and Apollyon and Sadie. Iger has gone off down the shore to investigate a little bit. What would you like to do?
I'm not sure. Did I see anything like of interest happen?
You saw them drop into the tidal pool, and it's been a while.
Something is like, are you okay?
It's right around this time that Minerva bursts through the water behind you from out towards the open ocean. She drags a coughing Liam to the shore, kind of hurling him up onto it and dragging herself up. She looks exhausted.
Nothing.
What did you say?
Oh, if everything was alright.
She shakes her head no, and before you can really get much out of her, she scrambles toward the same tidal pool again and dives back into it. Liam kind of pushes himself up, reaching after her, and then drops back down onto the sand.
What is going on?
The good news is, he coughs again. She's a really good swimmer. Bad news is, I think there's something wrong with Kat.
What do you mean?
They went down deeper into this hole, and the water was all red.
What is? Is there anything we can do, or?
I don't know. I wouldn't recommend going down there if you can't breathe underwater. It's impossible. There's no air bubbles for like miles, dude.
Guess we just have to wait for them to get back.
You sit and you wait anxiously. Sadie's eyes, once locked onto the beauty of the ocean around her, are now settled onto one spot, the same spot that they came back up. And it's her that notices it, this red color in the water.
What is it?
She points to it. Do you see that?
Take a look.
It's a reddish cloud beginning to form beneath the surface.
Jesus Christ. Does anyone have any ideas? Is there anything we can do?
It's about this time that Minerva's hand breaches the surface. You see the gauntlet reaching up as the tide crashes over her and she grips at a stone. She tries to haul herself up, but she's exhausted. She's clinging to this stone and she has something clutched in her other arm close to her chest.
He has to help.
You go into the water and you begin feeling this tide pulling at you, trying to pull you out into the sea. It's doing the same to her, and she's just doing her best to cling onto this rock. Roll me a d20. You manage to move from cluster of rock to rock until you can get into the water and grab her hand and start to pull her up onto the stones with you. And as you do, you finally get a look at what's causing all the red in the water. It's definitely Katya.
What happened?
Minerva shakes her head.
Guess we have to wait for Pridwen.
Her armor is pretty dented and banged up. It looks like she's been slammed against a bunch of things. She sorely tries to crawl up onto the rock some more and tries to hand you Katya.
He takes her.
You
Where are you going?
you take Katya in your arms and she turns to look back into the water of the ocean around them.
She looks exhausted, but she starts to let go of the stone.
Are you sure about this?
She looks up at you tiredly.
Good luck.
She pushes off of the stone and goes back into the water. Pridwen, you're looking around. You thought you knew where the shore was, but it's foggy as hell out here.
Damn it, I can't see a thing.
You feel Lunala's fingers tightening into your shoulders.
Can you see the shore?
I see something, she says and squints, kind of leaning forward a little bit.
Pridwen's going to look in that direction too and squint.
You see just like something reflecting on something shiny.
What is that?
Lunala squints and she says, I think it's metal. Like armor, maybe?
Pridwen's... He's going to kind of swim towards it, and then he's going to say, I think I have a better idea. And he's going to activate water walking for the both of them.
You, remembering what Lunala did before, you start thinking to yourself, maybe I could do the same thing. You focus in on your energy, and then you move and you climb up onto the surface. Lunala looks at you and blinks. You offer her a hand. She tries to follow you, but it seems like her abilities aren't working at the moment. She tries to take a step and immediately begins to sink.
Take my hand.
She holds on to you.
And he's going to try and pull her up with him.
You manage, using your strength and your energy, to pull her up beside you. She looks down at the waves beneath you guys. Her feet standing on the surface. She holds on to you for dear life.
I never thought I'd be the one doing this.
She smiles a little.
Pridwen's going to begin walking towards that glint of metal quickly as he can.
You see the glint every now and again getting closer to you until finally you realize it is armor. It's your sister.
Minerva!
She looks so tired.
He's going to reach down and try to pick her up.
Do you have it for multiple people?
He has... let me see. Because it's the same set of... Hold on, let me see here.
It's with one person, right? I think.
Yeah, I think because I don't have that charisma, I can only give it to one other person.
Okay.
So he's going to try and, like, pick her up.
Oh, I see. Okay. So, you kind of drag her up and try and get her onto your shoulders. It's rough, because you're tired. Lunala manages to help you, and you get Minerva up into your arms at least.
Minerva, do you know where shore is?
She points in the direction she's come from.
Oh, we can make it.
She always did have a better sense of direction than you did.
We can make it. Katya's okay, right?
Minerva doesn't look at you.
Oh, we just gotta get there quickly. And Pridwen's going to try and walk as fast as he can across the water.
You start walking. It's a ways. You came out through those tunnels a couple miles off of shore. Soma, you're back on shore and you're holding Katya now. And she has bite marks on her. One on her arm, one on her back, one along her side. It appears to have ripped open the wounds the wolves had given her. In fact, one of the wounds is so bad that there appears to be a tooth stuck in it.
Picks up tooth.
You're holding a large shark's tooth.
She looks at me and says, "Was there a shark there?"
You see her barely conscious smile and whisper, "I punched it."
Well, good job, I guess. Stay with me, though. I'm gonna try to help you.
Her smile fades a bit into her weariness. You see something off of the shore after a while. Somebody walking towards you. And it's weird because they're on the surface of the water, but they're walking as if they're on land.
Pridwen has his lantern light on as well.
Oh, that would look eerie as shit.
Yeah.
Coming through this fog that has brewed up, just a lantern and somebody walking on the surface of the water.
Looks at me and says, "Aaron?"
Oh my god. So you see the shore and you manage to step up onto these rocks and kind of hop your way to shore. You set Minerva down in the sand and Lunala crawls off of, the stones beside you nervously, looking around.
Where's Katya?
She's over here with me.
Pridwen's gonna rush over. Katya.
You see Soma holding this tooth that he has wrenched out of one of her wounds.
Well, at least you've got a souvenir.
You see that
He says to the dead girl.
tired smile.
And Pridwen's going to pull out his doctor's bag and he's going to try and do his best to administer aid.
Because you're out of AP, aren't you?
I have just enough for one healing water, but I'm going to try and do the best I can with that before I, pass out.
Roll me a d20.
Alright. Fucking full moon, baby!
You did not.
There's
I
no fucking
did.
way.
There's no way that you've rolled this many d20s.
Well,
Right.
guys, it
It's
happened.
a
The Antichrist
full
is back.
moon, baby! I'm gonna
Also-
be burned at the stake when I get back to the academy.
Oh my
Also,
god.
I would like to point one other thing out. You were in the ocean, and you choose to take the form of the, we'll go with the nicest creature known to man, a fucking lanternfish. The most terrifying thing in fucking existence. No, it's fine.
Oh my god.
Alright, I'm leaving.
You
I'll talk to you guys later, sorry.
you begin to grab at the gauze and everything that you have, holding it against her wounds. You're trying to bandage her. She's freezing. Yet again. You wrap the wounds to the best of your ability, pulling off the sweater she's wearing in the process. You hear her mutter weakly under her breath, "Don't lose it."
I will make sure I get it back to you.
You completely bandage up her torso at this point. She has so many bites in her. You look at the tooth that Soma pulled out of one of them.
Pridwen takes the tooth And he shows it to her and says, "We killed that thing."
She shakes her head no. She tiredly holds up 2 fingers to you.
There were 2 of them.
She nods.
Well, at least we got one.
She shakes her head no again and smiles. We killed 2.
He, smiles at her and says, "We did fantastically."
She curls into Soma's arms more.
And Pridwen pulls out his solo cup and he says, "This should get you the rest of the way stabilized. I'm gonna need a nap." And Pridwen uses the last of his energy to make 1 cup of healing water
Okay.
and give it to Kat.
You fill the cup with water and hand it to her. She wearily takes it and drinks. Her eyes close and she curls more into Soma's arms.
Pridwen stands up, says, "Well, we should probably get back to the plane," and then falls face first.
Yeah, you are exhausted, and you've turned to look at everyone, and everyone is just staring past you.
He turns around.
She's standing there, nervously, away from everyone else, watching you all worriedly, anxious.
Pridwen holds out his arms and slowly, almost stumbling, he steps up to her and pulls her into a hug. "Welcome to the family."
Apollyon, you see this girl that Pridwen has his arms around. You hear Liam murmuring to the side. So that's her.
At this point, Apollyon is just sort of reminiscing on his past.
Good talk. He says to you and looks over at Minerva, who he is holding in his arms at this point. She is out.
He looks over to leave and he's like, "Oh, you were talking to me. Oh, my bad."
Wow, he says, pushing himself up.
I was lost in thought.
So yeah, Soma, you were holding her, and Liam kind of stands up beside you and he says, "Can we get out of here, please? I'd like to go somewhere dry."
Yeah, actually, that's a great idea.
So you guys start moving as a group. Liam carrying Minerva, Soma carrying Kat, with Sadie helping from behind. Iger finally catches up with the rest of you, and he has moved things. Back on the airstrip, all of your things are kind of there waiting, and there's no plane there yet. It looks like you're gonna have to do a bit more waiting.
Pridwen's basically been half trying to carry himself, half helping Lunala walk. And when they get there, he kind of steps back, removes his helmet, stares her in the eyes, and says, "This better have not all been a dream." And then he falls flat on his back.
She instantly drops down to try and catch you, but is not expecting the weight of your armor and just hits the ground. Like, you take her straight to the ground.
So, you're the girl we've been searching for about 3 days.
Her eyes snap up to you, and she looks nervous and kind of scared of you.
He lays down Katya and walks up and he puts out his hand and he says, "Nice to meet you. I'm Soma."
She's kind of huddled behind Pridwen's form, and ever so slowly she reaches a hand over top and takes yours.
Glad to see that you're friendly. We almost got killed by his dad over there just trying to save you.
She frowns.
Well, more specifically, I did. He, takes off his hood and reveals his wound.
She blinks then in confusion and reaches out to touch it.
He lets her.
She
Kind of
she
weird.
pokes her fingers on the point of it and looks at you confused.
Yeah, his family doesn't really like my dad that much. Or his. He points to Apollyon. He's like, "Hey,
She still looks very nervous around all of you at this point.
we get you to somewhere where you won't be hunted or any we are getting here, so let's grab a moment and Pridwen too. Get out of here."
You guys kind of huddle near the tarmac and finally the small plane from before lands. You guys start shuttling your things aboard and you settle in onto the plane. Pridwen, you wake up in the air.
Immediately he looks around.
You open your eyes and you are laying on something soft.
He looks down.
It is definitely her thighs. She has you pulled into her lap protectively.
He looks up to her face.
She's looking
And
out the
says,
window. She hasn't noticed you at all.
"Oh, thank God! Thank the gods you're real."
She jumps startled and lets go of you, almost drops you.
Oh!
Soma
He,
walks.
like-
Soma walks over. He's like, "Oh my God, you're finally awake."
You were trying to cross the border and same as us. That thief over there.
Oh my fucking God! We got it in.
Every time, I swear to God. Yeah, so Soma's standing there, and she's kind of curled against the window and, you know, has a hand on you to keep you from falling on your face. You guys are laid out on the seats that are kind of near the front of the plane. You sit up and you start looking around. This place, it appears that the table can be, like, lowered and turned into, like, a bed so that there are more places to sleep. Iger is passed the hell out in a chair near the front by you guys. Katya is laid out on one of these bench sections and she's not moving. Across from her, Liam is sitting cross-legged and Minerva is passed out with her head on one of his legs. He's absent-mindedly looking out the window. He looks kind of agitated. Where's Apollyon at?
Apollyon he's also sitting looking out a window and he's just sort of like grasping at his necklace, like lost in thought.
There he goes again, back in his memory palace. And Sadie she's near the back. She's sitting with her knees curled up against her chest and she's got her eyes closed. So that's where everybody is right now. What would you like to do?
Pridwen. He's almost in disbelief. Just kind of staring, like looking around, looking back to Lunala, and then He says, "You know, I didn't think I was ever going to see you again."
She looks down. Me either.
Well,
We weren't supposed to.
something tells me, though, that it was meant to be.
Her eyes flicker to your face for a moment. You see a hint of blue coloring her.
He just gives her a smile.
She kind of gets up and walks toward the front of the plane, shyly, looking out the window, just to get away from everybody else for a minute. She looks deep in thought.
He'll probably get up and follow her.
So she's standing up. One of the windows is up, and she's staring out, and you can see the stars in the sky. She's kind of drug her fingers down against the window, reaching towards the direction of the moon.
Full moon tonight.
She looks over at you, looks back to it.
I know. So why aren't any of my powers working?
I don't know. Maybe you still don't have enough energy yet. Or maybe you've simply been out for so long that they need some time to kick in.
She frowns a bit.
I could have helped.
We are okay. We all did the best we can.
But they said you fought with your dad.
Yes. He wouldn't understand. No matter how hard I tried, he just wouldn't understand. I think maybe I got through to him a little bit. I forced him to talk to me. And, well, I am no longer permitted to be a part of that family.
She smiles sadly.
But I have you and my sister and all of these people.
You see, as you say this, several heads turn in your direction, offering a wave or two. She colors a bit again.
Can I tell you a story?
She nods.
My ancestor. Before him, his father was a witch hunter too.
Mm-hmm.
They called him the Bloodhound of Rome.
Her nose wrinkles.
He was... well, he lost everything to witches. And the bitterness made him a monster. I'm sure you've heard tales.
She nods.
But my ancestor, though born from him, though given the name of the wolf, he refused to be like his father. He took on the name Rhizostoma because even though he fought witches, he did so to protect people. All people. He refused to be the monster his father was. And he gave up his family name for it. And though I am still proud to be a Rhizostoma, I do not want to be a part of my father's family.
She opens her mouth and then closes it again. She doesn't know what to say.
Like him, I will build my own family.
She nods a little.
Can I show you something?
I guess.
I'm hoping this is going to work. We should sit down.
She looks around and then slowly sits, confused.
And Pridwen will sit down across from her and hold out his hands.
She shyly brushes her fingers into one palm of yours and then the other.
Have you ever seen the film Soulception?
Every fucking time! She shakes her head no. Because there is no film! Jesus.
It exists. I'm gonna make it a thing.
You've already made this canon, but I can't stop it.
Yeah,
Can't
you're
stop it.
probably fucking right. She shakes her head no.
So, I'm going to invite you into my mind.
She lifts an eyebrow and tilts her head.
All you need to do is close your eyes and feel for a pull.
She looks even more confused.
Here, just follow my lead. And Pridwen's going to close his eyes and enter his inner room.
You enter your inner room. She sits there looking at you for a moment and then curiously closes her eyes too. Behind you, Soma, you see Liam has elbowed Minerva, who has lifted her head a bit and is watching this. You see this sort of wry smile spread her lips.
God.
Are they doing the thing?
Kinda looks like they're doing the thing, Liam says, repeating.
Holy shit, they're doing the thing.
Apollyon hearing this, Sadie lifts her head a little bit to see what all the ruckus is.
Apollyon is just like the thing.
What's happening? Sadie says, kind of pushing herself up to lean over the seat to look at you. They all kind of follow your gaze to the two of them sitting on the floor at the front. Pridwen, you can feel her soul wavelength, and while she's not actively resonating with you, you do your best to try and
grab onto it. Roll me a d20.
Oh boy. 19. Not another natural 20, but it was pretty good.
You cling to that feeling, to that soul that you almost feel like you know. And suddenly, with a swirl of light, she's standing next to you. She's got her eyes squeezed closed still, and she kind of opens them a little and jumps and looks around.
Pridwen gestures around and says, "Welcome."
Where are we?
We are in my mind.
So we're not on the plane anymore?
Well, our bodies are.
But we're not?
Well, technically, I suppose we are still on the plane. You and I are in my head.
Okay, she says, looking around.
Trust me, I've done this a couple times. The first time was very, very disorienting. Pridwen gestures around and says, This is the gardens from my home.
So this is like a real place, she says, walking forward. She brushes her fingers along the surface of the stone.
Yes, it's my memory of it.
Huh, she says. She walks over to you and reaches down and grabs the moon pin out of your pocket. It's kind of hanging out a bit.
And my mother helped me get that back.
How? I thought she...
She what?
She smiles a little. You see for just a moment that warm glow surrounding the pin. And then it's gone.
She's here too, you know.
Really?
Pridwen kind of manifests his shield on his arm and says, Technically all of us are.
She squints at it a little bit in confusion.
So, the way our shield works, each one of us leaves a piece of ourselves behind with it.
Okay.
As we pass it down to the next person. Pridwen kind of peers over at the double doors and says, I would love for you to meet them, but they're a bit, scary.
Yeah, so having her in here, it's around this time as you say this that you hear this banging on the double doors, this scratching and clawing of metal from within.
Pridwen kind of puffs up his chest and steps up towards the door and says, Do you see? She is safe.
The angry noises continue.
You can't change my mind.
She looks startled, fearful. She's kind of recoiled a bit, stepping further back from the door.
Pridwen holds out his hand to her and says, It's going to be okay.
Nervously, she takes it, her eyes flickering back to the door.
I will prove to you that I made the right choice. All of you.
You don't get a response, you just hear that scratching.
I just wish that they could understand.
She gives you a sad smile.
Pridwen kind of half-heartedly smiles back and says, well, I suppose you're not going to be meeting my family for a long time.
All this because you wanted to be friends with me.
I really think it's unfair.
Still.
We'll prove them wrong.
How?
Everyone's scared of me. Because
We'll
they
show
know
them.
what I'm supposed to do.
The pink-haired boy, Soma. I'm sure you noticed he's not human.
She nods.
Do you want to know what his purpose is? What he was made to do?
He was made to do something?
Yes. Born of demons. One of 3. He is one of the... He's part of a plot to open up the gates of hell.
She stops, thinking.
But he's not going to help them.
What if he doesn't have a choice?
He's too stubborn to be forced to do that. I think he'd sooner tear everything that tried to make him apart before opening that gate.
I hope it's the same here. But I'm not so sure.
I believe in you. And I will do everything I can to protect you.
Her cheeks kind of flush that soft blue again.
On my honor as a knight, I will make sure no harm ever comes to you.
She glances down shyly at her feet.
Pridwen holds out his hand and says, well, considering that we can't get any peace and quiet in here, and he glances over at the doors.
Yeah, they're still angry.
I think we should head back out.
She, grabbing your hand, she kind of is still looking at the ground shyly.
That person called me your girlfriend earlier.
Pridwen blushes. They did. They did.
She's looking at you thoughtfully.
think we'd be good together.
You say this, and the scratching behind the door gets furious. You can hear the snarling. Her fingers coil around yours nervously.
Pridwen looks over at them and says, "Will you please shut up?"
They don't. They keep snarling. You feel lucky for a moment that the door is locked. That it's holding.
I don't care.
You don't?
Not at all. I mean, Pridwen looks up at the statue of the founder and says, "He made it work."
She glances away shyly. You know, when I was asleep, I only really had one dream.
Oh,
She brushes her fingers over the pen you gave her.
Pridwen is now like 3 shades of a darker blue.
She looks up at you and she nods shyly. Yep. For 10 years.
You know, they, and Pridwen jabs a thumb backwards towards the door. They tried to make me forget about you.
Yeah? And did you?
Well, for a time, until I ripped those memories out of their hands.
That sounds painful.
Well, it was. But it was worth it. Because it led me back to you.
She, blushing, kind of shifts away from you a little, shyly moving her eyes along the stone beneath you.
If you think we can make it work, I think we can. And Pridwen holds out a hand to her.
She stares at it for a long moment. And then she slowly slides her fingers into yours. There's this uproar from behind you, almost sounding like the door is beginning to come off its hinges.
And does he go for it?
How mad do you want to make these things?
Oh.
Mad.
Mad!
He-
He's so mad! I mean, you can always not do it in here, like...
Yeah, he's probably just going to, as she takes his hand, he's going to pull her into a hug and take them out of his brain palace.
As you do, she kind of opens her eyes and inhales sharply. This burst of turbulence kind of hitting sideways. Soma, you're like holding on to the seat at this point, and everybody is watching you, like except for Iger, who's out. Even Katya at this point has like sat up against Liam's side.
and they're all kind of watching you slyly.
Pridwen just looking around. Really?
Yes.
He is, by the way, still like almost he's like he's so many shades like dark blue.
You look back and she opens her eyes, looking around, still not used to the whole shift. She looks up at you and she's still got her hands interlaced with yours.
Sorry that was well, a less peaceful experience than I was hoping it would be.
You say this and she leans in and kisses you.
Oh,
It's so much just like, oh.
this is the fucking entire plane erupts.
Yup, fucking everybody does. And Iger, like, wakes up too, and then he just smiles and shakes his head.
Pridwen, for a moment there's shock, and then he just kind of kisses back.
Katya starts giggling to herself and settles back down. Liam is just shaking his head.
Pridwen, he clears his throat, and he points at everybody and says, "The rest of you should be getting some sleep. We've just gone through, like, hell and back."
Right, Liam says, wrapping an arm around Minerva tighter and looking out the window again, smirking.
Very funny, says Apollyon so much.
That wasn't directed specifically at you two.
Sadie glaring at you over her shoulder.
God.
Yeah, so, you guys are on a plane. You settle in, and before you know it, you've arrived back in the States. That creepy ass airport. You shuttle your things off almost as quickly as possible. Lizzie and Maisie are there, waiting for you guys.
I don't know what's wrong with this place, but it always makes me uncomfortable.
I don't like it, Lunala says beside you.
Hopefully we'll never have to go back here.
That would be nice, she says, as you guys are kind of like clambering to get into the jeeps. All of you together. Some of you having to be in your weapon forms just so everybody fits at this point. The drive back, it's a couple hours, and Lizzie and Maisie surprisingly do not ask questions. They do cast glances toward the blue girl in the back of the car.
Yeah, we've just suddenly got a new blue person.
I feel like that's something that Lizzie would comment on for sure, but she's trying not to.
Sasoma specifically calls out, he says, "Don't worry about the blue girl."
Oh, we're addressing that now. Okay, so what the fuck? She says, turning to look at you.
Told specifically not to address it, Lizzie.
I'm sorry, I can't help it. She says, looking back at the road.
It's incredibly rude.
You see, Lunala's kind of looking at her feet.
Pridwen just pats her on the shoulder and says, "Don't worry. We're both blue."
People used to call me a fish all the time.
She says under her breath, remembering all of the name calling when she was a child.
On the bright side, you didn't beat up all of the kids when you're at your orphanages.
She looks up at you. That was an option?
You know, a werewolf called me a can of tuna.
What? Can of tuna. I'm gonna have to remember that. She says.
Please, whatever you do, don't call me that.
You guys pull into the academy, and it is morning, I want to say, by this point. Actually, long ass flight. It's actually evening again. Thinking about how long it would take. You guys clamber out of the jeeps, jet lagged as hell. She looks around nervously.
Well, we are finally home.
Oh, thank God.
Iger he comes up beside you, Pridwen, and he murmurs, "So how exactly are we supposed to get away with the fact that we have a full-blooded lunar witch on campus?"
You see, no one knows.
They're
Well-
gonna know. They're gonna know! They're not gonna know! They're gonna know!
They're not gonna know.
I don't know how to do soul protect, but isn't that a thing you can do?
Alright. He thinks to himself, I don't know how to activate it myself. Usually witches kind of do it to themselves.
Pridwen looks over at Lunala and says, "Do you know how?"
She shakes her head nervously.
I mean, we can get past the being blue. That's... I mean, most people already know that I'm blue.
She's looking more and more nervous. Katya speaks up from beside you and she says,
Just bring her to my room when we get settled.
Pridwen looks over at Katya and he looks like he's about to ask, and then he doesn't, just nods.
and Katya wearily, sorely starts walking towards the cabin.
Yeah. I might need a few minutes to, clean up my room, but I have space for a roommate.
She giggles under her breath at this comment.
There's going to be a lot of books.
Come on, Minnie, Liam says, elbowing your sister. She glares up at him, but starts walking with him.
Oh no.
Looks like they're already on the nickname stage, Apollyon says.
God, my wingmanning is amazing!
Pridwen just... the look of anxiety on his face.
Lunala notices it and looks from you to her, back to you. What's wrong?
Just being a brother.
I don't know what that's like.
She says, shaking her head.
I'm trying my best.
They seem happy.
She says, taking your arm as you guys start to walk.
Yes, I think they're quite good together.
So Iger looks at you and he says, "So are we gonna tell her or no?" His eyes have moved back toward the academy.
She already knows.
But she knows about you. Does she know about her?
Well, I suppose I should tell her that I succeeded in my task, but I told her that I was going out to find her, and that I was probably going to bring her back with me.
Right, Iger says. He
But-
starts walking toward the academy, rubbing at his temples.
I think I may need to at least inform her.
You see Lizzie standing in the background, just looking at the two of you.
Here, Lunala, I'll take you to the cabin.
Lunella seems very eager to no longer be here. And so she hurries beside you, and you guys follow after Katya. Soma, you and Sadie kind of pick up behind them. And you guys make it back to the cabin. There looks to be fresh baked goods out on the counter, but nobody's around.
Well, Soma's gonna take some.
They are some of your favorites. Seems that Cody has learned what each of your favorite things are.
Pridwen goes over and grabs his and offers some to Lunala.
She curiously takes one and sniffs at it.
You've been at the bottom of the sea for almost a decade. You have to be hungry.
She nods and she like nibbles a little bit of it, and you glance over as the others walk in the door, and you look back and the whole thing is gone.
He just smiles.
She is like slowly reaching for another one.
He gives it to her.
Same thing happens. She like takes a few little nibbles of it. Somebody else walks through the door, and your eyes move for just a second, and the whole thing's gone again.
Pridwen's just going to like take half of like all of his pastries, and he's going to like offer them to her.
She starts munching on them very eagerly. Soma, what are you and Sadie doing? You guys just going to bed, or are you gonna try and do more with your paperwork?
He's just gonna be hanging out with everyone.
So yeah, your group, you kind of all have conglomerated into the entry area, all except for Kat. And then like a few minutes go by where you guys are like eating baked goods and chatting, and you see the front door open, and it's Minerva, who is dragging Liam with her.
What?
She kind of pulls him up beside her and smiles at you. Her helmet is off. She nudges Liam, and Liam grumbles under his breath. She's insisting we switch cabins because she doesn't want to have to keep walking over here.
Welcome to the crew, Liam.
He rubs at his temples. I'm gonna say this now. He puts his hand out to all of you. Y'all are not putting me on cat duty for the rest of my life, okay? We are gonna have to make a schedule.
Pridwen says, "Congratulations, you're one of us."
Congratulations.
Great. He says under his breath as Minerva starts looking down the hallways looking for a door that has a free spot. She actually is going to take the one that is next to Douglas and Katya's room. In between theirs and Isamu and Cody's. And she walks over there. She has like her bag on her shoulders, which you know that's pretty much all she packed. And she just like, she doesn't kick the door in, but she heavily opens it and walks in. Liam just starts rubbing at his temples again.
Also, I finally got around to drawing Abaddon.
Ooh! I
Drew
can't wait.
her reflection in the scythe. Where it is. There it is. There we go. Cool. Send. There we go.
Oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yes! Yes! That was just how I was picturing her. I love the stuff under her eyes. She's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
She's so cute. New stuff to add to my stream photos.
Lunala, I am going to need to speak with Lady Death.
She tilts her head. She doesn't really know what that means.
So, I'm sure you know Death, right?
She sort of nods slowly.
You know,
She-
big scary lady with wings and also can kill you.
Oh, she nods more now.
So she runs the academy.
She frowns nervously.
She already knew that you were going to be here, and she did not kill me.
Unlike me.
Yet, Liam says,
So, I just need to inform her that I have made it back with you, so that she doesn't feel like I'm trying to keep it a secret from her.
like right now? She says uneasily.
I think it might be for the best. You do still need to see Katya.
She desperately grabs at your arm.
I'll be alright.
I'm going with you. Don't leave me here.
I suppose we can do it in the morning. Here. You should speak with Katya.
You say in the morning and her nose wrinkles.
Okay, perhaps in the afternoon?
That seems more reasonable to her. She's a looter witch! Being awake during the day isn't
Yeah.
normal for her!
Yeah. Fair enough. Tomorrow afternoon. Now, you go see Katya. I'm going to try and make space in my room.
Okay, she says. You hear from down the hallway, Uncle Somi,
Huh? What?
can you come here?
Yeah. He gets up and walks over there.
Lunala, hearing the girl's voice, starts following you, and Katya's waiting inside. She still looks pretty rough. She's leaning with one hand kind of resting on the wall, and she murmurs under her breath to you, "Bring me back."
Wait, what?
That's all she says, and then she drops.
What? Wait, what? What is she doing?
She is not responding, so you're assuming she's gone into her inner room.
Oh shit!
I swear to God, if I have to do one more fucking brain dive, and he like goes and like touches her.
You do not feel the pull of response. You are being blocked.
Ah, come on! You told me to bring you back, and you're not even letting me in. Oh my.
You see her eyes open, but they're not a normal color. They're also not the dark black of black blood either. There's something else.
What the fuck? What the fuck, Pridwen? Do you know what's happening?
Pridwen, you hear this shout from across the area as you start trying to clean your room.
Currently, like, with a stack of books in his hands, he, like,
rushing around.
yeah, drops
Napoleon-
them and
the-
runs.
Napoleon's also gonna go down and see what's going on.
Katya is standing there, and she holds a hand out in front of her. Move. This voice comes out of her mouth. You are directly in front of her.
Yeah, first, okay, I will move, but who the fuck are you?
Later, she says, and
Not a later.
moving her hand, you feel this immense amount of pressure shoving you to the side. Roll me a d20.
Okay. an 11.
You slam into the dresser.
He like falls down. He's like, "Oh, what the fuck? Okay, somebody stop her. She's not black blood, but she's a little crazy."
Lunala is behind you, and she begins backing towards the wall as Katya approaches her rapidly.
Lunala?
Are you coming around the corner at this point, Pridwen?
Yes.
You watch
You're going?
as Katya has approached rapidly and has thrust this hand up in front of Lunala's chest. Lunala closes her eyes and grits her teeth suddenly.
Oh dear.
Someone's getting up and he says, "Wait, hold on a second. What's happening? She's not exactly evil, but she's not exactly good either."
I don't know, but I'm assuming that this was what Katya was planning.
Yeah, but the planning, normally when somebody plans something, they don't become a completely different person.
Apollyon, roll me a d20.
Yeah. I didn't. I rolled a 4.
It's not what you sense. It's what you don't. 1 second you were able to sense that there was definitely a witch in this house, and then it's gone.
He's like walking down the hallway and says, "What the hell is going on here?"
I believe Katya may have gotten help to cast the Soul Protect.
Yeah, the presence of your girlfriend completely disappeared immediately afterwards.
Pridwen looks over at Lunala.
Lunala opens her eyes and she's breathing hard. You see a slight mark on her neck, just at the base of her neck where it connects with her chest. It's not a skull mark though. It's strange.
Pridwen's looking at it and he says, Soma, she told you to bring her back, right?
Yes, first of all, who are you? I'd like to know at least before I bring the original person back.
Not important. The voice that
It's
comes
literally-
out is this haggard, most ancient sounding voice.
Well, I'm just going to say now, it sounds very important, but okay, I'm just going to, and he, like, touches her shoulder.
You don't get a response from touching her shoulder. The figure's eyes snap to your hand, then up at you. That purple glow is still there. It is beginning to shift though as you watch a stream of what looks like black blood begin to emit from her nose. Bring her
Yeah,
back, you hear the voice say, and then the purple begins to fade.
Oh, she copies color, and now she's doing this. Okay, he's going to try to resonate with her.
Roll me d20.
A 17.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, so you start resonating with her, but you can't go in. You're getting a response from somewhere inside of her, but you're not able to enter. Pridwen, you see this, and you see the stream of black blood coming out of her nose.
Apollyon is gonna walk up and he says, "Let me try," and he's gonna attempt to do it too.
Roll me d20.
14.
You also put your hand on her and try to resonate, and it's a good thing you do because your hands on her are about the only thing that keep her from lurching forward, stopping her in her place. She has made a move for Lunala.
Pridwen's going to get in between her and Lunala.
Lunala's eyes are kind of filled with horror as the three of you have surrounded this small child.
What would happen if I cast Soul Chain on her and then tried to resonate?
Are you asking that to the group or to me, the DM?
To you, the DM.
I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
I guess we'll find
no.
he's going to manifest Hades, and he's going to cast Soul Chain.
So, Pridwen, you're standing there and you watch as Apollyon's scythe changes. He seems deep in thought for a moment, and this burst of a chain comes out of his chest and slams straight into Katya.
Oh,
It drives into her chest, and she staggers backwards, her eyes filling with that black liquid, like opening wide and looking at the ground. Are you going to try to resonate?
Yes. Hold on. I just realized that I haven't actually sent the Hades scythe into art yet.
You haven't. Also, I'm going to need to know what Apollyon's inner room looks like, because guess what? You're going in.
I did already tell you last night, so I'll just describe it. So I guess we're going into my room. So Apollyon's inner room is this long hallway, sort of like a hallway leading to a throne room in a castle. But
Right,
and there's
okay.
paintings lining the walls, but the closer you get to the throne room, the further away it gets.
Gotcha. So you try to resonate with Katya, closing your eyes and focusing, and you open your eyes and you're in your inner room.
He looks around and he says, Why am I in Malbolg?
You turn slightly when you hear a sound behind you.
He looks around. He turns around and looks at what it is.
It's Kat. She collapses on the ground in front of you. She's dripping with this black sludge. It appears she might have been submerged in it a second ago, and she's just trying to catch her breath as it drips off of her onto the floor.
He runs up to her and catches her.
She kind of just hangs in his arms, coughing violently, the liquid coming out of her mouth and nose.
Katya, are you okay?
Oh, it feels so good, she says to you.
Yeah, you brought out that weird purple-eyed thing, and then soul protected Lunala. But why? What? I mean, what's happening?
I thought it would help.
It would, but now you're currently not doing so well on the outside.
It feeds on power.
Right. Well, what can I do to help you?
Just get me out of here. Bring me back.
Okay. He looks back at the throne room and then leaves.
You're clutching Katya when you come out of your inner room, and you open your eyes and your chain is still inside of her. Meanwhile, the rest of you watched as this chain shot through Katya, and then both of them just went limp.
What the fuck?
As like, is Apollyon getting up at this point?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as he's like getting up, he says, don't ask questions.
Is Katya okay?
I sure hope so. He looks down at her.
As you come to, your chain seems to glow for a moment, and then her eyes open again. The black
Katya.
seems to be fading, finally.
He shatters the chain.
She starts coughing, turning away from you, and Pridwen, your medical eye does notice that she seems to be coughing up what looks like blood.
Apollyon is just sort of like resting against the wall on the floor.
Kira?
Yeah?
Is it red or black?
Do you want to look at it?
Yep.
Are you gonna try and get her to let you?
Katya. Katya, are you okay? He's gonna come over and look at her.
You kind of grab her arm to try and turn her, and you can see the arm she's been coughing into has this liquid on it. As you peer down at it, it's not red.
Katya.
She looks up at you. The black has finally drained from her eyes and they appear back at normal.
I thank you so much for everything that you've done, but you need to take it easy.
I fixed her, she says.
You did. You put the soul protect on her, but please just until we can figure out how to get that thing just until we can figure out how to keep that thing from taking hold of you, you need to take it easy.
But I can't help if I take it easy.
Katya, if you aren't around, you won't be able to help anyone.
She glances down.
That's something that I've had to realize myself.
Okay. I'll try.
Please, just don't push yourself so hard.
She smiles sadly at you.
At least until we can find a way to keep this from happening.
She tiredly turns back for her room. Go on.
Katya, thank you so much.
She pauses and she looks over her shoulder at you, and for a moment you see it looks like she's crying. And then she smiles at you again and she goes inside her room.
Have a good night. And Pridwen will stand back up and he'll turn to Lunala and say, I'm really sorry. I wasn't expecting this to be so quick. And so scary. So I might need a few more minutes just to tidy up.
Apollyon looks up and he says, "Yeah, this has been a good first day for you."
Pretty on par for this group. You hear Liam saying from the doorframe of the next room.
Yeah. Apollyon gets up using his scythe to lift himself and he says, "Thanks again for the help, Hades." And he turns the scythe back into Abaddon.
Abaddon instantly starts chattering.
I almost prefer Hades.
What in God's name just happened? What the hell was that thing?
I am not entirely sure.
You saw the other soul that was in there, right?
Yeah.
This might be news to you, Pridwen.
Another soul?
Yeah, don't you
Yeah,
think
she
that's
was-
weird?
She has 2 souls in her.
Uh-huh.
I mean, aside from the Black Blood Demon?
Uh-huh.
What?
It's getting a little crowded in there. I'm glad I'm in this nice comfy scythe of mine.
I mean, I suppose it's possible considering the nature of my mind. It's just I had no idea there was a third thing in there.
Like I said earlier yesterday, it's the least surprising thing to me. This week has been interesting.
I mean, if I were to assume, considering what she just did, I think that that was probably a witch.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm figuring.
But which one? Liam says, lifting a brow. I thought her whole family was dead. I mean, not counting
Well.
Douglas and Eliza.
I mean, you remember my family.
He
Whoa,
squints at you.
They don't exactly have to be alive.
Well, to be fair, like, I don't know. She didn't seem. She already knew about this entity inside of her. She wasn't surprised that it existed. Probably been there for a while.
You
Probably.
see, Liam kind of clenches a fist and presses it in the doorframe. He's looking away from you guys and he says, I want to know what that thing is. Minerva pokes her head out and sees Liam is upset about something and kind of chuffs at him, and he shakes his head and looks at her.
Well, whatever it was, it seemed like it wanted to protect Katya, asking me to bring her back. I guess Selma.
Must mean that the black blood's an inconvenience for it too.
She said it fed off of the power. Maybe every time she uses it, it supersedes the sort of infection. Accelerates it.
So we gotta convince Katya not to use any of her abilities?
Pretty much.
Good luck with that, Liam says, rolling his eyes.
I've been trying, and I don't think that I'm going to ever be able to get her to take it easy.
Well, it's not my job. Apollyon walks away. I'm not on duty. That's Liam's job.
I am not on her duty either, he says, pointing his finger moving around desperately, and it settles on you, Pridwen. You.
I have a lady.
He
that I need
he
to prepare
turns
my
and
room for.
gestures into his room towards Minerva, and I am dating your sister.
I do not need you to remind me.
Lunala turns really red behind you.
Pridwen.
He says, I'm too busy trying to massacre a shitload of demons and witches.
Pridwen's like frantically looking around for anyone to take cat duty.
You all are like arguing with each other, and Katya pokes her head out the door and glares at all of you, and she says, I'm on Katya duty. Now stop yelling, and she slams the door.
Oh no, we can't have cat on cat duty.
She's going to get herself killed.
She does that anyway, even when we have somebody on cat duty.
Yes, but at least when someone else is on cat duty, she isn't actively encouraging herself.
Sadie!
Sadie pokes her head around the corner.
I need you on cat duty.
Why do I have to be on cat duty?
Because we don't want to be on cat duty.
What? So why do I have to be on cat duty?
Because you're the only one left.
Nose goes rules, sorry, Liam says from Minerva's room.
Sorry, we voted you.
What kind of democracy is this? She says.
A truly terrible one.
So she walks over to the door and glares at you, Soma, as she rattles it open.
He gives her a smile and then walks back to his room.
Jerk, she says as you go and walks inside of Katya's room.
Yeah, it's your turn.
She shuts the door behind her. You turn around, Pridwen, and Lunala's gone.
Lunala?
You start looking around and you walk down thinking maybe she got more food. She's not in the kitchen, she's not in the living room. And then you walk down the other hallway and you hear a shuffling in your room.
Oh no, I haven't cleaned it yet. Pridwen's gonna scurry into his room.
You scurry in, and she's kind of sitting in your pile of books, curiously, her head tilted, looking up and down the spines of them.
I'm very sorry. I didn't get the chance to clean up the room.
She tilts her head at you. She giggles. What do you mean?
It's a mess in here. I've got books everywhere.
Yeah, you have books, she says, her eyes lighting up with life. I've had the same dream for 10 years. I haven't seen a book in almost 11. You see her brushing her fingers along the spines. She opens one on the top, and she inhales just the scent of this book. You see her eyes close, and she smiles a little.
Pridwen's smiling at her, and he says, I'll try to organize them, but please, feel free.
She starts flipping through the pages.
Pridwen's... Does his room have more than one bed?
No.
I only have one bed.
She looks up at you. She looks, like, around the room. And she looks up at you again. And she just turns blue. Bluer than normal blue.
Pridwen also blue. If you would prefer, I could sleep on the floor.
It's fine, she says under her breath.
Apollyon peers through the door and he says, Hey, Pridwen, I can't get drunk, but do you have any alcohol?
Pridwen, currently like the deepest shade of blue you've ever seen him, turns to you and like glares and says, what kind do you need?
Just
So you would have to walk into the rec room to go get it.
Lunala?
She's standing there looking at the books at the top of one pile.
Would you like me to get you a drink?
She eyes you. Are you trying to get me drunk, Pridwen?
No. Pridwen, even bluer somehow.
She laughs slyly at you and starts thumbing through the books again.
Apollyon nudges Pridwen and he says, I don't know, I think it would be worth a shot.
Was that a pun? Did you just make a pun?
Yeah.
Pridwen, like, for a moment he's panicking and then he realizes the pun and just gives you a fucking glare.
Looks at him, he says, it was Abaddon's idea.
Abaddon whispering in the background, best wingman ever.
Abaddon, I still need to punch you.
Lunala looks up at this.
Met Abaddon, and he fully manifests her.
Lunala looks at the scythe curiously.
That is Apollyon's other half.
Quite
Other
literally.
half? I'm
It's
the
a
better
lot.
half, thank you very much.
You are the exact opposite of the better half.
I am the best half, thank you. And it is nice
Uh,
to meet you,
Abaddon says, her scythe tilting sideways.
Apollyon looks at Abaddon and he says, you are literally the manifestation of our worst emotions.
That's not very nice.
She says matter-of-factly.
But it is true. You are quite literally the manifestation of our worst emotions.
Just because it's true doesn't make it something you have to say.
She says, looking kind of hurt.
He looks over to Lunala and he says, it's a long story.
She's just blinking at you.
Although, Pridwen says, and he kind of coughs and says, I do suppose I owe a thank you to both of you.
Is he thanking us? Is he thanking me? Is the world ending?
Apollyon looks at him, looks at her, and he says, I don't know. This is new to me.
This is weird, right? I don't know what to do.
Don't
I feel like I
squander it.
should take a picture or write this down. I feel like I need to tell somebody.
Apollyon calls out, he's like, Soma! And then he comes out, he's like, what?
Oh my god, Abaddon says to Soma, Pridwen just thanked us.
He just thanked you?
Yeah, right? I think the world's ending. You might want to, like, I don't know, prepare. Do y'all have a bunker?
Pridwen's just got a deadpan look on his face.
Soma looks to Pridwen and he says, what happened? What happened for you to thank Abaddon?
What happened to you? Who hurt you?
They put their lives on the line just as you did. So I thought that I owed them my appreciation.
Abaddon's, like, bouncing slowly.
I realize now that I am probably going to regret it for my entire life.
Soma looks up and he just says, huh, that is the strangest thing that has happened today.
But you know, despite everything that I've been through, I am going to have to agree with you.
He says, well, why did you call me Apollyon? And he says, oh, Abaddon wanted a picture taken of this this amazing moment.
Soma's face brightens up at the mention of a camera.
Yeah. Soma slowly raises his camera. Pridwen.
Pridwen, God, what was the image? There's like a fucking SpongeBob image where it's like they took a picture of the dude and he's just got the most fucking like sad face.
Oh, good.
Oh, God.
And then Abaddon is like behind him, like photobombing.
Oh yeah,
He says,
definitely.
yeah.
Just
And then he says,
Pridwen's face is like the most. It's like his mouth is a completely straight line and his eyes just angry.
yeah, Apollyon looks to you and he says, well, I guess I'll take some alcohol with that, thank you.
Lunala has already picked up like 3 books off of the stack and is thumbing through them.
I will mix you all some drinks.
So you go into the rec room, roll me d20.
Oh.
Swear to God, if you crit again.
Oh fuck. 19.
Oh my God. So remembering the drinks that you previously made, you make one for Apollyon, one for Abaddon. Soma, are you drinking?
No, he's in his room.
Oh, okay. So you make one for the both of them, and then you sit there and you try and think of what Lunala would like. What do you think Lunala would drink?
Well,
Apollyon
first,
points out and he says tequila.
I am not giving her. I don't even think she's ever drank before. I'm not just giving her straight tequila.
Tequila's a great place to start.
Pridwen just squints.
You hear Abaddon like giggling in the background, something about tequila and clothes.
I am probably not going to allow Abaddon to drink ever again.
Well, when I drink, it just immediately goes into her because, you know, how we work, so... yeah.
I am so sorry for you.
Abaddon's
Yeah.
like giggling gaily at everything.
Yeah, Apollyon places down his drink and he's just sort of deep in thought.
Oh, he's
think-
doing it again, Abaddon says, looking at you.
He looks to Abaddon and he says, "I'm not thinking about her again.
What are you thinking about, weirdo?
When I went to save Katya, I went into my own inner room, and Abaddon, you never told me that it is Mailbog.
So, I didn't think it was important.
It's very important.
Why is it important? I didn't think it mattered, she says, looking away.
It very much does.
Pridwen, while looking through like his collection, trying to mix up a drink, he like looks at them and says, "What are you two on about?"
My inner room, it looks like my castle Mailbog.
You had a castle?
Well, I am one of the 7 kings of hell.
You were a king of hell?
Have I not told you this?
You told me you were really old and that you dated a lot of witches. You never told me you were the king of hell.
A king of hell. I'm not Lucifer, okay.
A king of hell.
Regardless, yes, I resided over the 8th circle. Or at
I
least
see.
I did when I was the angel of death. Uh-huh.
I mean, I shouldn't be too surprised. Most people's inner rooms are based upon a place that they consider safe, that they went to a lot.
Well, I had never been there before, and there was something wrong with it.
You'd never been to your own inner room.
Only Apollyon has. I didn't even know what it looked like. I never really considered it.
And you said something was wrong with it?
It was like this. I don't know, like...
You know at a carnival, when you, like, go into one of the fun rooms?
Uh-huh.
I just had this overwhelming sense of tunnel vision.
It's like you walk towards something, but you get further away from it.
And that something was a throne.
That sounds to me like deep-rooted psychological trauma.
Well, if
The
you look at us...
bartender kicks in!
He looks to you, he says, "Well, if you've met us, we were quite literally the split psyches of an old demon king, so yes."
Well, I think that one of the new guys, Pridwen kinda like points a thumb towards the hallway where Xavier's room is. I think he's a psychologist of some sort. He could probably talk to you.
I watched him fight.
Probably talk to you.
He looks to him, he says, "I watched them fight. He's a psychopath."
I see.
Yeah.
I'd rather have him not help me with my psychological trauma, despite me being centuries of years older than him.
Pridwen's still trying to figure out a good drink.
And he's like looking, he's just like tapping on the desk. And he says, "And also, the other demons I've made deals with, they aren't very good therapists. Especially Beelzebub is a horrible therapist."
I think we all need therapists, if I'm being honest.
Especially the pink-haired kid.
On God.
He definitely needs one. I'm a bartender, which is close, but not good enough for the kind of problems that you guys have.
Mate, I need a doctor! Oh shit, man. You're a doctor! Oh shit, I can't fix that!
So far, the only helpful one of the demons in my scythe is Hades, and, well, he's still not. And then there's Hell,
Pridwen?
the Norse one.
Wait, you have the Norse deity as one of your scythe forms.
Right, I'm showing you guys. And he, like, spins his scythe around as it transforms.
Not again! You hear Abaddon saying before it transforms.
And it is... as, like, ice begins to form all around it, and Hell's insignia forms.
Huh. Might I ask, do these other forms also talk to you?
I know they can.
They
We talked to
can?
them.
They can, they just don't.
So, I mean, Beelzebub sometimes talks, but like silently. You just, I can feel what he's thinking. That's about it. These three, demons, deities, whatever you want to call them, they're the only ones who know that I'm still alive. Other than Sophia. I hate her.
I think I just had a good idea.
A good idea.
Oh boy.
Would Pridwen happen to know what Lunala's favorite fruit is?
Let's see.
Let me roll. Oh, 13?
So, I critted for the situation. So, here's
Oh.
what you remember. One of the days down at the tide pools, you're starting to just remember being at the tide pools with her. You have this brief flash of an image of Lunala eating what is that? What's the fruit that I'm fucking thinking of? A dragon fruit.
Oh, I love dragon fruit.
You don't know where she got it, but you remember it because it was really bright pink, kind of like Soma's hair, and the inside looked all funky. It is. It's one of my favorites.
Pridwen's vigorously sifting through all of his stuff, and he's gonna look up and say, "Do we have an actual dragon fruit?"
Like at all since I arrived.
Pridwen's going to rush over to the fridge.
Let's see if there's one in there. There is!
Holy shit!
There's a whole bunch of random assorted, fruits around this kitchen because Cody's been trying to get y'all to eat healthier, and she thought the more fruit she provides as options, the more likely somebody's gonna eat it.
Pridwen's going to take the dragon fruit, and he's going to bring it back to the bar, and he's going to make a dragon fruit cocktail.
Okay.
Hopefully she likes this.
Yeah. He looks up at Hell and he's gonna be like, I'm good. And he spins it and turns it back to Abaddon.
You turn it back to Abaddon, and Abaddon says,
Finally!
Yeah. She was her quietness is weird. I don't like it that much. It's very eerie.
I don't like it either. And it's really cold in here when you bring her out.
Yeah.
Do you two need anything else?
Pridwen vigorously mixing things in the background.
He looks to you and he says, tequila.
Pridwen just pulls out an unopened bottle of tequila and slides it to you.
Alright. And he just starts chugging it.
Oh.
Here's to failed romances. And he gets up and walks out of the house.
Oh,
I think you're the only person here who's had a failed romance.
Shut up.
He's got a point, Abaddon says as you're walking out the door.
You shut up too. I didn't say you could speak.
God. Wow, that is the most emotional I've ever heard him be. And as Pridwen finishes the cocktail, he's going to bring it to his room.
So you your door is cracked and you open it to walk in and you see the witch outfit she had on was like kind of regal, almost strange in design. It looks like something you've seen witches wear before, but right now she seems to be wearing a pair of sweatpants and a hoodie that very clearly somebody has given her. And she's curled up on the very the back corner against the wall of your bed, and she has a book in her lap, and she's just in the zone.
Sadie.
What?
It's like, great, we have another Sadie.
Lunala.
Ironically, it's Sadie's clothes that she's wearing.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
She kind of goes, and looks up at you.
Behold, and Pridwen presents the glass.
She blinks.
A proud look on his face.
It's so pink, she says and leans forward.
It is a cocktail that I made with dragon fruit.
Her face lights up.
Here, Pridwen hands it to her.
She takes it with both hands and just takes a huge drink of it. How strong did you make this?
He, considering what she said, he made it pretty light. Also considering she hasn't drank probably ever.
And considering she hasn't barely eaten apart from 3 cookies, yeah.
Yeah.
Hasn't eaten in 10 years. She takes a big drink of this thing and is just she instantly starts to giggle.
He is sloshed after just a sip.
After just a sip of a very, very light alcoholic
He
drink.
starts giggling almost instantly.
Oh god, you're more of a lightweight than I thought you would be.
It's not very nice.
I just feel bad.
She, without missing a beat, goes in for another drink.
Oh dear.
She, takes another huge drink and flips the page with one hand. And then she, a few seconds later, flips another page. She is a speed reader.
Wow, you read fast. Especially when... Would you like me to get you anything to eat?
You look, at the book that she's been flipping, how she's flipping, you look up and half the glass is gone.
Huh.
She looks up at you, smiles, and then she hiccups.
I'm going to go make you some food.
Thank God Chris is here. Soma is going to leave the building.
Oh, okay. So,
Yes.
Pridwen, you go out into the hallway thinking you're gonna get her something, and you see Soma walking out the front door.
Wait, I was eating. I'm being involved.
You are
Let's just
sitting
go
at-
here.
You
No,
are- Well,
please. Damn it.
Sofa, might I ask where you're going?
oh, I'm gonna go see Tex.
You mean the cowboy zombie?
Yep.
Honestly, I don't understand him. Who dresses like that in this millennia?
In
Pridwen
this
says in
millennia?
full armor.
No, so he just starts eyeing you, and he's like, right.
You feel your sins crawling on your back. Oh, also, before we continue, and how many more natural 20s did I miss?
I think I rolled one
One?
more. I hit 10.
I think we're at
Oh,
10
yeah.
or 11 for him,
We're
and
at
I've
11,
had
we're at 11.
8.
You've had 8.
I've had
It's
a
a
lot
full
tonight.
moon.
It's crazy.
I rolled 6 natural 1s last week when Doll got murdered.
It's
Yeah.
a full moon.
Anyways, I'll shut up. Sorry.
So you walk into the kitchen and begin making some food. Soma, you're outside.
I'm gonna go around the building and look for Tex.
So it's nighttime. You have no idea where to start looking, but interestingly enough, you're thinking about Tex and you're trying to almost reach out to see if you could figure out where he would be, and you feel a chill. And then this rush of warm air.
Looks around and he says, "Oh, what did I do?"
You turn around and look, and down the walkway, a tumbleweed comes rolling. It tumbles right on past you, and then this red clay dust begins to form.
Did I just manifest Tex?
Tex,
Did he?
you
Did he?
were in the
God damn it.
stables talking with your horse, minding your business, when all of a sudden Odysseia began screeching at you. You realize
Damn bird,
somebody is trying to pull you in.
You damn bird, it's my day off. I told you for the last time, leave me be.
You feel yourself being pulled.
Bitch. Alright, leave it alone. I'm going now.
You, as you're saying, leave it be. You feel talons gripping at your hat. Rips it off your head and drops it a few feet in front of you.
You are a blight on society, you know that? An absolute waste of avian space.
She caws at you.
Oh, don't you call at me with that language, young lady.
Your horse neighs at you and gives you a look.
You did not hear her use those words, you know that?
He snorts.
I hate this place. Takes up his hat, dusts it off. Alright, where are the cards taking me this time, Miss Odysseia?
And you allow yourself to be pulled. And you find yourself not too far away, still on campus. You're on a walkway, and you see a familiar pink-haired boy looking around confused. A tumbleweed goes rolling past you, tumbles by him. He looks even more confused than he was before.
He looks
Funny
around and
thing, even
Wait.
he looks at the tumbleweed a little confused, because he's like, where the fuck did that come from?
says,
You have absolutely no idea. The only thing you can think of is that maybe Odysseia is trying to bowl again. She's getting better
Bowling
at
for
it.
stu- Bowling for students. She's slowly getting there.
"Yeah,
May I help you? Your name again, Stala? Soma. Yeah, that was it.
yeah, Soma, yeah." I was gonna look for you, and then you just kind of appeared with that tumbleweed.
Apparently you willed me into existence. You know, the tumbleweed just kind of happened. I don't know where they come from. It's like some dandyism or something, a showmanship. I think it comes from the bird. We don't really talk about her too much because she gets her feelings hurt way too easily.
Pridwen,
Damn.
you hear a strange cawing sound as you're cooking whatever the fuck you're cooking.
What the fuck?
You hear a murmur of voices from somewhere outside.
Pridwen's like, he's in the middle of preparing a pasta dish. He's really focused on it, but he kind of like peeks out the window.
You see Soma's talking to somebody.
What on earth is he doing?
So I willed you into existence? Has that ever happened before?
A few times when people want to make stupid bets and stupid questions. Doesn't really happen too often, but you apparently willed the deck here, so apparently it was important enough for me to stand before you. Now listen, I'm allowed to get out of death free cards. I can't really give you anything else if that's what you're looking for.
Oh no, no one has died yet. No, I actually
Fucking
wanted to.
Third cause, ominously.
Says, no, I'm not worried about that. I just wanted to speak to you. He like pulls out a deck of tarot cards and starts folding them. He says, well, I was trying to learn more about card games.
If a skeleton's eyebrow could raise, you swear you see the entire bone structure almost shift questioningly. You wish to learn card games.
Yes.
Have you ever read a book on card games?
Uh,
I'm gonna take that as a solid no. I recommend starting there.
well, you're the card game guy, so I thought you would be a good teacher.
I am not the card game guy. I just happen to like gambling. The job I'm appointed to is one I was given by Lady Death herself. And it's not a
Exactly.
job I take lightly.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's...
Am I just, is he just being like, uh-huh, yeah, uh-huh?
yeah.
I prattle on more. Anyways, the card game I play involves a game of souls and life and other things. What could I possibly grant you in a card game?
I don't know. That's... You're the card game guy.
Literally, Dylan in the background chanting, respec, respec, respec.
I am not the card game guy. For the last time,
Odysseus cause in
I'm-
disagreement.
I will shoot you, bird. I got the repeat. I fucking left it at home.
Yeah, you don't have the repeater.
Motherfucking.
He says, well, in my experience, you're the card game guy. But,
He looks incredibly disappointed that this has become his title. From the Wanderer of Death, the lone man who wandered through the West, to, oh hey look, it's the card game skeleton.
It's almost worse than Tex. Almost.
It's almost worse than Tex.
Oh hey, it's the funny card game cowboy skeleton.
says,
I am
well,
the equivalent of the school mascot.
Yosu says, well, is there anything other than reviving people from the death that you can do?
Nothing I like to talk about people that aren't my friends.
Pridwen in the background going, ooh!
So, yeah, I thought we were friends. Let's be friends. And he puts out his hand.
Backs up quick. You think we're friends? Don't get me wrong, I respect your tenacity in that situation involving your friend Lewis, and how you handled your final choice. It was a matter of tolerance, and I respect it to an nth degree. But you and I don't really have friends.
We can change that. He continues sticking out his hand. He like nudges it further.
Boot clicks a little bit further back. Last. Go ahead, Pridwen.
Pridwen comes out holding a bowl of pasta.
Is Pridwen still in full armor and like a kiss the chef apron?
Yeah.
Not the apron.
Just holding like.
What
Just
on earth
holding
is
it.
going? You again? Did somebody die?
Except he doesn't have his helmet
no one
on,
died.
so Tex is seeing his blue skin for the first time and his scar in his hair.
Dear God, did you freeze to death last winter?
No, I'm just blue.
I'm blue.
Yeah, don't worry about it. He's blue for some reason.
My
I'm-
my ancestor was a witch. That's why.
All right then. Good to know. Why am I here again?
Actually, don't know. I meant to find you. But anyway, maybe the fates aligned, and you are to be my friend.
I am to be your friend now.
You're my friend now. We're
having soft tacos later.
Right.
Um,
Ah, I don't
Neither
do
of-
friends. I don't do friends well.
Odysseus
I don't-
pawing at you, and as you irritatedly look up at her, she swings in and drops the deck of cards into your hand, Tex.
He's just like holding it out, contemplating. Like I don't even want click.
Yeah.
What?
either of you like pasta while I'm out here?
She's holding a random bowl of pasta.
It's
I imagine it's like a fucking like a tray. Just like a
he's
fucking
basically he's
a pasta
basically got like
dish.
a big tray.
Soma looks to Texi. He says, "Can you eat pasta? You know, with the you know."
Mildly agitated eyebrow raise of the skeletal form.
Which I sent into in session panic.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Yes. That's entirely what it looks like.
Please tell me it plays the opening riff of Bad to the Bone each time.
You're gonna make a
I was
joke
gonna
about
say,
that.
I was gonna say Papyrus's theme.
Oh,
He starts playing Bone Trouser.
Holy
Right.
shit.
Soma looks at you and says, "I mean, you can play card games, but sorry about bothering you. You were probably listening to Bad to the Bone or something."
that's the secret,
what is-
boys. The respec is the dating sim from Undertale.
Oh my god, we have to seduce
Oh
the
my
judge.
god.
It's seduce.
It's a skeleton with pasta. It's even worse.
That's what I was about to say. He brought the pasta. We've already started the game. It's afoot.
It's nothing Apollyon
Wait.
can do with.
Oh, I hate this. Why am I the dating sim character?
No, Apollyon's the dating sim character.
Yeah,
Dude, he's dated my ancestor.
Literally, Apollyon has dated all the BBEGs.
yeah.
All right. I don't think I've ever had pasta. I don't know what Bad to the Bone is. I don't know why the bird dropped me a damn deck of cards, and I don't know why the fuck I am here on my day off.
Odysseia, you saying about the cards, you feel the talons on your hat again pulling at your hair.
I don't have much of that left, and you pull the rest of it off, I swear to God, I'm gonna have raven stew.
She turns your head with her talons towards Soma and caws again.
I hate when you do that.
You know, like I said, I think it's fake.
If both of you are good, I'm gonna head back inside. My girlfriend hasn't eaten in almost a decade.
You know what, Tex, you're invited inside. You want to eat some pasta and play some cards?
Fuck it.
Fuck it!
Let's see.
Another tumbleweed
no.
comically rolls by as Tex considers
Where
this
do these-
invitation.
I don't even summon these. I don't do this. This isn't my ability. I hate this place.
You can turn into a weapon and your powers are tumbleweed.
I have my own weapon, thank you. Just not here right now.
Hey, there's nothing against weapons that wield weapons. We have a few of those.
I'm not the. Never mind. Get the fuck inside. I'll meet you in there.
He opens the door, goes inside.
Tex,
Hey,
you're standing there, and Odysseia has lighted on the door frame and is cawing at you again.
When they walk in, he'll look to her. What kind of game are you playing?
She caws at you, and there's this mysterious twinkle in her eyes. She scratches her talon against the door frame.
I don't like what you're getting at. I promise to never play that game again. You know the ransom of that.
She clacks her beak together several times.
Fine. Go in. I'll have some pasta. But I do not agree to playing that game.
What game?
She-
Soma says as he perks up.
Peering out the window!
Melvin, don't worry about it. I was talking to my bird.
You know, Apollyon
She
does that a lot
caws!
too, but he says Apollyon usually says that too, but he's usually lying.
Just get some pasta.
He goes
What
inside.
So
What
you,
even is pasta?
you go inside, and Pridwen is, you are walking down the hallway when you hear Soma and Tex come inside.
Oh, did you two change your mind?
He did.
Apparently, I was invited inside for card games and pasta.
Ah,
Yeah.
excellent. I hope you like Putaniska.
What in
And-
the goddamn is that?
The translation isn't important. It's cheap and it tastes good.
That's all you need to say.
On God.
And he'll make a bowl for the two. He'll make like 2 bowls and hand them to him.
Okay, so
And-
you've you made the bowls, and what are you doing?
He then takes the entire tray and says, "I'm going to go feed my girlfriend now."
He has a girlfriend now.
I didn't need to know, nor did I care.
Well, she is a lunar witch.
She's a
That will perk your interest.
Pridwen
she's a lunar witch.
goes back to his room, and
No,
you
no, you do
you
not
can
leave
pull
on the
out-
word. Come from a long line. I hate this place.
He calls into the room and says, "Lunala, the undead cowboy's here."
You open the door, it's cracked again. You open it, and she's on the opposite side of the bed now. She's upside down with her legs up the wall, and she's got the book like over her face, and she just lays her head back, hanging it off the bed, and looks at you, and she grins.
I also brought you some pasta.
Her face lights up.
Here, would you like to meet the undead cowboy?
She tilts her head in confusion. Neither of those words mean anything to her.
Do I hear this?
Yes.
I am not some showboating toy to pass around like gossip.
Her
They-
face lights up. What is that? She says.
No, I'm. Oh,
The only
Okay.
household that says shit like this, like, casually.
Undead cowboy, Lunala. Lunala, undead cowboy.
She like swirls off the bed in this very majestic display somehow and rights herself and pokes her head around the corner. You see this another blue-skinned girl, her
lot of
long
people
white
voted
hair
around here.
flowing down, her ears are pointed. She has this sort of like really goofy grin on her face. The whole drink is gone, by the way, Pridwen. It's gone.
Oh,
you
no.
hear this? You hear the spine cracking a bit as you see the skeleton visibly lean over to Soma, and just start saying, "They both have blue skin, correct?"
Yes.
I'm not just seeing
they
that
were-
right.
So I know I don't know a whole lot. I know he comes from a royal Italian bloodline. Are they known for? Does the family tree not split?
Oh no.
Just ask.
It's a little freaky.
It's
We are not related.
They're rivals.
It
Um,
does run in the family, though. You hear Liam say he's come out of his room, shuffled over, has gotten some of the pasta that you left in the kitchen in a bowl, looks at you, and then turns around and slowly walks back into Minerva's room.
where do all these people come from?
Paul actually walks back into the house by now and he says, "Why people? Oh, hi."
Oh, it's you.
Oh
I
no,
made
it's the
pasta.
weirdo again, you hear Abaddon say from the scythe.
Hey, that's not nice. I
You're
think.
not nice, she says.
If you've ever seen a skeleton with social anxiety where he's just kind of staring down at the middle of the table, this is the case.
He's been tapping his 2 first fingers together uncomfortably.
Entirely. Just like
Um,
super uncomfortable.
Somebody,
Well,
as Apollyon walks in, actually, he's like, "Did somebody die again?"
No one died. I don't know why I'm here. The bird made me walk inside.
Good to
Oh.
see a cause.
Well, I'm still gonna watch the show because I feel like something cool's about to happen. And he sits down in one of the chairs.
to be fair,
I
you did give me the indication that you wanted to meet the Moon Witch.
I was more just curious, but now that I know that your family tree doesn't split all that much, not that interested anymore.
She
We
like
are
her
not
she was
related.
poked around the corner, and now she's like poked around the corner but on the floor watching you.
What is she? Oh dear.
My great, I think it was about 30 something. odd grandmother was a jellyfish, not just blue.
So you
Wait,
guys
did
are like yelling down the hallway, and you hear a door open really loudly toward the end of the hallway, and you see Sadie pokes her head out and glares at all of you in the living room, and she points at you all aggressively, and she does the zip lip sign, and then she gives you the 2 fingers at her eyes and 2 fingers at their eyes, glares at you, and shuts the door again.
Oh, right, indoor voices.
Yeah, wait, anyway, wasn't the jellyfish one the one that I dated a long time?
The one that you claimed to have attempted to date.
You know, her armor really didn't. Well,
Tex is heavily debating on whether he should have actually given them those get out of death free cards. Anywho, my name is also not Undead Cowboy, thank you very much. That is a stereotypical title.
Yeah, it's
Well,
Tex, Abaddon says, giggling from the scythe.
It is not Tex either, Lady
You have
Abaddon.
never introduced yourself. So
I
I'm just.
introduced myself as the judge.
Well, that's a title, not a name.
you're definitely Tex.
It is not Tex, and if you call me that one more time, I will. And he reaches for his repeater that is gone. Son of a bitch.
Just eat the pasta and play the game.
Soma pulls out his
Any-
gun to the judge and he says, "Here you go."
Ooh.
It's unloaded.
You're in an unloaded
Really?
9mm.
You see him actually pick it up and run his hands along it. This is a wonderful piece, actually.
Tex has
That-
this thing for guns.
Soma says, "Oh yeah, I still after I murdered the werewolf. After we murdered the werewolf, we took it from his house, or his room.
Yes, I remember that. Your steel friend over there punched a hole in its face. Or no, chest, apologies.
Yeah, and then we tore his head off.
In honesty, I thought he was going to go running head first with that pointy head of his and go diving through it. I was on the sideline for that.
I was tired and angry.
I couldn't tell.
You look over at him, and now she's poked around the corner, but she's at the top of the doorframe.
How does she even get that high? I don't even... This place is a madhouse.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anywho,
She is
My name is-
reaching down and like has picked up like stray noodles. Every time you look away, she's been picking them up and eating them over your shoulder.
Do you just want this?
You look
Pridwen
down and
offered?
half the bowl is gone.
Would you just like to have this?
She
Pridwen
nods
offers
vigorously.
10 years. Pridwen hands it to her.
You look back to the conversation happening in the living room.
Anywho, my name is not the judge. You are correct. My name is also not Tex. I was given that nickname due to my dulcet tones and marmalade-like voice. And some people, he looks over to Abaddon, use it as a derogatory remark.
Yeah, she likes to do that.
My name is Rickton Callus Judge III.
Let me.
Wait,
So
Judge is actually a part of your name?
All of the players
It is my
scramble for
last.
their notes.
so
Rickton.
Open up the important names real quick.
Yeah, R-I-C-H-T-E-M.
mhm.
Callus, C-A-L-L-U-S. Judge, I hope you know how to spell that. The third.
I just wrote 3.
That works. Rickton Callus Judge 3. Rickton Callus Judge and Tails.
Well, what was this game that your brother really wants us to play?
You heard nothing of the game.
I
I
deceive
will not
cause.
gamble with you.
Just eating, like he's downing his pasta.
You look back for a second,
So-
Pridwen, and the bowl that the pasta was in that you gave her is now on her head.
How? What in the
She's
earth are you
laying
doing?
upside down with it on her head, and she's reading again on the floor.
Is she okay?
I gave her the least alcoholic drink I could have, and she is sloshed.
She was in a cave
She
for
wa-
10.
She
She
wasn't
was
in
at
And
the
cave for
bottom of the sea for 10 years.
you left the woman you love in the bottom of a cave for 10 years.
To be
I.
fair, I didn't remember.
And it was not me, it was my mother.
Your mother left the woman you love in the bottom of a cave for 10 years.
Liam coming out of Minerva's room to get more pasta. Oh, it's debatable.
Well, it was to prevent the world from ending, if I recall correctly.
To be fair, the world's ending every other week.
That's also very true.
Yes, that's partially why I went for it.
Now let me try this. Past? What was the name?
It is Putinesca, specifically.
Putin. Poutine.
It
Yes.
just means
Food.
it just means whore's pasta.
Oh.
Judge is instantly interested.
I've had many a run up with whores, but not many a run up with pasta. So
I know
Yeah,
a little something about those, at least.
can't be that bad. This contains neither
But-
whores nor pasta.
I don't understand.
You Italians, I like the way you name things.
Yes, it was popularized by the
The
whores
whore?
of Italy. Yes.
No, good for them. Sounds like they got something good on their side. He's gonna just like take a mouthful of it.
Does it just fall back through his skull?
Interestingly enough, you see it go in, and what comes out the sides of his mouth is small clouds of ash.
You can actually eat?
This guy's anatomy is weird.
To a degree. Do you think I was always a skeleton?
I mean, typically people aren't just born skeletons.
Well, you see, my mother was a skeleton, and my father wasn't. No, I wasn't born a skeleton. Correct.
You see, when two fossils love each other very much.
My father was a T-Rex. My mother was Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds.
Oh my god.
Well, the reason I wanted to find you today is because the reason I wanted to practice card games is because I've been coming up with a plan to eradicate a shitload of witches and demons, and it involves a card game.
His hand immediately stops. You grow power hungry there, redhead.
It's paid, but yes,
Whatever the hell it is, I can't really tell on the account that I don't really have eyes.
fair enough. I've learned a cool new trick, which is making deals, and I'm going to use that to entrap a shitload of witches and demons on our campus and promptly kill them.
Leans back in the chair. I just got done praising you for your tolerance and your consideration for your friend's life. And here you are about to incinerate another mountain of... Well, isn't his 10-year-old decade cave woman a witch?
To
But
be
she's-
fair, all of them are trying to end the world.
Yeah,
Make me a good point on as to why I should play a card game with you in order to let you incinerate a mountain of witches.
well, all of them are trying to end the world, but not not the they're not just doing like the basic evil big bad things where they're trying to like shoot a laser into the surface of Mars. No, they are
You can't just
trying
punch
to
a hole in the surface of Mars. The Doomslayer punches a hole in the surface of Mars. Sorry.
Meanwhile, some witch somewhere, I'm going to blow a hole into the surface of Mars.
I'm not taking notes. What do you mean?
given me so much out there, I'm going to piss it. I'm sorry.
Galax and Telly says, well, basically, I was created for the sole purpose of freeing my mom from hell, but also inadvertently freeing the twin witches from hell and destroying the planet. But I'm not going to do that, see, because I'm going to flip the board on them and, do that. There's a whole
Interesting.
lot more to the plan, actually. I'm going to
No,
pull out.
no, no. It's an interesting plan, but why does that involve me being here and a bird constantly pecking down the back of my neck?
Well, I don't know why the bird wants you to be here, per se, but you're here, and I'm taking advantage of it. So, yeah.
He slams his hand onto the table, revealing the same deck of cards that he played with Katya and Pridwen. These call to you. They whisper your name somewhere. Why?
I have no idea.
The hands of fate are ticking dangerously close to you. They call out for you as if you have something to do. I don't know if it's good nor bad, but I'm supposed to be here for some reason.
Well, suppose we should find out, should we?
Why do you want power? Not to eradicate the witches or stop the end of the world. Why do you truly claim to want power?
To protect.
To protect?
Yes.
Is that your final answer?
Is an answer.
Well, then let me tell you why that's a load of shit. I was down there, remember? Whenever you tore your friend limb from limb, you didn't protect him. You viciously tore into him and horns sprouted from your head.
It was too late.
It was too late. It was much too late. But I saw in those eyes. I saw fire. I saw anger. I saw hatred. That was not my friend is gone, I'm putting him out of his misery. That was I have power, and I will use it. I've seen many men with power, many women with power, seen all sorts of power do horrible, horrible things over and over and over. And he'll tap his finger on the middle of the table and the lights go dim, looking the entire building. A
Soma,
single candelabra lights in the center of the table.
Soma leans forward and he says, well, how about we make a bet?
Raises a brow. You have my interest.
Well, I think that I will be able to make it out of it without hurting the innocent, and that I will seek my goal of protecting. And you seem to think that I will fail and end up hurting others. So let's make a bet. See which one of us ends up being right.
Too smart for your own good, you know that.
He gives like
Scratching at my interest like that.
he has like an ear to ear smile on his face.
You hear the creak as his hand comes up on the table, elbow tapping against it, holds it forward, and the entire hand ignites with a deep, deep purple flame this time.
Hmm.
Shake it. And me and you will play a game.
Uh, Soma puts out his hand, and it has a blue flame on it, and he shakes.
Clasp onto his hand, shakes up and down, and the deal is struck, and our game begins. Snaps his fingers, and the lights are back on, and the candelabra now go. So, what do you seek to get out of this game? Because I can't play the same one I played with Katsu. You don't owe me that kind of debt. Well, you, my friend, are on the cusp of great power. And while I I can grant you that power. It comes at a cost. The greater the power you want. Oops, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say he's listening intently.
The greater the power you want, the greater you have to give. No matter what, the entry price you pay is a part of your life. A part of your health goes directly back to the deck. But it also costs you a memory, something you hold dear. And I replace it with something a little less than savory. And this is the judge's game.
He thinks to himself intently for a sec, and he says, I'm in.
Glad to see. Now, let's play at my table. Snap his fingers again, and most awkwardly, since they're sitting at like a living room table, like crashes over some shit. Sorry, my bad. Didn't mean to. I didn't think of the space.
Sova looks down. You could have asked me
I
to do
did
it.
not mean to crush your coffee table.
Oh,
Not the coffee table again!
That's like the third one this week.
Pridwen
Oh,
Pridwen, who's been
There's-
standing in the background this whole time, just kind of points to the kitchen and says, I'm gonna go make more pasta.
Can you make him one?
There is literally.
You feel
There's
something on
whole
your
pasta
shoulders, Pridwen.
everywhere.
Wait, what?
You feel something on your shoulders.
Pridwen's gonna look at his shoulder.
You look up, and your girlfriend has clambered up onto your back at the comment of more pasta. She has the bowl on her head still like a hat.
Why are you wearing the bowl like a hat?
Mr. Blueskin, I'm very sorry, but I seem to have gotten your whole pasta everywhere, all over the floor. It is a horrendous mess.
Oh no.
There is pieces of horror everywhere. Oh, that sounds okay. Never mind. More private area. We can do this.
You see her look to you, look down at the pasta, and look to you, and goes, "What does that word mean?"
You do not need to know.
Abaddon says, "I'll tell her.
Do not dare.
The smile widens in the scythe.
He's gonna demanifest Abaddon.
Right when she
Abaddon?
opens her mouth to explain, the scythe disappeared.
Abaddon, if you ever tell her, I will not serve you another drink ever.
She's clambered, like holding onto your shoulders, almost piggybacking you, and she's still looking at you confused.
It is a bad word. Or at least a rude one.
Her eyes light up a little bit.
I still like the idea. There's just an upside down poker table crashed into the fucking coffee table in the middle of the living room.
I'm not cleaning that up. Pridwen walks into the kitchen.
He just she's like hanging off of his shoulders, not touching the floor, and he just starts cooking again. It's like fucking Kenny and what's her name from Bleach.
God.
He smiles a bit, and then the judge, will you give me one moment? I'm thinking of pulling a little bit of tomfoolery real quick. Just give me a moment, and we'll go back to our game. I haven't had fun like this in a minute.
Sounds good.
Sadie's door was down there, correct? The one that side-eyed us down there that you brought back from the dead?
Yes.
He's gonna snap his fingers, and the poker table's gonna go gone. And he'll walk over to Sadie's door and knock on it.
You knock on the door, and it flies open, and there is a very angry redhead staring up at you.
I am so sorry to bother you this late in the evening, madam. But your friend that usually wears the armor over there, he happened to break your coffee table and said he was not replacing it. I figured you should know. You seem like you run this place, sort of. Just wanted to make sure that you know personally that he said he was not going to replace it.
He did what? She turns her head and looks toward the kitchen. Pridwen! She starts down the hallway.
Oh, Sadie, would you like some pasta?
She comes over to you and you see her hand ball into a fist.
What is the matter?
She goes to punch you.
Please, I've got someone on me.
Roll me a d20.
Oh no.
Yeah, like neutral motherfuckers.
Natural one.
Yeah.
The moon is
So-
in favor.
The moon is no longer full.
Oh no. Yeah, so she, like, walks over towards you after hearing this and not seeing Lunala on your back at all. She hauls back and just decks the shit out of you. Straight in the jaw. And you slam back into the refrigerator. Except there's something between you and the refrigerator.
Oh no. Pridwen, like, immediately flips around and, like, picks
So you
Lunala
turn
up.
around and she's sitting on top of the refrigerator.
How did you get up there?
She's waggling her feet back and forth. You've actually run into her legs when you backed into the fridge.
Are you okay?
She nods.
What did I do? Pridwen turns around to Sadie.
Sadie points at the coffee table. You broke it again.
I did.
And you're
I
not
have-
gonna fix it?
I have not broken the
You're
coffee
gonna
table.
get your ass in there and you're gonna fix it, or so help me! I'm gonna fix you, she says, raising a fist at you.
Pridwen holds up in his hands and says, "The skeleton cowboy did it. He got my pasta all over the floor.
Soma looks up and he says, Pridwen did it.
I did not."
She looks
While they're
at
in the midst
Soma
of this-
and then looks up at you.
While they're in the midst of this, Tex is gonna like put his arm around like so much and be like, "How about we go back to my place to finish this up?" And snap his fingers and take him back to his place.
Oh, that's hot. Okay.
The skeleton cowboy just kidnapped your boyfriend.
Sadie turns around and says, "What?" and realizes Soma's gone, and then she rubs at the bridge of her nose.
But there is a tumbleweed now on top of the broken coffee table.
There is totally a tumbleweed on top of the broken coffee table.
I swear to you, he broke it.
I don't care who broke it. You're gonna get in there and you're gonna fix it.
I don't know how to assemble coffee tables.
One of you is fixing this, and if any of you wakes Cat up again, I swear to God. She holds a fist threateningly in your face again, and then she turns around and walks down the hallway.
But I'm trying to cook for a woman who's not eaten in
She
10
turns
years.
around and points at you, and then gives you the two fingers at her eyes and then at you. And backs toward the room slowly.
Apollyon looks up and says, was it me?
So I will describe. There is a swirl of red dust. It's not even like you were transported. It's not like it's like you're just there when you blink. It is old creaky wood. There is a few gaslit lanterns, or oil lanterns actually, hung about. Very dimly lit. There's a bed in the corner. There is some basic kitchen amenities. A small fireplace and a red chair with a small table beside it with a photo on it that looks super, very worn out and old. Almost singed on the sides. And on the back of the room, there is a singular poker table. Oh, and there is a small little opening for like a stable opening, and there is a horse that is currently standing at the stable opening.
It's pawing at the ground with a tuft.
I know, I wasn't gone that long.
It snorts at you.
I know, I'll bring you back apples next time, I swear.
It turns around and it puts its butt in your direction and then looks over its shoulder at you and snorts again and turns away. She's very mad at you.
I love you too, Asta. Before walking over to his little drinking area and pulling out what looks to be an actual sarsaparilla bottle. They don't allow me alcohol on campus anymore. You care for one?
Sure.
It is He pulls out the bottle, and it is dusty and cobweb ridden. It's still sealed, but it is an old as shit bottle.
He takes it and he immediately pops it open and starts drinking it.
Roll me a Constitution save.
All right.
But you might not be. Oh no.
Aged to perfection.
Yep. Hold on, I need to see my. Okay. I rolled an unnatural 20.
Okay. You start coughing, but you don't die, which is great. So,
Yeah.
But it has the consistency of Jaeger.
Yeah.
It is thick. It is molassesy. It is sweet.
like 3 C's.
Yeah. Like 3. double C.
He puts it down. I love it.
You're just saying things to befriend me more, I feel. But either way,
No,
if you'd like to
Soma,
come to my table.
Soma actually likes it. He drank an entire cup of salt water earlier.
Yeah.
You drank an entire cup. Maybe that's why you're dealing with me right now. Either way, go sit at the table.
Tax! You hear a voice calling from somewhere.
No.
I brought y'all some food because I knew you weren't eating and I thought.
She stops as she walks in and looks around.
Oh, you have guests here.
Nobody's home. I'm in a figment of your imagination. Please leave.
Well, that's not very nice of you.
She starts
No,
walking
it's
in.
not.
You see this? She is a spunky southern belle with like the flannel tied right underneath her chest and long jeans on, cowboy boots. She's got a full cowboy hat on with this long, perfect blonde hair. She is the like polar opposite of Callus.
Someone's beating a weapon.
She waves very, very sweetly.
Yeah, I thought I would, play a few card games with my friend here.
Ah, well, ain't y'all the bee's knees? Y'all have fun with that. I'm gonna leave. I don't like it when you make it all dark and spooky in here.
And she turns around
You-
very quickly.
You were never invited to begin with. I do not know why she's gone. Anywho. Welcome to my table. Welcome to my abode, actually.
Quite nice in here. Very spooky.
Yeah, it's not meant to be spooky. I just haven't cleaned it in a while. Anywho. He's like very dumb with the situation. Like, this is the most social interaction he's had in like probably 50 years outside of his weapon. Gonna be like, hey, and he's like, motherfucker, I changed the locks again.
She like crawls in
Yeah.
through the fucking vent.
She crawls into the horse door.
Yup.
Yeah.
Which Aster totally allows.
Totally.
Anywho. So, me and you have a deal to make.
Indeed.
I'm gonna warn you, there's no going back from this. It will change a part of your life forever. I do not choose the memory that is taken or the memory that is given.
He lifts up his wrist and shows all the tattoos, and he says, "That's nothing really new to me."
I don't think you understand, friend. This isn't a power I use lightly. I do not wish to curse thee who walk. I wish for them to prosper and live on and not have to worry about such things.
He, with a straight face, he puts his hands on the table and leans forward, and he says, "I don't think you understand how much I'm willing to sacrifice for those I care about."
The coals in his eyes light up that same purple. I understand sacrifice much more than you think.
Then we're on the same page, then.
Apparently. When you have all to give and you've given all, you end up with nothing left to give.
Just keep that in mind.
I'll take note
He'll
of
take the deck, shuffle it, straighten it. Soma, do you take this card? An ordeal is struck.
He takes the card.
And if the LSDM would like to describe this,
Oh, you want me to do things? Okay.
I can describe. I can describe it. I can describe it. I have a full thing ready for this.
Okay.
So, as you reach over to take the card between his fingertips, it feels as if there's a dragging piece of metal going across the back of your skull, slowly carving upward. You can feel it like curling inward, as if like a piece of jagged metal is just cutting someone's initials into the back of your head. It hurts. It's painful. But you see that whenever he's handing you a card, you look back and you're giving him a card as well. It's forming in your fingertips. What memory would you like to give the judge? Has to be something of importance. The more important, the more powerful.
Actually, roll me a d20.
That works too.
I want to see if you get the choice to give what you want, or
Ooh,
if you
that's
get
fun
one
too.
taken.
Sorry, God intervened. Had to restart.
I rolled a 15.
Is there a memory you're willing to sacrifice?
He thinks to himself. What memory am I willing to give? Go through my head real quick. I know there's a fair few of them, but what's important? You know what?
What?
Is that the one I want to give? Hold on.
Think very hard on this.
He looks to you and he says, I'll punish myself. And he hands you the memory of Lynn's death.
Oh no. Are you sure you want to do that? As you go to hand this card to him, it forms into a photograph in your fingers. A photograph from your inner room. A hand dangling, the cigarette falling from it. And then, like a picture that has been left in the sun for too long, it begins to fade before your very eyes.
And he lights one last cigarette. Well, not last, but he lights a cigarette.
Seems precious.
You have no idea.
You hear the creaking of bone as he looks back to the one photo sitting beside that red chair in the corner facing the fireplace. I understand entirely, friend.
Let's begin.
I do apologize for this next bit. Now, you have two options here. I can roll the D100, or you can roll the D100.
Me or you?
It's up to you. Do you want me to roll it, or do you want to roll
I'll have you roll it. Well, which one of us has worse luck?
it? It's probably me.
Okay. Yep, fair enough.
Give me
I'll
1 second. Okay. All right. I'm rolling them. Or are you rolling? I don't care either way. It's up to you.
I'll roll.
Okay, go ahead.
39.
39. Ooh, this one's fucked up. So your vision changes. You are in an empty field in the middle of a heavy rainstorm. You're gripping what appears to be an aegis, a sword and a shield. You know these people. They're your partners for life. You've known them for a long, long time. But you look to the other people around you in your squad, and one, a girl, looks to be no older than 23, and in her back is lodged a great sword that is carved into her spine and ripped out through her skull, her own weapon drugged through her body. And to your right, your friend, completely and absolutely scorched. A bolt of lightning having coursed through his entire body, unable to maintain resonance with his weapon, destroying them both in an instant. You're freezing, you're backing up, and in this darkness, thunder and lightning breaks across the sky. And you see what stands in the shadows, a whirling cloud, a beast, hairy, giant, bandages wrapped around its eyes, wild, the very wind itself curled into its arms like a hurricane. It comes forth step by step. It's standing 15 feet tall. You walk before the storm. You back up again. Both the weapons in your hand are telling you to run. You need to get as far as you can away from here. You can't do anything. You hold your ground for once. You challenge me. Lightning thunder crashes forth. His fist barrels forward. A tunnel of wind knocks them both from your hands. They go clashing backwards. You look back, you reach out for them, and then you turn around, and a hulking, demonic mass is appearing before you. Its fur coursed in charge, but dashing with lightning all around it, the thunder crashing, deafening. You don't know what to do. You don't know what to. And an upward hand slams across you, sending you deep into the ground as this demon buries you. You think you're dead, your body's broken, your bones, everything is shattered. You try crawling, you look back and they've already run away. For that you're happy. Then you hear a whisper, ever so faintly. I am not done with you. The lightning is cold upon you. Gripping both of your arms and sending a massive charge through your entire body. It's cooking you alive. You're singeing. You're burning everything. You can smell it. Everything hurts. And then you wake up. Soma, you now have a distinct fear of thunder and lightning.
You're
And you also lose 10 hit points.
permanently.
Yep.
Your hand is shaking. The cigarette is in it, and you look to it, and a thought occurs to you. Why am I smoking? I don't even like cigarettes.
Are you alright?
He looks down.
Soma.
He looks down at the cigarette and he says, "I guess I've always just done." And he takes another drag.
Um, Whatever helps you feel better, friend. Um, what I have granted you is another chance. Another way to change yourself for the better. Um, I can grant this boon many a times, but there's only so much I can take from you before it pulls away at nothing, like I said.
So there's nothing left. I know what I staked.
DM to
Alright.
the player, Dylan. You
Mm-hmm.
now have no recollection of Lindley. You remember her vaguely, but you don't remember her death. You don't
Mm-hmm.
remember the curse tag. You don't remember any of it.
Mhm.
And you have gained the ability to respec your points.
Man,
Into these real quick.
the fucking
What?
fear of thunder and lightning thing is the worst thing he could have gotten.
Considering that 2 of his friends are lightning-based weapons, yeah, it really was. And
I'm
this
really
isn't just
sorry.
like a casual fear of lightning. This is like a visceral, like, you're in flight or freeze fear of lightning.
Mhm.
Oh,
And if you would
man.
like to know what you saw, I put it in session.
Nah. It's gonna be Rajang in my head forever. It
It's
was
not.
Rajang.
It's not.
You just
Yeah.
beat the shit out of him as Rajang.
It's actually a Bloodborne boss, but yeah,
God.
Rajang was too.
Fucking
Back in the
aberrant
house,
Mhm.
you have finished making some pasta, and your girlfriend is slumped across the top of the refrigerator, half asleep.
Are you still hungry?
She does not respond to you.
May I add something, DM?
Yeah.
And it's because he's not far from the school. He's just in a shack out in the middle of nowhere that people don't come bother him.
Mm.
But in the midst of Pridwen cooking, out of nowhere in the middle of a clear night, a loud crack of thunder rains across the sky.
What? Pridwen looks up and, like, looks around. What the hell?
Rain. No lightning as far as you can tell.
It's enough to rouse her. She lifts her head and looks around, confused.
Oh, are you still hungry?
She slides off of the top of the refrigerator, her hands upside down, her hands hitting the counter, and she flips over and lands on one of the bar stools at the counter and taps her hands on the counter excitedly.
Pridwen sets the entire giant bowl of pasta down in front of her.
You turn around to get something and half the bowl is already gone.
I am going to clean up the mess. Pridwen goes over to start trying to clean up the fucking wreck that's in the main room.
Uh-huh. Tex, you gonna send someone back home?
I was gonna have him walk, but no, it's not.
Oh, you could send him
No.
walking.
No,
Yeah, make him hike.
Are you alright, friends?
Oh, I'm great. I'll be fine.
Alright. Well, since our business here is concluded, I think I should be taking you back.
All right. And he gives this smile to him.
He can't smile, but you can tell he's not proud, but he's like, I'm hoping for the best for you. Puts an arm around him. Oops, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go. You're good.
Puts an arm around him, and once again, in a blink, you are back, standing now directly on top of the remains of the broken coffee table.
So Pridwen had just started picking things up, and all of a sudden Soma just drops onto the coffee table that you just started piling things up. Completely messes up your pile.
Pridwen has a reason, so he's going to stand up and point at Tex, and he's going to say, "You got me in so much hot water," and Pridwen's going to start arcing with electricity.
Oh no.
Fran, I'm gonna recommend not to do that right now.
Soma, you see an electric shock beginning to come over Pridwen's body, and you feel this pit drop in your stomach, this horrible, awful fear.
He's like sweating a bit, and he lights his cigarette and steps away.
I don't know what you thought you were doing, but I am stuck here cleaning this up all on my own.
I
Soma-
said put the lightning down.
What do you... You think I'm gonna listen to you after that stunt?
Soma
Imminent.
looks to you and
He's
says,
gonna-
"Yeah, put it down."
Pridwen,
You can
seeing
actually
Soma-
see the panic on Soma's face. You can see his eyes.
Immediately when he notices how Soma's reacting, he stops. Like, completely all of the electricity just vanishes. And he says, "Are you alright?"
We made a bit of a deal.
Not another
Pridwen.
one, Liam says, coming out of Minerva's room again.
But it
Pridwen
wasn't-
looks slowly over to the judge and he says, "What did you do to him?"
Nothing that he didn't ask for. Now put the lightning away.
Pridwen just squints at you.
Liam comes up beside you, Pridwen, and goes, "Are we beating somebody up?
I'm certainly considering it.
Can I help?" He says, cracking his knuckles.
Someone looks at you guys and he says, "No, I did this to myself. Don't worry about it."
I have more than just you to worry about. And Pridwen looks down at the mess.
Your jaw is still sore from where Sadie clocked you, too.
Did your lightning ever drop, by the way?
Yes, he dropped it the moment that he noticed that Soma was having a panic attack.
The second it drops, before you even notice when he said the word imminence, there is a red skull marking directly on the center of your neck. And almost like as if hauntingly, that red clay dust formed in what looked like a misty skeletal figure that hugged around your shoulders. But the second you dropped it, it's gone.
Hmm.
Sorry about that. A cautionary thing.
You're going to help me clean this up.
Well, would you look at the time? I actually need to be going. I got other
You-
jobs to attend to, and actually, Sadie, he said he's not gonna clean it up again, and he's gonna try and burst the back door.
The door starts to open down the hallway.
You-
Liam looks at you and says, "Run!" and takes off down the other side of the building.
Pridwen just picks up Lunala and dives through the door.
Someone's just standing there.
Can I make this even better?
Oh no.
The judge is gonna try and all right, I'm out of here, and then his clay dust. I'm like, oh shit, the fucking deck ain't. Later, and he's gonna dive through the window in the kitchen.
Oh my god.
How dare you?
Pridwen
Sorry about the whole-
Pridwen and Lunala go yeeting through Pridwen's room. Liam is hiding in the bathroom, and Tex yeets himself out the window, and then Soma's just standing there smoking with a look of fear on his face. Sadie comes around the corner and looks around, squinting.
Mhm.
And the last words Pridwen's hears is, sorry about getting the whore everywhere again, and just.
Pridwen, clutching his fist, says, "If I see him ever again."
What in God's name? Sadie says, looking at you.
A lot of things. A few things, actually, yeah.
She squints. "You're on Katya duty. I'm tired of this," she says, pointing at you, and then she starts walking off toward your room.
No, I'm not.
She does not listen to you. She's walking to you guys' room.
Whatever.
Nose goes rule, she says, turning around, looking at you.
We already beat you in that.
Not when I start another one. She shuts your door.
Well, I guess I'm gonna stay out here and smoke again.
They're all refined adults.
So you're standing out there smoking. Pridwen, you have entered your room, which is a little less messy now, sort of.
Mhm.
So I want you to know So how I do, I'm sorry for interrupting DM. How I did the fear thing is I rolled on a table of D100 for fear. If you had rolled one lower, you would have had a fear of witches.
Oh man.
Oh,
That would have
what?
been
That would
inconvenient.
have been so much worse.
I prefer the lightning.
Yeah. I mean, at least
And one up was a fear of social situations.
God.
Almost.
Pridwen can stop being zappy. His girlfriend can't stop being a witch.
Yeah.
You got real close. You were riding the lightning. I didn't mean to pun.
God.
Anyways, I'm done. Sorry, I'll shut up now.
No
Oh
worries.
my god.
Yeah, Soma just sits down on the couch with the destroyed table in front of him, just smoking a cigarette. He says, "Huh, I'm missing something." Whatever.
You are missing something. Pridwen, you collect yourself a little bit, looking around.
Pridwen is going to set Lunala.
So you turn
On-
around after having yeeted through the door and said what you've said about Tex and a threat, and you turn around and Lunala's already in the bed again.
Okay, I'm going to go to bed.
Okay, I'll be out here.
Soma, what happened?
We played a game. It was an interesting card game. I gave him something, and then, suddenly I feel different.
Different how?
Well, something seems to be misplaced in my head, and now lightning freaks me out.
That's going to be a problem.
Well, there's no fears that can't be overcome, so I guess I'll just have to work towards that.
Lightning and thunder.
Oh man, and he also has a thunder ability.
Uh-huh.
Just get some sleep, please.
Yeah. And, he just sits there smoking a cigarette on the couch, probably gonna pass out.
So you're smoking a cigarette. Katya's door cracked open down the hallway, and you hear the faintest sound of sniffling coming from it. But you're so tired, you don't want to move yourself. Fred, when you shut your door behind you and you turn back, and Lunala's blazed out on the bed, already half asleep. There are still hints of like pasta in her hair from where she had the bowl on her head.
What on earth? I am never letting you get drunk. And Pridwen just, like, removes his armor and flops on the bed.
She, like, you do this, and she grumbles, and she says something about... She like, mutters something about Mr. Shark, you're making too many waves, and curls over and puts her hand directly on your chest to hold you still completely asleep, except the strength in her hand is ridiculous.
Oh.
She, like, slams you back onto the bed.
What the fuck?
Soma's gonna get off the couch and he's gonna be like, well, guess I'll just deal with this in the morning, and he goes into his room.
So you're going into the room with Sadie?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sadie is already comfortably in her bed.
Soma's just sifting through a few things as he's smoking a cigarette.
She grumbles at you a little bit for moving around so much, but she leaves you alone for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys crash.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll stop if you'd like me to.
I can go for a little bit here. have a few other roleplay things I want to do with someone.
Okay. So, next morning,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pridwen, you wake up. You wake up for the first time. You almost think it's a dream. Like everything that happened, maybe it wasn't real. And then you kind of open your eyes and you feel a hand against you.
Pridwen, like, looks over, kind of remembering everything that happened the past 2 days.
Yeah, there's a girl in your bed with you.
Right. So I'm not just having a really, really long dream.
She mumbles something incoherently and kind of curls her arm tighter around you. Not in a death grip this time, thankfully.
And I'm stuck here.
It's like when a cat falls asleep on your lap.
Yep.
So Pridwen's not moving. Soma, it is morning now.
Soma is passed out in his chair, and there's like a cigarette on the floor.
Sadie, she gets up and she looks at you, and she looks at the cigarette and she sighs. Why don't you just get in the bed, you dumbass? And then she grabs the blanket and she kind of puts it over top of you, and she walks out to get some coffee started.
Mm-hmm. A few minutes later, Soma's going to wake up. He's gonna sort of like jump out of his sleep. He's like, oh man, that was a weird dream. And then he like cleans up the floor with where the cigarette mess is, and then he's gonna go out into the living room.
Sadie has made coffee and she already has a cup sitting there for you.
He takes a sip, and then he says, that was a weird dream.
What do you mean?
Saw some weird lightning beast that was trying to kill me and my friend or something.
She blinks. What?
I don't know.
Do you mean Nixeris?
Definitely, probably not.
She squints at you again. Okay. Pridwen, you smell coffee being made.
For once, despite Pridwen's urge to get coffee, he does not come out of his room.
Alright. So, yeah, you're frozen in place. I was like, you don't know what to do. Liam is the next one up, and he comes out very eager to get some of this coffee. And he looks at you, Soma, and he goes, I don't know how you can sleep like that.
You get used to it.
She's so loud, he says, and picks up the mug and starts drinking it.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, he says, wow, that was a strange night.
Yeah? He tilts
Yeah.
his head, looking at you.
Made a deal with the skeleton guy. What was his name? Rickton?
Tex?
Yeah, him. And then, well, I was telling Pridwen last night, it feels like something is like misplaced in my head.
What do you mean, misplaced?
He looks down at the cigarette and he says, I don't know. When did I start smoking these again?
Sadie stops, lowering the coffee mug. Are you trying to be funny right now?
He looks up and he says, I know that we made a deal last night and I know I gave something up, but don't quite remember what it was.
You gave up a memory? She says, shaking her head at you.
He takes another drag of the cigarette and he says, well, whatever it was, I know I had the resolve enough to do it.
She frowns. Liam also frowns. Right, he says. She starts to open her mouth to say something to you, and Liam just shakes his hand at her. Just let it be. Sadie frowns even more. It's about this time that Lunala finally rolls over onto her other side.
I am free! Pridwen, like, jumps out of his room in full armor.
Fully energized, he comes down the hallway.
Immediately running to the coffee.
X is in the foyer drinking your coffee. Not really.
Wait.
Sorry.
He was going to fucking punch you.
So yeah, you get your mug of coffee and you all are kind of just standing there looking at each other. It's one of those things where like you're trying to start functioning and none of you can really formulate words for a minute and all of you are just staring at each other.
I think I know what hell feels like.
Oh, really? Apollyon says as he's walking through the room.
Apollyon comically coming through the window. The
I was
Seinfeld
trapped.
theme plays.
I was trapped, and no matter what I did, I always felt like it was the wrong decision.
Circle of Hell was worse.
I see. Soma, are you alright?
Oh yeah, I'm fine. Just trying to recollect my thoughts, I guess. I know I gave something up last night, and I know what I did, and I would do it again, but it's just really confusing.
Well, that cowboy did do something to you. I mean, you reacted viscerally when I started lighting up.
It's whatever. Like I said, fear is nothing new to me.
But, Soma, you were terrified.
I was uneasy.
I've
Roll a
seen you
deception
in-
check.
Fucking, here, let me roll. Oh. 19.
They're all eating in the kitchen, correct?
They're more standing in front of the kitchen, kind of in the kitchen / living room area.
Is the window still broken?
Yes. I rolled a 19 on deception.
Damn!
I rolled a 19 on insight.
Damn!
Soma,
Yeah.
I've seen you uneasy before.
He takes a drag of a cigarette and he says, "Trust me, I understand you guys might have had a bad read of me, but and you guys probably think that I'm fearless, but that is not at all the case."
But, Soma, my main way of harming things is through electricity.
So what?
So I can't do that in front of you anymore.
You can.
At least not until you're better.
He gets up and he says, "I'll be fine. I've faced worse fears before."
Soma, I don't want you losing heart in the heat of battle because I'm doing what I do.
He smiles at you and he says, "Trust me, you don't have to worry about it."
Alright.
Plus, my fear response is fight, so don't worry about it.
Pridwen squints a bit more at you, and he says, "Just take care of yourself, please."
I'll be fine. In fact, I'm actually feeling pretty good now. I feel stronger.
I suppose that's what that deal was for?
Oh, it was. Sort of. It was weird. I remember everything up until the point that I handed him something, and then after that.
Oh, right. I am going to need to speak to Death this afternoon.
Oh, mind if I join?
I'm not sure that having you and Lunala with me in that room all at once would be the best idea.
I think it's a pretty good idea, honestly.
I think it's a terrible idea. I mean, she's expecting her. Pridwen gestures over to his room. I don't think she ever expects you.
That's true. That is very true.
Or at least she never wants to expect you.
No, it's the never expects me part. I usually catch her by surprise.
Ideally, I'd like to not have my childhood friend who I've finally seen for the first time in almost 10 years be vaporized.
You see Sadie and Liam do the finger quote friend and look at each other.
Yeah, Soma speaks out and says, now that I think about it, I think the only time that she's ever expected me was the very first time I passed the CAT. Huh.
Huh.
That was, like, over a year ago.
Oh.
So, what are you boys doing?
What are we doing?
I'm not sure. I still have some time to kill.
Drinking Pridwen's coffee.
I'm coming for you.
I'm not
I'm
there.
coming for you!
You're-
I'm gonna get you!
Oh no.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition! I hate it here. Oh my god. So, Pridwen, you kinda turn back and you realize that the person who was on Katya duty is not on Katya duty.
Wait. Soma. Sadie?
He points over to Sadie.
Sadie points back at Soma.
Wait.
She tried flipping it on me, but it was her job.
And you didn't go on Katya duty?
It was her duty.
Oh no, Pridwen's going to run to Katya's room.
She ain't in there.
She's with
Are
Uncle
you-
Tech right now.
Are you two insane?
She is.
She's not here.
Well, shit. He's like, gives a glance over to Sadie.
Sadie looks at you like, don't look at me.
I'm looking at you.
Why are you looking at me? It was not. I'm not gonna be on Katya duty permanently, she says, starting to look around.
Liam, it's your turn.
Liam says, oh no, don't put this on
Oh,
me.
yeah.
At
I'm
which
putting
point, Minerva walks out of the room, rubbing at her eyes. She looks at all of you kind of angrily.
Minerva, tell them to get on Katya duty.
Minerva looks at Liam and snaps her fingers, and then snaps her fingers and points, and Liam just kind of opens his mouth and then closes it. And then sighs and turns around.
Where did she go?
I
Looks
don't
like
know, but I guess I gotta go find her, he says, and he walks into Minerva's room, grabs his hoodie, walks out the door.
I suppose I don't have anything better to do for now. I'll go with you.
So you follow him out the door. Soma, what are you doing?
Someone's gonna go with.
Oh, okay. All three of you go out the door. Sadie says, well, don't leave me behind, and she goes out the door with you.
Wow,
Well-
it really doesn't take a lot to get everybody on Katia duty.
Shit. On that note, actually, I'm gonna have Soma wander off. I actually am going to head out.
I wondered.
Yeah.
Bad. I'm probably gonna head out too.
Okay.
All right, we leave with cliffhanger. Goodbye, boys and girl.
Yeah.
Later.
I am
Sorry
in
for giving you a
fact
fear of lightning.
one of the boys.
No.
It's fine.
Fair enough. But yeah, no, the fear of light